Please take a moment to note the emergency exits, either at the side or in the rear of the theater. In the event of an emergency, you will be directed when and where to exit. To enhance your experience and those around you, please take a moment to silence all mobile phones and other audio devices. Please refrain from using any devices during this concert, including texting. Thank you.
Oh my God, come on! I'm Margaret Stoll.
I'm Melissa Dela Cruz.
We're the co-founders of the YALL West Book Festival. This is our 100 millionth year together here in Santa Monica, and I think it is the 9900th millionth year for most of you as well. So if you've been to a YALL West before, give me a shout. We love our YALL babies.
We do. We are the YALL moms, and this is our YALL party. Yeah. So we want to thank all our sponsors, without whom we would not be here. So thank you for all the money, especially Epic Reads, Fierce Reads, Riveted, Underlined, I Read YA, Novel, Sourcebooks, Zando, Penguin Teen, Disney, Torteen, Wednesday Books, Union Square. Okay, hold on. There's just so many.
She had to Google YALL West sponsors.
I did, but we are so happy to be here on our ninth year. So come back for our decade.
We have a banner day with many of your favorite authors, which you know because that's why you're here. Some incredible food trucks, some amazing giveaways, some ARCs you can only get here and nowhere else in the world.
And now we're going to bring out our keynote speakers. We are so happy to have Casey McQuiston, who is the author of Red, White, and Royal Blue, which is soon to be a movie. Yay! And she is also the author of I Kiss Shara Wheeler and
Marie Lu of Stars and Smoke, Steel Striker, Legend, the Sky Hunter books, Young Elites, Warcross, oh my gosh, so many of these that we have known Marie forever, who is also a founder of this festival. So Casey and Marie, we will leave it to you. Thank you.
Hello. Oh, I'm so excited.
Me too.
I haven't been back to YALL West since the pandemic started, I think. So it's a whole new world. We are always saying we need like new year initials for after pandemic. We are in the year 2 AP. 1 AP.
This is my first ever YALL West. So I'm very excited to be here. In contrast to you, I have one YA novel, whereas you have about, last I checked, 74. And so I'm very, very humbled and honored to be here talking to you.
I am so honored to talk to you. So I have to tell you, I know when something's about to become a phenomenon because all of my friends are talking about it. Good old word of mouth. Like I remember when Red, White, and Royal Blue first came out because I had friends coming up like, you know, you're like, oh, what are you reading? And people are like, I'm reading this book called Red, White, and Royal Blue. It is so good. You have to read it. And they would go into it. I'm like, oh, okay. And then like 3 weeks later, I would talk to some other friends, like, what are you reading? I'm reading Red, White, and Royal Blue. and this happened like 4 or 5 times. I was like, Casey McQuiston, they're on the radar. And I read it, and I loved it, and I love all your work, and I'm so excited for you. So I'm really excited that we get to talk together for a sec.
Thank you so much.
This is great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm so stoked. Where do you want to start?
I think like I guess we can talk a little bit about how we started.
Yeah.
Because it must be such a whirlwind for you.
Yeah.
Red, White, and Royal Blue, did it come out in 2019? So
Yeah.
in the old era.
Yeah, the I was very lucky in that I got to launch one book in real life before we hit pandemic era. And One Last Stop was actually supposed to come out summer 2020, and then I needed more time on my revisions, which actually worked out in my favor because, like, God bless every single one of you who had a book come out for the first time in summer 2020. That I just know I have known so many people who had that situation, and it was
a rough time to come out.
It was hard.
Yeah.
It was so hard. So One Last Stop came out in 2021, and then Shara in 2022 last year. But yeah.
Did you always know that you wanted to be a writer?
Yeah, I mean, people always, I don't know if you have this experience, and I would love to hear your experience, but for me, when people ask, like, how did you know, what was the moment that you knew you wanted to be a writer? And I don't have an answer because I don't remember a time before that, you know? Like, I remember writing picture books in, like, first grade, you know? And it just always was just in me, you know? And I was always the kid who was, like, daydreaming in class and coming up with characters and scribbling in the margins of my worksheets and things like that. And I actually very much thought I was going to be a YA fantasy or YA SFF author, and like those were the books I first tried to write.
That's fascinating.
Yeah.
Wow.
In high school, like I had this very elaborate outline for like, you know, when you're a teen reader and you think the sky is the limit, and I'm like, well, it's going to be a 5-book series, and there's going to be 75,000 characters, and it was like sort of like a Buffy meets Captain Planet type of situation.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, maybe I'll bring it back out one day. But
I
yeah,
hope so.
a lot of trial and error with trying to write, you know, YA fantasy and discovering that unlike you, world building and fantasy world building, not my thing.
Well, I have a question for you for world
Yeah.
building later, so.
Yeah, and I discovered that what I liked from all of those stories that I had worked on was the relationships in them and like the central romances. That was where my strength was. And so I was like, let's write a contemporary romance, and that was Red, White, and Royal Blue was my first completed attempt at a contemporary romance. So it was a lot of like going to journalism school and being like, how do I make a living as a writer in a way that seems practical, which is hilarious to think that I thought journalism school was going to be practical. I'm like, what a reliable industry. So that was kind of how I came to it. It was just sort of like trial and error and a lot of abandoned bad fantasy manuscripts. So I would love
love
to
that.
hear yours.
I love so much that you grew up reading and writing fantasy manuscripts. That's
Yeah.
so fascinating.
Yeah.
And now I'm like, oh, I can see that in the little touches of magic that you put in your stories. Yeah, I like you. I don't remember a time before I loved writing. You know, it was just always a thing that I loved. I loved stories from a really young age. Like I moved to the States from China when I was 5, and then didn't know English, and my mom gave me this assignment to go to kindergarten and just pick up English words
Sure.
and then like write them down at home and memorize what they meant and put paragraphs, put them into paragraphs. So that was technically how I started writing. And then eventually when I pieced together enough of the language to know what to do with it, I just realized I really loved this thing. And I just was like you. I would write little picture books and like by Marie Lu, well, my name was like by Shi Wei Lu, when I was a kid, and staple them together and pretend that they were real books. And I don't actually know, I didn't make the connection that real people wrote books for the longest time.
Yeah.
Which, did you know this? I didn't know this because like, I feel like I was just slow with a lot of things, but like
Yeah.
I remember when I was 13 and I read like an article in the paper
Yeah.
about this girl named Amelia Atwater Rhodes, who I think she wrote like a vampire book. If you guys remember her, like yeah, and so she was. I read about her in the paper, and she was 13 at the time, and I was 13 at the time, and I was just like, what? First, like, they're not just like random names that you put on books. Like, I just thought like books just exist in the library. They're just there. Sometimes there's new ones, and I just never made the connection that there were real people there. And then second, I was like, and she's 13. That means that she can get a book published, and maybe I could get a book published. And I didn't even know what that meant. I knew that like, oh, that means it's in the library. And I think at that point on, I tried to do it for real, but I went to school thinking that I was going to be a lawyer, of all things. I would have been the worst lawyer. Like, feel sorry for all of my prospective clients in that alternate universe. And I didn't. I ended up working in video games for a while, which, we only go towards the stable industries in this house.
Right.
Yeah, so that's the way that I went, and I stayed there for 6 years. But I was always kind of writing and getting rejected on the side. I wrote like 5 or 6
My side job of getting rejected.
My side hustle of getting rejected, yeah. It was great. I got 600 rejection letters. I was doing great at it. Yeah, and then eventually, and then I wrote Legend. That was my first one, and then just went from there. But I love hearing about, those early years from other writers, from you, and how, you start. And we all just kind of start just tinkering away in our bedrooms and at odd hours and
No, I think there's an alternate universe where I write bad fantasy novels and you are a terrible lawyer, and we're both like
the same
something's not
universe.
fitting.
I'm your lawyer.
You're my lawyer who's like defending me from like I'm being sued for wasting people's time.
I would defend you with all my heart.
Thank you.
I would be terrible at it,
Yeah,
but
we'll go down
I'm
together.
trying my best.
Okay, but I would love to talk about what the experience was for you debuting with Legend into really like the golden era of YA dystopia, and it was your debut, and it was a New York Times bestseller, and just from the outside, it seemed like it was just like this explosive moment of like coming out onto the scene. And I'm just so curious, because you also, I mean, it was like, what, 2011? So you were like kind of baby, like at the time. So what was that, did it like change your life overnight? What was the experience? How did you navigate it?
Yeah, and I would love to hear your story of, you know, when Red, White, and Red, Blue first came out, because you also exploded on the scene as well. And, well, I mean, for me, I didn't feel it, and I don't think I've ever felt it. I remember at the time being very scared all the time. I was young-ish, and I felt like, I don't think, like, at that time, in 2011, I didn't know that we were in this really unusual YA space, like time in YA. Because we were in this like huge dystopian wave, and the Hunger Games, I think the first Hunger Games had just come out, and so it was a very new category in general, and I think everyone was kind of figuring it out, and I didn't realize how extraordinary that time was at the time. I just remember feeling very, very unsure of everything. I had written Legend as, I remember giving it to my agent as like a science, I just pitched it as science fiction. I didn't really know that YA dystopia was a category yet, and my agent was like, this fits very neatly into YA dystopia, and I was like, great.
So I've got great news for you, Marie.
Yeah, I was like, whatever, just, okay, sure, let's pitch it as that. Yeah, so I kind of just went into it without really understanding what I was getting myself into, and then, and we didn't hit the list right away. I think it took a year for Legend to show up on the list, and at the time I remember I was, and my mom was like, she's like, you should think about going to business school, and I was like applying to business school, so I was like, you know, I'm not sure this is gonna pan out. In the event that it doesn't, I will learn to go become a businessman now. So there's some alternate universe where I'm doing a terrible job at that. Yeah, I think it was kind of a slow build, but it was really, that first year, it was really heartening to get to see readers at events and at tour stops. I think the industry in general was very, very different than as it is now. I remember being very angsty about whether or not I could survive in an industry as an Asian American author. I could count on my hand at the time how many other Asian American authors there were. There was like Melinda Lo, and there was Cindy Pon, and then there was Jenny Han. I think that was it. Yeah, so there was like a little cluster of us, and we all knew each other, and that was it. And I remember having this fear writing all the time, where I was like, you know, I don't know, like if I put myself in my books, will I have a career? And if I take myself out, will I have a career and then not be authentic to myself? So it was a really, and I'm curious how you navigate that as well, because it was something that really bothered me at the time, and I think if I were to, I haven't gone back and reread Legend since it came out, but I feel like if I did, I could see myself being afraid. Like I could see myself like kind of pulling back on a lot of things I think I would have done differently now. So it's nice to have seen some of these sweeping changes in YA since I came out, but I'm curious what your experience was starting in 2019, coming out with such an explosive book. Yeah, this just took the world by storm.
I mean, it's funny because, well, first of all, you know, it is kind of a different experience debuting in adult romance versus in YA. It's a bigger list, but it's also like a really, really competitive list because the volume of books being sold is so high, and so you're like, I mean, the amount that you have, like I squeezed in for 1 week at 15 when Red, White, and Royal Blue came out, and it was like by the skin of our teeth.
That is amazing as a debut.
Yes,
in
no,
adult.
it was incredible.
It
was. I was so shocked. I just remember that tweet that's like, I just fell to my knees in the CVS. That was like me in my friend's apartment because I was like in Austin on book tour, and that was the thing too, is like, it was so funny because people were like, Casey, you're having this like explosive debut, like, oh my God. And like, I'm on book tour, and it was at the time, it was like, I was not yet at the level where like, my book tour was paid for by anyone but me. And so that day I was on my Austin tour stop and I was sleeping on an air mattress in my friend's living room. Because I only went on tour to cities where I had friends so I could sleep. When I came to LA on tour, my combo partner was Taylor Jenkins Reid. We sold out Ripped Bodice for my debut. It was amazing. And then I went and slept on a friend's beanbag. And they're in the living room of their apartment. And that was just like, it was so, I felt like there was like these two realities of like, it's like, oh, Casey, like you have this, people don't realize that like your life doesn't change overnight when your book comes out because of all, you don't get your first royalty check sometimes for like 10 months.
Exactly,
and so I'm like, wow, it's so cool that like I'm so successful and I still have no money. It's like, if only I could buy bagels with success. And so like that was part of it. And then it was also like people, like what you were saying about how I didn't realize books were written by people. Like, I kind of feel like I didn't realize that until I wrote a book and had it come out. And people kind of see authors as some kind of like separate entity, separate being from like a reader. It's like, oh, you're an author, and so like you exist in a different world than me. And it's like, no, I very much still like was taking the bus every day to go to the coffee shop and do the same writing that I had done every day. And my life, like at that point, had not changed in any material way, except that I now had to like mentally live in this elevated space.
Right. I love that you say that because it's so real and it's so, like I remember, we were in like this tiny little bungalow with like 3 dogs and I remember like picking up dog poop like when I was, when it came out. Like these are like, that's the real, real author life.
Yeah. And I think that people sometimes like, I think like it's so easy for us like when we watch movies or when we consume art, it's so easy for us to like lose any idea of like the humanity of the artist, and I know that we are all guilty of it at times, and it was so like this like perspective shifting and illuminating experience for me the first time I had a book come out and reach people, because I was like, oh, like I'm still extremely just some guy, like that's it. And so it was really mind-blowing, and it was so cool, and it was so humbling, and it was so also like, how do I think I still haven't fully processed mentally, like what it means. And I think that's kind of good. Like, I think you need to continue to be in disbelief if you're gonna have any measure of success, because you just start to take it for granted, and it's really important to stay tapped into like where you started.
I think that's so wise and just so true, because like this industry is kind of a miracle, and the thing is everything can change on a dime, and I think it's great to keep that in mind. How was the process for you shifting to writing book 2 and book 3? Like, you're a seasoned author now. You've got like several in your belt.
Yeah, well, after this, I want to ask you the same question about how you shifted out of like the Legend trilogy into like, oh, I have to like start over, basically, because I finished my trilogy. But okay, I mean, for One Last Stop, it was interesting because my first book hadn't even come out yet when I started writing it. And so it was, having literally no idea what people were going to like about my first book, what they were going to want to see from me, what their expectations would be, and I got so caught up in all of that. The first draft was just absolutely horrible, just so self-conscious, so disconnected, and so in my head,
My second was the same.
Yeah. Actually, I had to take extra time to work on my second one, because I had to literally log off, unplug, and get completely back to basics of I write, that's what I do, and that was when I actually when I remembered to have fun with it, was when it actually got good again. And so that was hard. Just it was a difficult transition at first, and then with Shara, I started drafting it in March 2020.
It was your pandemic baby.
It was my pandemic baby, and so it was so hard in the first draft to access joy for a rom-com. I was like, I wish
there were things happening.
I was like, if only I was writing a dystopia. Like,
You don't have to write it, we're living it.
yeah. And so like, but it became the place where I found joy in the pandemic, and I had to like create my own little oasis of joy in the pandemic. And so in that one, I wasn't even really thinking as much about it in the framework of my body of work. But I was thinking about indulging everything I ever wanted to read as a teenager. And that was, yeah. I, like everything I ever loved about like 10 Things I Hate About You and the OC and like all of those things. I was like, put it in.
Oh, I see it.
Yeah. Yeah. But okay, so tell me your experience of, you've put out a trilogy and everyone loves it, and now you're looking around and your editor's like, well, what's next? And what was that like?
Oh man, I had a very similar experience to you where I feel like I had an existential crisis after Legend came out. Yeah, like Prodigy was my follow-up, and that was like you. I had the exact same feeling of like suddenly you're in a glass box.
Yeah.
And you've got a deadline and a contract and readers who are like, where's the next book? And suddenly I was like, oh my gosh, there's people watching me, over my shoulder while I'm working.
Yeah.
And it's a very different experience. And I also had a really rough transition to that. Legend took me like, I think 3 or 4 months to write. It was the fastest I've ever written a book. Like I've never written anything that fast since then.
That's amazing.
It was I don't even know how it happened. It was like a fever dream. And then with Prodigy, it took me like 1.5 years. So what you said, like it took so much longer, and I think I just had to get my head straight again, where I had to get used to that feeling of like being watched all the time. And now I'm kind of used to it, but it took me a few books to get there.
Yeah.
And when I transitioned to the Young Elites series, which is a very dark fantasy, I remember also feeling a little bit unsure and like, are people gonna follow me? This is the way my brain is going. I don't know why it's going there, but we're going there.
Yeah.
And it's felt like that every single time. And I think it's something that I feel like I have very little control over sometimes, but we gotta go where our brains take us, and Stars and Smoke is my pandemic book that I started in March of 2020, and I think it's so interesting now we're starting to see like the wave of art that's coming out from all of us that are like, what was our interpretation of the pandemic times? And you put out this amazing like a mystery romantic story, and then I remember at the time I was like, usually I escape into fantasy and science fiction. Like that's my outlet from the real world. And Legend, came out in 2011, which is back when we were all like, the end of the world's gonna be so fun. It's gonna be great, guys. It was like right before 2012, and everyone's so excited about 2012 to see what the end of the world was gonna be like. So we're all like, let's just write versions of the world ending and see how fun that is. And then it happened, and I'm like, this is not fun. This is terrible. We were lied to.
Sucks.
This is the worst. We're just like sanitizing vegetables in our house. Like that's what it was. And I was like, this is not the dystopia I was promised.
I thought there were gonna be so much. I thought there was gonna be so much less Clorox wiping.
So much less. Yes, less Clorox wiping, less National Guard in the streets, please. Like that was a year. Sometimes I forget how crazy 2020 was
I
until
think we have
stop.
to like collectively memory hole it.
We really have to, Like sometimes I think I'm still there. I was talking to my friend Maureen, who wrote me a note when her book came out, and she wrote on it like 2020, and then she like X'd it out for like 2023. She's like, oh my God. And I just started laughing. I was like, we're all just stuck there, aren't we? So that was my March 2020 book, and I realized that I was like, I have to get out of this dystopia. But I can't escape into fantasy and science fiction, so I went into contemporary, like kind of like a filtered, sanitized version of contemporary, where my brain could live without the news. And so that was where that story came from. And I think every story just has like their, I don't know, I feel like I can look back at my books. I don't know if you do, like, you can kind of like see, I can see like who I was at that time, and I knew it was bothering me, and what kind of person I was, and what my flaws were, and like what was going through my brain and what was keeping me up at night. They're like little journals almost, like, of like, this is what was happening at the time. Yeah.
I completely feel that. Like when I was writing Red, White, and Royal Blue, I started writing it in 2016, and I had lost my dad in 2014. And so that's why it's like so much of that book is a grief book. And like, I feel like that's something I never really talk about. But like, there was like a really raw thread of grief in that book that I can see when I read it. Like the desperation with which love is written, I think, in that book is very like, please let me hold on to something. And then One Last Stop, I was writing it as I had just left my hometown for the first time and I moved in with a bunch of friends in a house in Colorado. And it's very much like a sort of fish out of water, mid-20s existential crisis book. And then I don't know what Shara represents about the time of my life. I think I was just fully deranged at that time. But
We all were a little deranged in March 2020.
Yeah, but I was going to ask, because I do think Stars and Smoke strikes me as a bit of a departure for you, because it is contemporary and it is, it still brings to the table, these like really intense sort of like opposites clashing, like sexy, central dynamic with Winter and Sydney. But it's so different. Do you feel like that's because you just needed to shake yourself out of where you were in the pandemic?
Yeah, I think a little bit, and I would love to talk to you as well about how you do that with your characters and finding two characters and making them spark against each other. I think the first inspiration for Winter was the first character that came to mind for Stars and Smoke, and it came from an article that I read about past celebrities who used to be spies, which was fascinating to me because I never even thought that was. I mean, of course they would be, but I just didn't think about it. I'm like, is Justin Bieber a spy? He's doing a really good job of hiding it.
Or a really bad job. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm like, Taylor Swift is definitely a spy. Like, with those lyrics, she is a spy to the end. So the article was like, oh, Frank Sinatra was a spy. He was like a double agent between the mafia and the government at the time.
Right, yeah, he was.
Isn't that fascinating? I was just like, what?
He's like definitely had at least one person whacked, I feel like.
Yes, that has got to have happened. Yes, and no one will ever know. He was man of multiple talents. Yeah, and like Cary Grant was a spy, and Roald Dahl was a spy.
Wait. Cary Grant was a spy?
Cary Grant was a spy. I think it was like during World War II against the Nazis or something. I was like, what?
He just got like somehow even hotter. I don't know how.
Somehow it has happened. I'm like, you would be a spy. Roald Dahl was a spy. I'm like, you were writing like James and the Giant Peach and also a spy? Like, yeah, so it was just this fascinating list and just got me thinking about modern day celebrities who could be spies. And I was like, I'm going to write about a modern day celebrity who could be a spy. Wow. I'm going to make him a spy. And then I paired him with like a secret agent who just can't stand him. And that was just really fun. It was just, like you, I needed like joy. I just needed to be happy. Yeah. And this was the one where I'm like, I realize I write happier books when I am sad, or just cannot access like a space of sadness. Sure. Like people are like, oh, you write such dark stories. Are you okay? And I'm like, no, I'm fine when I write my dark stories. Like that's when I can access that stuff. But like with this one, I was like, I am not in a good headspace, and so I need to like get into a book that gives me into a good headspace. Mm-hmm. Which leads me into how you structure these stories around these two amazing characters that spark off each other, and you always have this like beautiful touch of magic in each of your books. And it's so romantic and so magical, and they pair so well. And I think it's really challenging to do that in contemporary. So like this is my first contemporary. Yeah. I found it so challenging to write contemporary coming from fantasy and science fiction, because I feel like you can take the author out of science fiction and fantasy, but you can't take the fantasy and science fiction out of the author. And you do such an amazing job world building in a contemporary space, and with two characters that are opposites in a lot of ways, but are complementary to each other. How do you build your contemporaries? Because it's such a skill, and I have lots of questions about contemporary.
Thank you.
I'm researching.
I mean, clearly, I would love to also pick your brain about fantasy world building, as I failed so miserably at it so many times. Thankfully, no one ever witnessed those manuscripts, but I do think that tendency and that love of that the very like formative love of fantasy really shaped me as a writer and what I love in love stories. One of my favorite love stories of all time, and being that this is a festival for teens who are probably born 10 years after the show came out, this is going to date me, but Penny and Desmond on Lost, for those cliff notes for the youths, basically Desmond is displaced from time and is like flashing through past and present and like time and space and everything, and Penny is his constant, and if he can see her, then he can become anchored in time, and that was a huge inspiration when I was writing One Last Stop. And I think it's also just like there's this beautiful scene where Desmond like finally talks to Penny on the phone and like realizes who and where and what he is, and like that is such a beautiful like metaphor for what love is, as like this anchor into yourself, and like good, beautiful, sustaining love is something that can reveal to you who you are. And like, how can that not be so intoxicating as a writer of romance, to think of, you know, a literal depiction of that almost indescribable feeling of discovering yourself in love. And so I think I'm always kind of chasing that high. And I'm chasing the high of you know, so many star-crossed and impossible love stories, and so many of those coming from genre fiction. I was just like a huge genre nerd growing up, yeah, that was always what I've been drawn to. So even in contemporary, I feel like I want to elevate it just that little notch that takes it over the top into like hyper reality, you know?
I love that.
Yeah.
That's such a skill to do, right? Because it can very easily veer off into the realm of like ridiculous, but you never cross that line. It's always just right, and it's so perfect. It's like the kind of headline, like this would be a headline in real life, you know?
Yeah.
But you do it in such a way that it makes it so heartfelt and so authentic.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I also would like to hear from you about structuring basically everything, but specifically, you create these worlds. You're so prolific. You write so many stories, and your worlds are so deeply developed and fleshed out. Can you just kind of walk us through your process of, are you creating your characters first? Are you building that central dynamic first and building the world around it? Does the world inform that central dynamic? Like, kind of walk me through that.
Yeah, you're gonna have to walk me through yours in a second too, because I'm like truly here as a student.
I'm checking our time real quick.
Oh yeah. How are we doing, guys?
Yeah, no, we're good. We got
Okay.
we got like 15 minutes left. Keep
Oh,
going.
okay, we're good. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
In the beginning, it was just chaos, which is true of all things. It was. I was a pantser. I was a super pantser.
Whoa,
like,
seriously?
Yeah. So I'm so curious if you pants, because
No.
I could see why. Like, clearly I was doing it wrong in the beginning.
No,
because,
I'm so impressed.
Oh my gosh, I can't even tell you. The first draft of Legend was like, I had the idea and I just started writing it. And it was just chaos. Like, it was, the whole thing was just a hot mess.
Sure.
And then took me many rounds of revisions to get to the right spot. And I think I did my first 3 or 4 books like that, just really chaotic. And at some point I was like, this is unsustainable.
Yeah.
By the time I got to Champion, I would have moments where I'm like, oh, that's why I put that in there in the first book, and now I can't change it. Crap. And having to like structure it the next book, and I was like, I can't do this again.
Yeah.
So I've been trying ever since then to like become a plotter, and I've just like slowly approaching that on the curve. So I usually come up with my characters first. They usually walk into my head in some way or form or fashion, and then I discover who they are along with the world in the first draft. But as I've been writing more books, I've learned to outline a little bit more and kind of know like these big goalposts that I'm trying to hit, and then try to get there. My friend Amy Kaufman calls it headlights writing, where I will outline 3 chapters at a time, like as far as the headlights shine on the road, and then I'll write it, and then I'll outline and then write it, and then outline, kind of like inch along through the dark. And it's a little bit less chaotic than it used to be, which is nice, but I'm so curious how you structure your books, because I have so many questions for you on world building and on romance, and like, so you said you're not a pantser.
No.
And is that different between your books? Because Red, White, and Royal Blue has a very different structure than I Kiss Shero.
Yes. So one thing I try to do, first of all, every time I am writing a book, I try to look at what did I rely on or like use as a crutch when I was writing my past book, and how do I challenge myself to take that away? So like from Wet and Blue to One Last Stop, I was like, okay, so I very much like use the fact that they can like get on a private jet and fly across the world at any moment. Like it's like everything's so easy. They can go anywhere. They can do anything. They have like endless resources. And so I was like, what if they literally are trapped on a subway train for a whole book? Like that was, I was like, which by the time I was 60,000 words, and I'm like, why did I do this? Like why couldn't it have been like a cute bookstore? And then like with I Kiss Wheeler, I was like, I always do books that are like 1 calendar year. And I want to challenge myself to do 1 month at the end of a school year. And so like that's why like I think structurally they feel a bit different. But I'm also, with every book, I become more of a plotter. I think partially it's that I don't have like an MFA. I think I'm still like, I'm teaching myself, like I'm really, I'm a very instinctual writer, and I think I'm picking things up as I go, and I'm always wanting to like push myself on craft. And this book I'm working on right now is the first time I've literally went like beat for beat, like made a storyboard and had like note cards and like fully zero drafted the whole thing. Do you know about zero drafting?
Yes, I love zero drafting.
Yes.
I love that you do that.
For those of you who don't know, zero drafting is like in between your outline and your first draft, where you basically go. For me, I went literally chapter by chapter, and it's like each paragraph is like, so and so says this to someone, and then this happens, and then this, and it's like
a beat for beat outline of each chapter.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, and so like my zero draft can be like 16,000 words.
God, I love this so much.
Yeah, and I need to know this. First of all, I have ADHD and I have a very chaotic brain, and it's just like feeling soup in there. And and especially with romance, I'm like, I have all these ideas for scenes and these ideas for moments of emotional payoff, but it's so important with romance to understand, like I do now, like at the beginning of every chapter, I do like a feelings check-in at the top where I just write out like, this character feels like this character feels like this, so I can keep them consistent the way they're interacting with each other in every chapter.
That's so smart.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about writing down feelings like that. I love that.
Yeah, and it's honestly, it's just what I have to do, because otherwise I know I'm gonna lose track. And I've learned the hard way through my first 3 books that I'm gonna end up having to go back and rewrite like the whole 3rd act, which is what I did.
I'm the same way.
Yeah. Do you do like if we can get like nerdy about craft for a second, do you do zero drafting? Do you do like 3-act structure? Like do you, I mean, I know that you're on the upswing towards plotter, but walk me through your structure.
I'm like a yellow belt. I'm getting there, working my way up.
You're breaking your boards for the first time.
Yes, I am. I just broke my board. Yeah, I do zero drafting now. I think it's been so helpful in the way that you've said, because my brain is very chaotic as well, and I find that I lose myself in the weeds very easily if I don't have something. So yeah, zero drafting has been a really helpful change. I've started doing that for the last like book or 2, and it's helped me keep everything straight and makes me feel like I'm like, oh, I'm not starting from nothing, to 100. I'm at 50, and I can scoot the other 50. So Margie is approaching us slowly.
Yes, hello.
We're gonna have to finish this conversation in the green room, because now I want a zero draft. So I'm really sorry. You're not gonna know how that ends, but I am all over this, and I am adopting that for myself. We're starting to get the high sign from the other folks, so thank you so much. I could listen to you talk all day. And you can see both of these magnificent people sign. Do you know your time? I don't know. Signing at noon.
It's on the back of your badge.
Yeah, signing at noon and signing at 4 p.m. So
Yes. I am at 4.
Noon and 4. So come talk to them and tell them about your zero drafts. Thank you very much, and have a great YALL.
Thank you.
No, I'm sorry.
Two, 1, 2. Oh, mic check.
Check, check, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2.
Hi everyone, welcome to our Murder It's Twisted panel. I'm Jessie Weaver, author of Live Your Best Lie, and I'm moderating today. I'm very excited. It's my first time moderating, so that'll be fun. So, thanks. And we've got a bunch of awesome authors here to talk to you about their books. Like, I'm a little starstruck, to be honest, because I love their books. So I know you guys are excited to hear from them. So if we could all just take a minute, introduce ourselves, and then just say what your most recent book is, and maybe like 30 seconds or less about what that book is about. Sarah, do you mind starting?
Hi, I'm Sarah Beth Durst. I write books. My newest one, which I was totally going to leave backstage, but it just came out on Tuesday, so I brought it with me so I could hold it up. I'm going to hold it up.
Yay.
This is me, my new baby. Thank you. It's my 25th book, but it's my very first thriller, and it's about 3 girls who are stranded in the wilderness in Maine without any food, water, shelter, and there is something hunting them. And I'm very excited about it. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you all for coming.
I'm Jennifer Lynn Barnes. Thank you, Sarah. Woo! Now I have a mic. I'm Jennifer Lynn Barnes. I'm the author of most recently The Inheritance game series about an eccentric, puzzle-obsessed billionaire who dies and leaves his entire fortune to a teenage girl he's never met, and she has no idea why. But I also have coming out Tuesday the re-release, sort of 10th anniversary editions of my Naturals series, which is about an FBI think tank that uses gifted teenagers to profile serial killers.
How you doing? My name is Nick Brooks. I'm the author of Promise Boys. Promise Boys, thank you. Just came out this past January. Promise Boys is a murder mystery about 3 boys suspected of killing their principal. And over the course of the book, they, work together to figure out what happened, even if they suspect each other. This mic is getting louder as I talk.
Hey, I am Dana Schwartz. I am the author of Immortality, a Love Story, and the sequel, Anatomy, a Love Story, and the sequel, Immortality, a Love Story. And they are about a young woman named Hazel Sinnett who wants to be a surgeon in the early 1800s in Edinburgh.
Hey, I'm Wendy Hurd, and my next one comes out in a week or two. Oh my God. And that's called We'll Never Tell, and it's about a group of teenagers who kind of stumble into a vintage old Hollywood murder mystery.
Yes, okay. I'm Melissa Dela Cruz, and I am the author of The Headmaster's List, which is a YA thriller about 4 teens who get into a car crash, and nothing is quite as it seems, and also Going Dark, about an influencer who goes missing.
Thanks, guys. So my first question, and this is based a little bit just on the fact that I am a huge fan of the idea that our villains don't always have to be completely evil in every way. Sometimes they're a little bit more subtle, sometimes they're a little bit unsuspected, hopefully they are. So my question for you guys is, would you rather write a sympathetic villain/killer or a sympathetic victim, and why?
I'll dive in and just say my favorite villains are the ones who don't think they're villains. Like, no one wakes up and is like, today I'm just gonna be a terror. I mean, some people do. We live in America, but very, not interesting characters to write about. So I love in Anatomy writing villains, but who think they're working for the greater good, and they're, egotistical and vain and narcissistic, but they don't realize that. So I think sympathetic villains are a lot of fun. The problem with sympathetic victims is, they usually, RIP. So you already have sympathy for them. Everyone has sympathy for them. So the villain is the challenge.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I know for mine, when I started jumping in, it was a lot easier for me to feel sympathetic for the villain, just because as I was writing in point of view, it's yeah, I feel for you. You have a lot going on in your life. Maybe you have a reason to be the way that you are.
And I should probably unpack it with my therapist.
Yeah.
There is something very sexy. Someone is selling me, my therapist. There's something very sexy about villains.
Yeah. I know, yeah. Well, I'll probably be there with you in therapy. Yeah.
So I will hop in and say, in the Natural series, always wrote completely unsympathetic in the you feel for them. But I love writing, so in the books, it's mostly from the perspective of the teens who are hunting down the serial killers, but there are second-person point of view from the killer's perspective, so it says you, so it's you pick up the knife, you do all of this, and that's because that's how they're trained to profile in there, is you either profile using I or you when they're doing it. So I love writing those, and I was I don't know what it says about me, because when I would revise those books, my editor, would have all these notes, and I never have to change a word of the serial killer perspectives when they're doing their serial killer things. I was I don't know what it says about me that my normal people need some work, but my serial killers are A-okay. And in that case, it's not about understanding them in an emotional way. For me, it's really the cognitively understanding them, understanding the twisted motivation, not the motivation is understandable to us, but that it's kind of just through the science of criminal profiling and understanding that, it becomes really interesting to write from that perspective. So I actually really like writing like from the perspective of the person who really is like the total just monster from our perspectives, but seeing how that brain works.
So interesting. Does anyone else want to weigh in on that one?
I always have to fall in love with all my characters before I can write them, before I can find what their voice is. So I don't really think so much in terms of sympathetic, but just in terms of, do I find them interesting? Like, they don't need to be likable, but I think like the one rule that you can't break in, like the only rule you can't break in writing is don't be boring. So I always have to be interested in who they are, and so that I will follow along, you know, whether they're likable or not being a totally separate issue.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think the sympathetic villain or interesting, you know, villain. I think about Thanos a lot, like as a villain who had an ideology that you could, you know what I mean, that you could see. He had a perspective versus just like world domination. You know what I mean? So those are like my favorite characters to write.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I think that it does make them interesting when we understand where they're coming from, and it's like, logically, if you were in their situation, maybe, hopefully not, but maybe you would make the same choice that they made because they have these extenuating circumstances that to them, it's like, it seems like the right way to go. So I have another question, and this one is one, and this is like me being a huge nerd here, so maybe we'll start on this end this time. So I was an English teacher for 10 years, so I'm a huge nerd about certain things, and one of them is Anton Chekhov's idea of, they call it Chekhov's gun, and the idea is if you plant a gun in Act 1, like if you know it's there, it's in the book, then in the next act, the gun needs to go off. Otherwise, don't put your gun in the story. It's pointless, it shouldn't be there. So just from the perspective of like clue planting, what do you guys think? Do you think that you follow that strategy, or do you think that you veer away from that a little bit?
No, I think that's totally part of the structure of writing, and it's something that as a reader you notice, you know, like, you know, and I'll read some of my drafts, and I'll be like, oh, there's this guy in like chapter 1 who seems like we should know who he was, and then you never see him again. So I was like, why is he there? Why did I put him there? Like, I need to do something with him. Either I cut him out, you know, or make it happen. So I think, like, because readers, when they read the story, things like stay in their mind, and you'll notice if you don't get the payoff. And I think that's frustrating. It's not a satisfying experience of reading.
I think about this a lot. I think about the guns not only as like, you know, literal weapons that you should use, but I also think of it as like character traits that I plant in that character. Like, for example, if I give a character a fear of spiders, but then there's never any spiders in the book, it's like, why? You know, like, so whatever kind of things I planted in the characters, I feel like I have to like let those guns go off at some point. It has to blow up in their face at some point, you know?
Smart. And I also think, I can project. Can you all hear me? This also works. I also think thematically, I like planting scenes that have themes that are relevant. So my books are about digging up dead bodies for doctors to study. Incredibly glamorous, great to read while you're eating. But early on, there's a scene, and this is, I swear to God, 100% true. In the early 1800s, wealthy people had tooth implants that they would take teeth from poor people's mouths, and they thought that if they were fresh, they would like stick in their mouths because medical science just didn't exist. And so there's a scene early on in the book where we see that. And one, it's just interesting and weird, and so I'm like, well, I have to write about this. But then also, I wanted that thematically to inform sort of the twist that happens at the end of the book. And like, there's a character who always wears black gloves, and I think it's just an interesting character detail. And then hopefully, at the end, when you find out why he was always wearing black gloves, you want to go back to the beginning and be like, oh my God, what did I miss?
Yeah. I'll be honest, I'm reading her book right now, Anatomy, and I just read the tooth scene, and it was like, it's very well done because I was extremely grossed out reading
But it's
that.
real. Isn't it wild how these things just happened and we just don't talk about them? The 1800s medical science was wild. If anyone, well, like, find me after, and I will walk you through some really gnarly medical procedures.
I will be finding you after. I want to know. All right, does anyone else want to weigh in on that one? Clue planting?
Yeah, I think you're always aiming for this moment of inevitable surprise at the end. You want to get to the end and be like, oh, that made sense. Totally didn't see that coming. So I think you're trying to do that. And when you write, you're making a promise to the reader that you're invited on this adventure, and this is the kind of place I'm going to take you. And you want to, and you can completely subvert that or fulfill that, but you still have to satisfy that reader with the kind of journey you're going to take them on.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's so interesting just to see like authors' different takes on that kind of thing. Like, okay, that tiny little thing at the very beginning of the story, when that does come back at the end, it's so satisfying when you're like, of course, it had to be that. It is. It's like that inevitable surprise. I love that. So on that note, as I'm reading, I know for me, I love a good whodunit. I love trying to figure it out, the puzzle behind it. But for me, as I'm reading and as I'm writing, I don't know if I think whodunit is most important to me as like why done it, if that makes sense, because sometimes, especially in, like I feel like in murder mysteries, we find out pretty much towards the end, but sometimes in a thriller, you find out a little bit earlier, like, this is the who, but putting together the why behind it, I think is so fascinating. So what do you guys think? Do you think the who, the why, the how, which of those is more important and why?
For me, it's the why, just because the other pieces I think you can change. The why gets at like the big bad. Again, like we talked about with the villain, for me, I always love a extra layer, a big bad, really understanding why the villain is the villain. And so figuring out that part is always the piece that's most challenging for me, because it really needs to stick, it really needs to land, because that's what makes the whole thing compelling. If the murder's happening for a reason we don't really care about, then it's a less fun read.
Yeah, I agree. And like my characters always have like an opportunity. They usually have an easily found weapon, but it's like their motive. Like, what is the reason behind doing it? Without a motive, it's not very believable.
So it's really interesting writing, it's really interesting writing serial killers, because for them, it's not like there is a purpose to their killing, but it's about emotional needs they're fulfilling. So like to understand the why, you have to kind of understand like what was their first kill, what was the triggering event, what emotionally are they getting out of it, and then that's also going to tell you a lot about how they're killing. Because in the process of the books, they're going through the science of criminal profiling. So you have to know, like, is the killer organized or disorganized? Are they working alone or in a pair? Who's the dominant if they're working in a pair? So it's like this really deep psychology of, at the end of the day, they're all killing because they want to kill people. But the why is like, what is it they're getting out of it? And then the fun part for me is figuring out, like, I know that why first, and then reverse engineering, what does that mean about their victim selection, about how they're killing, how frequently they're killing, in what manner are they killing, because I kind of have to know that to build out the murders, so that then when the teens come in and they're like super genius profiler people, they can be like picking up on the small things that indicate all of these different truths about the person.
I am about to say a sentence that is going to make me sound so old that I will shrivel into dust and blow away through this auditorium, but I love the television show Columbo. I watch Columbo all the time, and the thing I love about Columbo, if you haven't seen it, they're all streaming on Peacock. At the beginning of the episode, before the detective is even introduced, you see the murder, you meet the murderer, and you meet the victim, and you see exactly how they do the murder and how they try to cover it up. And then these episodes, which are just impossibly compelling, are how Columbo, the detective, solves the murder. So it's more of like a how-done-it, which is just to say, and my books are not, they're not Columbo murder mysteries. I mean, maybe I should, but it's just to say, like, I don't think I think readers are really smart, right? There's a quote from Bob's Burgers that I think of constantly, which is someone being like, it's a twist, and then the other person being like, it's not a twist, it's a lie. And I think readers are very smart, and if you just are trying to trick them with a twist, there's no point. But if you have interesting pieces and characters trying to solve problems, I mean, that's why we're all here, interesting stories.
I feel like the correct answer, the deep answer that I should say is why, but I really like the what. I really love running through the woods and making the fire so that they don't all die. Like, I just love the scenes of like doing things and kind of being snarky about it.
I haven't seen Columbo, but I've seen Poker Face.
Yes, same beat.
It's
Yeah.
the same structure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you should write like Son of Columbo.
Son of Columbo.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you know what was interesting, Jesse, was you said the difference between a mystery and a thriller. Like, because I think I even kind of tripped up on that. So I wrote an adult thriller, but then there was no body count. So I think thrillers, you need a body count, right? Whereas a mystery, it's already done, but nobody else is in danger.
Yeah,
you know?
Columbos, you can like sit down, relax with like a cup of tea. They're very chill, they're very cozy. No one's anxious, no heart rates go up.
Yeah, no, and I think like when you tell people like I've written a thriller, they're expecting some danger and some body count.
I had someone tell me that in a thriller, it's like what's going to happen, and in a mystery, it's like what happened. Yeah. You know.
It's great.
Yeah.
I don't know who said that. Sorry.
I know,
Credit
that's
to
good.
whoever
I
said
like that. I'm going to write that down. That's really good. So another really, really dorky thing that comes from my teaching days is that I have this obsession with unreliable narrators. And it's not necessarily that they're unreliable because they're lying. Sometimes they're unreliable because they don't have all of the information, or they were unconscious, or whatever, but for some reason they're not entirely reliable as they're telling us the story. So my question for you guys is, in a mystery or a thriller, do you think that there is ever a time when you can write a completely reliable narrator? I don't know, because I was trying to figure that out myself, because I feel like I've had, like, my first book, Live Your Best Lie, has 4 different points of view, and all of them are unreliable for one reason or another. So what do you guys think about that?
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, to your point, in the mystery, we're trying to figure out the information. We're trying to figure out what happened. And so it's hard for me to imagine somebody having all the information completely factual up front, because then there's nothing to uncover throughout the story. In Promise Boys, there's over 30 POVs, and everybody's unreliable. You know, not just because they're lying, but because they don't have all the facts, or they saw things differently, or they interpreted things differently. So I tend to write more unreliable characters, but yeah, I'm curious how you would do that.
It's just like something I'm curious about. But I do think it's so interesting that you said, like, sometimes multiple characters see the same thing happen, but through the lens of their own experience, and so they might see the exact same thing, but interpret it differently. I think that is so fascinating.
It's life.
Yeah.
I also have to deal with the unreliable science. So because my books take place in the early 1800s, this young woman is going to school to get educated to become a surgeon. But the things they know about the human body are just flat out wrong in the early 1800s. So they're talking about, some people are talking about their humors being out of alignment or bad airs. And I added almost real, I consulted real textbooks from the early 1800s, medical textbooks, to be like, okay, how would these people write about them? And so that's kind of interesting for me, that it's like, she's really trying her best. She's a scientific thinker, but just the information that she is given is just flat out wrong.
All right, I have one more question, but I'm going to give you guys a heads up in the audience. In just a second, I'm going to open it up if you guys have questions. So if you want to start kind of like brainstorming a little bit, and if we have everyone come, if you have a question, if maybe you could line up at like the front of the aisles, like on either side here. That way we could pass down a microphone for you so we could hear you a little bit better. But my last question for you guys, while they're kind of brainstorming out there, is this: as you guys are plotting, are you ever surprised by your own twists in your stories, or are you very structured and you know ahead of time what's coming?
So I rewrote the ending to my book several times, and it did surprise me. I thought I had an ending, and I had outlined it, and I wrote it, and I thought, I pulled the wool over people's eyes, and then the book came back to me a couple months later with my editor's notes, and we had to go to copy edit, and I read it again, and I just, even though you kind of forget your books, and then they come back, and you kind of read them with fresh eyes. And I was like, oh, I think it's a little stale, so I tried out a couple of different things. And I do think you have to be surprised as an author also. Like, I think your story should be alive, and I feel like when you're writing it, it's actually like you're like writing so fast, you know, when you get to that point and you've figured it out, you're like, oh my God, I have to get it down. So I like that part of books, you know. It doesn't happen all the time, so when it does, it's great.
I love when you get surprised, when you're like writing along and you get to the end and you're like, ooh, I did something smart. Yes, go me. I really think my subconscious is a much better writer than my conscious brain is, and a lot of writing is trusting yourself, like trusting, I mean, all of us, we have all absorbed so many stories. We know what feels right to us as a story. We know what feels true as a character. So getting that little like voice in your head of this isn't right, this isn't working, blah, 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 to be quiet, like feed it some chocolate or make it listen to some music, then you can write and be surprised, and the story will come out more alive, like you said, and more right.
I come from the full other side, and both of you sound totally incredible and superhuman to me, because I am a full over planner. If you all could see the itinerary I have made for my honeymoon next week, it is hour by hour planned. I'm a planner. I go in excited by the ending of a story. Like, I came up with what the ending of my story is, and I could picture it in my head. I was like, oh my God, that would be so exciting. And then I have to work backwards, being like, okay, well, how do I actually set this up so it works? I do sometimes go down rabbit holes that are just fun to write, because if you're not having fun, then what's the point? But the metaphor I use is like, it's a GPS system, and you know, like I have the destination, and then if I make a left turn that wasn't planned, it'll be like recalculating, and it'll like get me to where I need to be. So I'll get there eventually, but I might just take a different route.
So when I'm plotting, I start like with inheritance games. I always use what I call the 3 mysteries method, or the 3 questions method. I come up with all the lists of the possible, what could the mysteries be, both the A-line mystery, why'd this dude leave her all that money? But then I come up with like a character-centric one, or one about the past. There's usually one about danger, right? And so then I audition every possible answer to each of the 3 questions. So like, who is trying to kill her? Like, why are those brothers not talking to each other? And I'll just spend like 3 days coming up with all the possible answers. And then I select the correct ones based on how they work together across the 3 questions. And so the answers to those questions on a book by book basis, never change, but I don't plan out any of the clues about how you get there, because I've thought through the answer so much that then when I get there, I know the truth, and so that just kind of comes out organically. But the flip side of it is I also write series, which means sometimes there's a mystery that arches over more than one book. And so it's important to me that you're always getting a true answer, but it might not be the whole answer. And so like, as long as I know this is true, but it is not everything, then if there are any additional clues or something, then I kind of put on my detective hat sometimes, and I'm like, well, what else is in this book that hasn't paid off yet? And that'll tell me something for future books. And sometimes I'll put something in, and I'm like, I know that in some way this is gonna pay off 4 books from now. And like, I don't know what that payoff is gonna be, but I know it matters. And by the time I get to the point that it's supposed to matter, my brain has theorized how it matters.
Oh my God, you're making me so anxious just hearing that. You're like building the bridge as you go.
I love it. Some of the stuff, but I always want you to think you have all the answers, and then later you look back and the answer was there all the time. Yeah. But I also, like, with the realities of publishing, you don't always know. Like, I wrote book 2 not knowing if there was going to be a book 3. Yeah. So it has to be a final answer, but then if there's a book 3, which there was, it has to be not the final answer. Yeah. So it's kind of like just the architecture of holding multiple endings in your head at the same time.
Yeah. I love that idea of auditioning things. I do that with characters, too. I'll have them come on and be like, yes, you. Okay, now, next.
Yeah, I was going to say my favorite part of writing is rewriting, because I just feel like I'm always surprised. I find things that haven't paid off, or threads that I can pull through that are smarter than what I've already done. So I'm usually surprised by what my characters are doing, or by the time I get to the end, there's things that surprise me or excite me that I can go back in and add.
Yeah. I tend to do this thing where I'll outline until the end of Act 2, where the main character has lost. And then I'll stop outlining and start writing. And once I get to the end of Act 2 where they have lost, I'll kind of be like, okay, let's reflect. What does this ending need to look like? You know what I mean? Like now that I've actually written it, what are the thematic things that I need to like tie up? What are the character things I need to resolve? You know, but that does end up with me like coming to the end of my outline and the main character is like locked in a refrigerator truck and I didn't actually look at if you can get out of a refrigerator truck. So then so yeah, it kind of paints me into a corner sometimes, but I don't know.
Yeah, definitely. I've definitely been there, where you get to the point where you're like, uh-oh, what do I do now? All right, great. So do we have any questions from the audience? We've got a couple minutes here. If you guys would like, if you're nice and loud, you can just project. If you need the microphone, we can pass it down to you.
Yes. I have a question actually for all of you guys on release of information. If you have like one big midpoint or endpoint, like how to not bore people in releasing enough information without boring people, being like, okay, just get to it. That'd be a good question.
I think you have to trust your character's intelligence. So if your character is solving a mystery, and this might only apply to my very specific book, so I have no idea, but my character is a smart character, and she's working to uncover this mystery. And so I don't want to artificially hold back information if I'm like, no, this is an intelligent woman. She would be able to figure X, Y, and Z out. So I let the real decisions of my characters guide me because I don't want a reader who figures things out 10 pages before the character being like, I mean, not to name names, but a book like The Schmode, where you like figure things out 10 pages before, and you're like, come on, figure it out.
I think for me, having multiple mysteries helps a lot because that really frees you up for the option of if you think people are going to figure something out, then I like to say if they're going to expect what happens, do it at an unexpected time. Yeah. So like what they're expecting to happen at the very end of the book, happen at the midpoint. And as long as you still have some mysteries, then all of a sudden it's like I used to be a psychologist, and you build a schema as you read. It's like your idea, you're mapping out of the world of what's going to happen. So all readers, as you're reading a mystery, you have a schema of what the rest of the book's going to look like. And so I see my job as being, I keep wiping out your schema so that you have to build a new one. And every time you can make something happen. So you're like, they think that's going to happen 10 pages from the end. It happens 50 pages from the end, and they're like, what's going to happen for the next 50 pages? So I'm like, how can I reset your understanding of what's going on over and over again to keep the characters ahead of the reader?
Yeah. I just finished reading Royal Blood by Amy Carter, and she did such a good job with that. There was something that I was like, oh yeah, this is going to happen at the end. And then it happened before page 100, and I was like, what? And it was awesome because it got me so excited about what was going to come next. Okay, let's go ahead and take another question, then we'll see if we can get through these. Here, I'll come down there with my microphone.
Hi, I'm Catherine.
And I'm Annie, and we're from Aurora Seco Museum Science Magnet.
And our question is, what characteristics do you like to write in your characters? Specifically your main ones.
What characteristics do we like to write in our characters? I tend to try not to write super spunky characters. I think at one point, a couple of my characters were cheerleaders, and it was just because that my daughter was a cheerleader. And so I just gravitated to that, and I was like, and I was never a cheerleader, and I don't know, I really like to try to not, I don't know, there's something about that. I like to write kind of more depressing characters.
Depressing cheerleaders.
Yeah,
I love it so much.
I like funny characters. I mean, even if my husband is a stand-up comedian and a comedy writer, and if I can make him laugh, it is like the peak of my day. I just end my day right there. I'm like, great, I take a shower, I'm done. So even if very dramatic things are happening, people are digging up dead bodies or dissecting corpses, if people are funny, to me, that's what makes it interesting or fun to write.
Yeah, I like sense of humor too, because humor is such a basic coping mechanism. It's just such a very human thing to do. My main character in Lake House I'm very much like a Pollyanna. Everything is happy in my life. All the animals are talking and whatever. But my character is very much the opposite of that. She sees all the ways there are to die in a given situation, which is extremely useful when there are many ways to die in a given situation. So.
Yeah, I like writing flawed characters. I like to answer a few questions. I like to answer, what does this character want? What do they need? What's their strongest relationship? And then I get to their flaws, their secrets. But I like also sense of humor, you know, because that's how I think people respond in real life with traumatic events sometimes. But yeah, I think flaws is the thing that I really like to press on when I'm developing characters.
I like to write really, 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 really smart characters. And like just make everybody that way and be like, and you're a genius, and you're a genius, and you're a genius. And they're all like geniuses with, you know, flaws and twisted backstories and all of that. But I love looking at all the different ways it's possible for someone to be like really incredibly smart and still think very differently from everyone else on the page.
Yeah, that's awesome. All right. Yeah, thanks guys. So let's move on to the next question.
Hi, I'm Eliza, and I'm from West Hills. I want to know where you get the inspiration for your antagonists in your books.
All right, inspiration for your antagonists. Man, that's such a good question.
I mean, my antagonist exists as a system almost, like it's just like the charter school system. I was a former educator. I worked in charter schools for about 4 years, and I worked with a specific population, young black men at risk. And you know, I say all the time, for me, in my experience, the choices that I was seeing being made in the education system were not choices that served the students that I was serving. And so in Promise Boys, that kind of exists as the antagonist. And these boys are up against, you know, essentially what the system put young men of color up against every day. And so that was my inspiration, just my background in the education system, what I experienced growing up, coming through DC. I'm from DC originally, DC public school system. We got some DMV in the house. So yeah, for me, it was just my experience. And I think a lot of times when I'm thinking about like antagonists or, you know, my characters, I'm always pulling from real life experience because, you know, that's what feels most real to me. And so if I can make it feel real on a page, then I know it can feel, you know, real to the readers.
I think one thing for me with writing antagonists is that I'm fascinated by this idea that we're all only one or two bad choices away from being the antagonist ourselves. And so when you look at it from that perspective, it's like, who are these normal people just going about their days, and then all of a sudden they make a bad choice that leads to a second bad choice, that leads to a third bad choice, and all of a sudden they're the villain. And I don't know, there's something about that idea to me that is captivating, and I think it's because it's scary, you know, because no one wants to be the villain, and yet there are people who are villainous, and I don't know, I am fascinated by that.
I have a very dumb answer, which is if you've ever seen the television program Gilmore Girls, there is a group called the Life and Death Brigade. And even though my books take place in the 1800s, for the sequel of my book, Immortality, I thought, wouldn't it be really fun if there was a secret society of artists and painters and famous writers and poets, and they just got together and drank and did wild, reckless things? Because I would want to be part of that group, so I thought I would want to write it. And I thought it would be fun, and it was.
My antagonists tend to arise out of the concept of the world and who can do the most damage type of thing. I write, my new one's a thriller, but I've also written a lot of fantasy, so they tend to be things like bloodthirsty nature spirits, bone army, and monsters that are going to eat you, like a lot.
I tend to draft my antagonist and my hero in a pair. So it'll be like, I will usually conceptualize of them together because I want them to either be each other's like mirror image or really similar, but with like one core difference, or they started out the same, but they had different backgrounds, and so one went this way while the other went that way, or they're very opposite, but in these interesting and key ways. So I tend to like come up with them as a pair.
I was gonna say, I like just off that, in film school, one of my professors said something that was eye-opening, and he said, a lot of times your protagonist and your antagonist, they want the same thing, but for different reasons, you know, and so, again, I go back to Thanos. I don't know why Thanos is on my, but you know, in that movie, with, you know, they want the same thing, but for different reasons, so. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Go.
Hi, I go to middle school at Lincoln, and me and my friends, we like to take books, and we really like, I guess it's a middle school thing, we really like romance books with like a ton of mystery and violence, and I want to know like your verdict on, because something that we like to do, because you get really attached to different characters and their relationships with other characters, and like, what is your opinion on like making a character and another character, you have like a very strong bond between them, and then one character either does something like completely terribly awful to the other character or to a character that's close to the character that you're like rooting for them to be together, and totally destroys their relationship, and then you have to form a new relationship and kind of disappoint your reader a little bit. Because I've read books where there's character relationships that I want, but then something crazy happens, like a mystery that you wouldn't expect, and then the next book they introduce totally new characters and it ruins it, and you don't want to read it anymore.
So, is your question like why?
Like, why would you do that? And why would you do that to me? Like, I want to see this happen, and also like, how do you make it work? How do you make people want to stick with it?
Okay, that's a good question. Why?
I don't think we mean to.
To be mean, in my sequel, Immortality, I introduce a love triangle, which some people were happy about and some people were not. And some people were happy about the way that it resolved and some people were not. But I had fun making a love triangle because people can fall in love with different people for different reasons. And I also had fun because if you've read Immortality, I would say the person that I, Dana Schwartz, would choose is not necessarily who my main character would choose. So I think part of that is even though we as the authors can always see the bird's eye view, characters live their experiences, so they sometimes make the wrong or hard choices because they're in their situation.
And sometimes authors are writing from their own experiences, right? So they might be writing about a betrayal that happened to them, or they might be inspired by something that happened to them in their lives. So maybe a close friend that did something really horrible to them and they just had that in the back of their head all this time and they've been wanting to kind of write a dynamic like that. Or so sometimes authors are actually kind of speaking to you a little bit from their own experiences, maybe not even on purpose, but they just kind of end up on the page sometimes like that.
I also, both the Naturals and the Inheritance games have love triangles, which you're setting yourself up as an author to mean that like half of your readers at some point, and usually it's pretty close to, it's usually 55-45, but half of your readers are going to be really, really angry at you at some point in time. But I like to think of those like triangles and romantic arcs in general. I have this phrase I wrote in my journal as I'm revising romantic arcs and figuring out how they're going to play out, which is just romantic arcs are character arcs. And so when I'm trying to figure out a love triangle or even trying to figure out, you know, like how a romance is going on, I go back and I figure out what is each individual's arc. So what is their baggage? What is their motivation? What is their attachment style? You know, like all of these different kind of things. And then the romantic arc falls out of the character arc. So it's never like what I want to happen. At the same time, I feel like there is a promise that I'm making to readers emotionally that, you know, you talk about getting really invested in their relationships. It's called a parasocial relationship. If you have a relationship with a fictional character, it's real, it's true, it has great psychological benefits, right? So I do want to do things like I always in my books want there to be a tight-knit group you can imagine yourself belonging to, so it's like the Naturals or the Hawthorne family or something. So I'm very cognizant when I'm writing things of not doing something that is going to undermine the belongingness. So I still want you to get the warm fuzzy. I still want you to be a part of the world. You might not like exactly how the different romances do, but I don't want to give you something that you love and that you feel like you're a part of and then take it away.
Unfortunately, we are out of time, guys, but that was so fun. Thank you guys so much for
Thank you
coming.
so much.
Give a round of applause for our awesome authors.
Can you? There it is. I forgot to turn the mic on. There's no mic on the podium right there. That. Oh, then get it from the mic box. I put it back. What mic should we put on stage for the wired one? Okay. So these all work. We need the wired one. What else? Do you want me to like turn them all on so you can calibrate them? Great. They're all live. Just turn them on, honestly. Most of them are live. At least they should be. This one's off. This one's on now. Okay. These are all on. I'll have them all face me, and I'll stand in the middle and talk to them. Oh, great. How lovely. I will help with that in a second. Yep, can you connect that XLR to the side? Okay. Should I hold the mic like this? Is this good for you? About down here? No, yeah, oh, okay. Yeah, they'll hold it like this probably. Can you hear me? Well, I would hold it like this, but they don't know how to do that, so that's a them problem.
Yeah, isn't one of the Shure mics in number 1?
I'm pretty sure it's just in 2 and 3. Okay, what about this mic? You can't hear me like this, right? Check, 1, 2.
What's
check,
plugged into
check,
1?
1, 2. Check, 1, 2, 3. So, what? You could hear me here. This is an SM58, by the way. I don't know if that makes a difference, but check 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 3. This is the okay. That's something. Now you still can't hear me. Okay. I need to still put these off stage.
5, 4, 3, 2.
I will be walking backstage, but I'll keep talking to you. So, what?
Yeah. Okay. Devin, number 1 is plugged in.
Wait, but you still can't hear it. Can you hear me right now when it's on my chest? Can you hear it right now?
No.
Not really, right? Whatever. We'll tell them to hold it to. What? These? Move them? Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am. I have signal. I see it. Great. Are you wanted them? Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. What? That sounds nice. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 3. Riley, can you come back here and help put these big couches up? That's what we're doing, right? Okay. Yeah, we got it.
How many mics do we need?
Riley,
this does not sound
Riley
good.
to backstage. Riley to backstage.
Oh, is the wired one working?
Yes.
No, it's not. It's still not working though.
Do you want to put 2 Sennheisers on stage for this one? Yeah, right?
No, the Sennheisers suck. It's better use the
Okay.
SM58s, the Shures. Oh, my love. The wired mic is going into number 17, I think. 27? That is 27. Numero 27. Yep. Standing by. I bought food and now it's just waiting outside. Oh, my love. Yes, I am. Nothing going through. Oh, it's working. Hello and welcome to Barnum Hall. We are here for YALL Fest. YALL West. Sorry, it is a festival, so it should be YALL Fest, but it's YALL West. Check. 1, 2. There's a what? 50 feet. Wait, you want to just leave it there? Okay.
Check 1. You want to use the shirts, right?
Check. Check.
Hello.
Hi.
Welcome to YALL West 2023, and hello to all you guys in the balcony.
In the balcony. Oh, that was loud. Sorry. I was like, why? There's lots of seats down here if you want to come down.
Hiding in the shadows.
We're not scary.
Oh God. I'm Soman Chanani, and this is the amazing Morgan Matson.
Hi, everyone. I feel like I should say this is the amazing Soman. We could just go back and forth introducing ourselves.
Well, why don't we start? Why don't we first just talk a little bit about the books that we just released, and then we'll get into some of the good stuff that we're here to talk about first. So
that sounds good.
Morgan, you want to tell us what your latest release is all about?
Yeah, so this is the middle grade keynote, which is exciting for me because I have a middle grade coming out on Tuesday. Thank you. I'm so excited about it. And it's for sale early here, so you can get it like 3 days before anyone else. Also, is this too loud? I never understand it with microphones. Okay. So yes, it's my first middle grade novel. I'm really excited about it. It's called The Firefly Summer, and it is all about 11-year-old Rihanna, who's a California kid who has her whole summer all planned out. She likes things very organized. But then she gets a letter from grandparents she has never met before, inviting her to spend the summer at their lake house in Pennsylvania. And it's just been her and her dad since her mother died when she was 3. She has no contact with this side of the family. And even though she had her summer all figured out, she wants to learn more about her mom, so she decides to go. And when she gets there, it's not the quiet summer that she was anticipating. Her grandparents their lake house is actually a former summer camp, and it's filled with aunts and uncles and cousins that she didn't know existed. And this kicks off a summer filled with adventure and swimming and s'mores and even a real-life treasure map. But as the summer goes on, Rihanna wonders if she can if she can solve the mystery of this rift between the families, and she's not sure what is going to happen when this most life-changing summer comes to an end.
That's all. Wait. First of all, I have a bunch of questions to ask you, and then we'll go from there. Which is, I felt like summer camp growing up for me was a slightly hellish experience every summer, and I felt like I never had that sort of idyllic middle grade beautiful version of camp. What was your summer camp experience like?
Well, I never went to summer camp, which is why it's set at a summer camp, but you don't have to make lanyards or have counselors or anything. So it was me trying to get the best of all the worlds, is that they still have all the buildings and the mess hall and the archery, but it's just her and her cousins. So you don't have to deal with lots of people and a bugle or any of that.
Well, because everyone's always talking about summer camp being where
Wait, so you went to camp?
Yes, I went to drama camp, and I was forced to be the Scarecrow in The Wizard of Oz.
I was the Tin Man in The Wizard of Oz. The Scarecrow's a better part. The Tin Man's the worst.
The funny thing about drama camp is I had to go because my brother wanted to be in drama, and the deal was one summer I would go to his camp, and one summer he would go to mine, so he had to come to tennis camp, which was his torture, and mine was going to drama camp. But I always feel like everyone's you go to summer camp, you fall in love, you sneak out to the woods, you have this amazing experience, and all I remember was lice, being tired all the time, the food being bad.
Both camps, both tennis and drama?
Kind of.
Okay.
Yeah, or the fact that you have to do your own laundry and you don't know how to do it, and so it ends up being soggy.
Okay.
Those kind of things.
I did go to ballet camp. I went to sleepaway ballet camp.
What was that like?
Oh, I loved it. So we, in retrospect, I feel like this wouldn't happen now. I was 13, I think. I was going into 8th grade. But we were on a college campus. We were at Dickinson College in Pennsylvania, and so we were just living in the dorms. It was 13-year-old college freshmen. I had a refrigerator. I was really excited about it.
And what were there any scandals at this? I always feel when there's a scandal at summer camp, it stays with you forever.
There wasn't, because I was just 13, and I'm sure the older people were having drama.
That's right.
We were just walking around and seeing movies and like having all this freedom. So we had a great time.
And what made you want to then say, okay, I'm going to write a book about summer camp? Like what, how you use that as kind of the setting?
So I feel like I had a ton of freedom when I was a kid in the summers, especially. Like, so we always spent summers up in Pennsylvania, which is where this book is set. So it's the same setting as my second novel, Second Chance Summer. It's the same town in Pennsylvania. And so I sort of wanted to create like a little bubble where this girl could like experience, like, she and her cousins can just do whatever they want all day, but within this like very like safe environment. So it's like they can go swimming, they can go do the art tent, they can do whatever they want.
Which you can't do now.
Exactly.
I mean, that's what's so crazy is like, I feel like growing up, like, because we didn't have phones,
yeah.
No one knew where we were. Like, that's the crazy part. Like, our parents had no
I would
idea
like,
where we
I
were.
would leave and then I would come back for dinner.
Yeah.
And like my day was my own.
And sometimes you would like, yeah, and you would just forget about, I don't know, you would just be all over the place. And now like, you can't, it's just like you're always connected,
Yeah.
you know? So I think a lot of times with us writers, we're trying to find ways to replicate that environment.
Totally. Because I just think I like loved the idea of like kids on bikes, swimming, having adventures, finding a treasure map, having fun. Like it was like, I really wanted that sort of like 80s kid movie like feeling to it. And so it felt like a way where they could have a lot of freedom, but no one was going to be like worried about them.
Yeah.
Wait, so like let's talk about your newest release and
That comes Tuesday. The last novel in the School for Good and Evil series, which is called Fall of the School for Good and Evil. So there's 6 books in the School for Good and Evil series, and then there's 2 prequels, Rise of the School and Fall of the School, and that'll be the sort of end of the actual series in terms of books.
How are you feeling about it ending?
Well, I feel like, because the movie came out, it almost felt like I was on this treadmill for 10 years. Each book was getting longer and longer, 700 pages, 800 pages, they were just big. And then the treadmill was going faster and faster and faster. And then the movie came, and then it was like, and all of a sudden, like it got so fast that when the movie finally came out, I was like, okay, I'm done with it, because I had finished the last book. So I was done with the books. I blew up my life. I moved from New York to a goat farm in Missouri. And I started writing a completely different thing.
Okay.
So I think it almost felt like, everything had gotten super fast, and then it was time to just shake it all up and start over, you know?
Does it feel good to like set it aside? Like you had your run and it's over and you feel like at peace with it?
Well, let's do this in terms of Taylor Swift analogies, because you and I are both obsessed.
We are.
What we share in common is we are Swifties.
Yes.
At heart.
Yes.
So here's my question. We'll both answer it, which is, what is your overall Taylor era? Like, which album represents you as a human, and which era are you in now?
Oh my gosh. Can you give me a second to think about it and you can answer for yourself?
So the one that represents me the most as a person, and all my friends know this to be true because I'm also a Slytherin from Harry Potter house, is Reputation. Like that, when I listen to that album, I'm like, oh, this is
You're like
who I
snake
am.
iconography.
Yeah, snake energy, this is who I am as a human. I'm here to burn your house down and stand outside and proudly own the fact I just ruined your life. That's me. But I'm in my folklore era now with the goats and the farm, and I just got word that our donkey is pregnant and she's having a mini donkey. Like my life, I don't know. Something happened where I fell into a Hallmark movie and I don't know how to get out. And so that's kind of where I am right now.
Okay.
But I think in order to be a good writer, sometimes you do have to blow up your life. Otherwise, I'll just end up writing School for Good and Evil for the rest of my life. And I just needed to do something different.
Okay. So I feel like my ultimate Taylor Swift era is Red. It's my favorite album. It's so good. I never thought I could love a song more than All Too Well, and then the 10-minute All Too Well came out, and I was like, well, the other one is nothing to me now. But right now, because I love Red so much, I love that it's like, there's like 9 different musical styles in there. She's like really at a crossroads. She's figuring stuff out, and it's just like, it's all in this stew pot, and I love it. Right now, I feel like I'm a little bit Evermore, kind of. Like, it's just a little bit like, what's going on? I'm not sure. Like,
that's exactly how it's the what's going on phase, which every 16-year-old is in.
Yeah.
And sometimes it comes back in our adulthood.
Yeah.
It's the what is happening.
It's like, I don't know, let's try this thing.
It's kind of like I describe it as the first pancake. Like whenever you make pancakes, the first pancake is so bad. No one eats it.
Don't eat the first pancake. No. It's there to be burned.
And we are sometimes you're in the first
You're in your first pancake era. Wait, so I want to hear more about The Fall of Good and Evil, which comes out on Tuesday.
So I decided after I wrote the 6 books about Sophie and Agatha and that sort of whole world, I wanted to do 2 books that were more centered around the schoolmasters and twin brothers. I wanted to explore the relationship between brothers, first off. And the School for Good and Evil books are quite female in their energy, and I wanted to do books that were mainly centered around the relationship between boys, like a pack of guy friends, to just have a different feeling to the books. So they're a little shorter, they're a little more kind of action-packed and aggressive than the other books in the series, and I'm happy for it to sort of be the big culmination because I'm really proud of it. So that'll be it, and we'll see what happens from there.
That's really
So,
exciting.
yeah.
I didn't realize our books come out on the same day. That's really funny.
Well, speaking of which, because it could not be more different books.
Oh, but your series, that's okay.
Yeah, well, they could not be more different books to begin with. So tell us, when you're writing contemporary books, because it's something that I'm thinking of doing, all your stuff takes place in the real world.
Yes.
And what's the thing that appeals to you about writing for sort of real world stories, and also what's the warning? What's the hardest part
Yes,
about
I
it?
was about to say, I feel like it's so interesting to talk to you because you write fantasy.
Yeah.
And I feel like there's real like pros and cons. Like I feel like you get to invent stuff, which is like, that's because sometimes I'll be like writing something and I'll be so kind of feel like hemmed in by reality. And it really would be nice to be like, no, there's something that just happens and I get to make it up. Like especially my copy editors are sometimes like, it takes this long to drive from New York City to Pennsylvania and you couldn't drive in this time. And I'm just like, maybe there was traffic, I don't know. Like it's just like sometimes when it's in a real setting, people get so like fixated on things. So I feel like there's that. But it is also like our mutual friend, Victoria Aveyard, like she like makes maps. Like she like builds a map and she's like, you have to follow the river because that's where the trade routes would be. And I'm just like, what? Like if I'm setting something in Cleveland, I can go to Cleveland and be like, look, it's Cleveland. And if I write about it, I could be like, they were in Cleveland, and everyone kind of knows what that is. So the fact that this is what I don't understand. You have to create a world, you have to have it in your brain, and then you have to explain it to someone else so they can have it in their brain.
That's the hard part about fantasy, is that you have to be very clear about what you're seeing, because if you're not, everyone's completely confused.
That's what I don't understand. Like I can say Cleveland.
Well, because the other thing that I find frustrating is sometimes you'll open a fantasy book and it will be like, there was a... And you're like, what are they talking about? And then you realize they're talking about a tree, and you're like, are we going to go through like, is this a new word? Is this a new word? And you're just like, there's no frame of reference, and you spend the entire book bored and confused. And so I think you have to remember what the point of fantasy is, which is to give you sort of a veiled metaphor for the real world, so that you can have sort of a bigger adventure. But I think if you take it too literally and create a new currency it just can go on and on forever, which is sometimes what happens in the Game of Thrones books, where you spend 60 pages and nothing's happening.
It's just like, it's like, I thought of all this stuff, so now you get to read about it.
So that's the pitfall. The pitfall. What's the pitfall in contemporary? Where can you go like terribly wrong?
Where can you go terribly wrong? I mean, so many ways. It was interesting because I've only written teen books before this, so it was really interesting. The first draft, my editor was like, okay, great, this is a YA book with 11-year-olds. And I was like, oh no. Like, just because I feel like my teen characters are always thinking a lot about, they're in their heads a lot. They're like, I remember when this happened to me last year and I felt this, and it was like, kids are much more immediate. It's like, they don't have as many things to be like, I remember 5 years, I mean, they do, but it's less of a like reminiscing and thinking, and so it had to be a lot more forward motion and a lot less sort of in your head, sort of turning everything over 5 times before you did anything.
Yeah, it's like, so my partner has all these nephews, and one is 16 and one is 12. And I asked the 16-year-old what his biggest drama in life is, and he's like, is my life generally doomed, is what he asked. And I was like, is that really is what's on your mind? He's like, yeah. And then I asked a 12-year-old, and he said, what's for lunch?
Yeah.
So it's like, those are the two, like, you're just different stages of existence. I think.
It was interesting because it's this girl who sort of, she's not an unreliable narrator, but she's having big feelings about her mom and her mom's death, and but she's not really wanting to deal with it.
Yeah.
Like, it's like you get little bits of it, but she's just like, no, it's fine. Whereas I feel like my YA characters would be like pages about how they were feeling and all this stuff. It was definitely, it was like switching gears a little bit. I also liked that, because there's no romance in this one, but I couldn't quite go without it. So like these like side characters have their own romance, because I was like, I can't not have some romance in there. So like this like character who's not a big character, he's like just there. He like has his own whole arc and romance thing, and my editor was like, is this necessary? And I was like, it is necessary.
Yeah, but it's funny, I remember when I first wrote the first School for Good and Evil, they were like, this will never sell because you can't have romance for under 13-year-olds. And I was like, But I don't know. When I was 12, I feel like that was all I thought about. Like, and so I think that was also, I think that's new, you know, that you're able to bring some of that in.
Yeah.
And, you know, incorporate that. But I feel like fantasy romance and realistic romance might be a little different.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, and it is like, this is a standalone right now, but it definitely like the end leaves the door open in case we want to go back there. And so there is a guy that she's like friends with right now that I could absolutely see if I like jumped this ahead to YA or like did another one. You know what I mean? It was just like, you know.
Well, I was thinking also that in School for Good and Evil and in fantasy, sometimes you don't have to specify a character's age. So in the first School for Good and Evil book, I never tell you how old Sophie is, and I never tell you how old Agatha is. And they're having their romances and all that stuff, but you never know how old they are.
Okay.
And yes, I get the question all the time, how old are they? But I never got in trouble for it. I think if you wrote a contemporary book where you don't tell how old the character is, I think people would revolt.
Oh yeah, like
and I don't know why.
It's like I feel like this is maybe the downfall is with reels is you have to get very specific. Like I had to like go into like all the aunts and uncles and what their jobs are to say why they can be spending all their time at this place all summer.
Right, you have to be able to, yes, you have to explain like, yeah, it cannot be like where you watch the TV show Friends, and you're like, how are they affording this apartment that they would never be able to afford? Who has the money in the family? Do you know what I mean? Like that.
So it's just like, oh, she's a teacher, she has the summer off. He's a freelance architect, he can do this. She's a journalist. Like it was like, because otherwise it was like, why aren't these people ever going to work? It's been 3 months.
But I'm so curious as to why, like, if we're like, okay, what's your main character's name?
Rihanna.
And if you're like, okay, so Rihanna has a summer crush, the next question would be like, how old is Reina?
Yeah, exactly.
And if you're like, I'm not going to tell you, I think people would have a meltdown. Whereas I think you can be
it's like age redacted.
Yes, whereas in a fairy tale, you can be like, how old is Little Red Riding Hood? We don't know. How old is Little Mermaid? We don't know. Like
we do know she's 16.
Is she?
Yeah.
In the Disney version?
It's in the thing. Because isn't it her 16th birthday in the beginning? No.
She acts like she's 10.
I feel like we say at some point she's 16. I feel like we know that.
She has the brain of an 8-year-old.
I feel like we know that she's 16, but I don't know where I'm coming up with this.
She's not my favorite.
Have you heard the Little Mermaid controversy?
No. I mean, I talk about when I'm on tour, I talk about how much I hate the movie all the time. But what is the controversy?
Well, not a controversy, but someone pointed this out to me, and now I can't unsee it. So when Ursula gives her the contract, she signs her name.
Yeah.
And then she's with Prince Eric, and she's like, we have no way to communicate. And it's like, you can write. Like, go get a stick and write in the ground. Like, an evil sea witch stole my voice. I'm the girl from who rescued you.
See, but there's your fantasy rules. Because when you're writing
I'm bringing like realism to this.
No, but that's true. That like it's those kind of things where you can kind of sort of cheat. The thing, but yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, I was fixated on when I watched. There's so many things we're not going to get into Little Mermaid because I have a million things to say.
I didn't mean to open this up.
The biggest thing is I was like, she is 12 and he's 25.
No, I think she's supposed to be 16. Really, I think
but
they
he's
say
still
it. But he's still
25.
So I have a book I did with Disney coming out, a YA that I did with Disney coming out next year, in which 2 modern kids get thrown into Sleeping Beauty.
Oh, so this is fantasy.
It is, but this is interesting because it's me being like, but where are they going to sleep? Is there running water? What's going on? Like, I'm just trying to like bring all this like
This sounds so good. What's it called?
Prom Chanted.
Prom Chanted. That sounds amazing. It also sounds like a movie waiting to happen.
But it's like me, like I was really like, they're in the fantasy world and like at one point she says something like, it's like the law of gravity, and they're like, what? And she's like, never mind, you don't know about that. Like
it's like just all those like all those funny rules of what to do. And the truth is, I think deep down, I'm not a traditional fantasy writer in that I didn't grow up loving Lord of the Rings. I did not grow up reading all these things and being obsessed with Star Wars and fandoms and things like that.
Why do you think you gravitated toward it?
I think because I was interested in fairy tales.
Oh, okay.
Because to me, fairy tales are a different kind of fantasy. It's almost like a surface look at deeper themes in the real world without having to actually go too deep.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think I was interested in the way that fairy tales, that we all sort of converge on the same fairy tales. Like you can go to any culture in the world and there'll be a Snow White story, there'll be a Cinderella story. They'll look different.
Yeah.
But for some reason, humans are wired to tell the same story again and again and again, no matter where you go. You can go to a deserted island and ask them to tell you their folklore, and I guarantee you it'll fit into
It's so
one
interesting,
of these,
I know.
And it's so weird. It's like we're sort of genetically programmed to tell certain kinds of stories. And so I was always curious as to why.
Mm-hmm.
And that felt very sort of elemental. But when you read something like Red Riding Hood or Jack and the Beanstalk or these kind of stories, they are fantasy,
Mm-hmm.
but at the same time, like the wolf, like is a wolf that talks, so
Yeah.
therefore it's a fantasy story. But at the same time, the wolf is a metaphor for something else.
Yeah,
so then
yeah.
you're actually, it's a realistic story. So I think at the end of the day, my tie to fantasy is through, realism. Was there one book growing up, either, whatever genre it was, that really, hooked you the most, that became sort of your book that you fell in love with as a kid?
Oh man, I feel like so many. I was such a reader when I was a kid. I was just like tearing through everything. When I was younger, I loved the Judy Blume Fudge books.
Oh yeah.
Because I used to live in New York City, and they lived in New York City, and I was like, oh, this is so cool. So those are really important to me. I also loved Mixed Up Files, Mrs. Baisley Frankweiler.
That was my favorite.
Because I wanted to go run away and live in a museum, like, of course, like, and bathe in the fountain, and like.
That book was so special. I loved any book where there were no parents.
Yeah.
Because every time I saw my parents, I was like, like.
Oh, I used to like wish vaguely that I could be an orphan just because I loved Annie so much, and I was just like, then my adventure will begin.
I just had a signing a few weeks ago where he must have been like 9. He came up with this huge like stack of books, and I'm like, hey, where are your parents? He's like, I don't have parents. I was like, okay, who brought you? He's like, no one. I brought myself. I was like, I'm like, you sure you don't have parents? He's like, no parents. Meanwhile, in the corner, I see his parents. He's like, he has parents. He's like, no, I don't.
Well, I honestly feel like it's the fault of the fairy tale because it's always like one kid who doesn't have both their parents and is off. That's when their like adventure begins.
That's it. I think it's because as writers, we just don't want the parents involved in the kid's story. And I also feel like, maybe also, especially in this era, I just feel like kids have so much to deal with all the time, especially with everything that's happening on their phones and in their life and in their heads, that like their parents can never truly understand everything that's happening. So you almost have to like remove the parents from the situation. Otherwise, you're going to have a lot of the kid being like, but you don't understand.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm writing my next middle grade now, and that's set in the past, I think, because I wanted to get phones out of there, and I just wanted people to be like riding around on bikes, finding money in the woods and having an adventure.
Here's my other question, and I'm curious for people in the audience to think about this too. Do you think there's some like revolt coming? This is completely unrelated to books. Revolt coming where like a generation of kids are going to be like, we don't want phones. Like, you know how we always wanted phones?
Maybe.
Can you grow up and just be like, I'm not doing this, I'm not participating, I'm going back to the era where I can be on my bike and no one can reach me?
I feel like, isn't there a movement where people are getting like old flip phones that don't connect to the internet?
I've heard that.
Yeah.
And then, like we had beepers. Do you ever, like, were you part of the beep? We had this.
I never had a beeper.
No one knows what this is, but we had these little like.
It's like what doctors have sometimes.
Yes,
yeah.
It's like a little like black box, and then it would beep if someone was trying to call you, but you couldn't actually make the call. It was just a little thing.
You had to like go find a
who was
payphone,
calling you, and then you'd have to go to a payphone and call your mom back.
I never had a beeper, but I had friends who did, and they like knew all the beeper code.
That's it.
Yeah.
You would just yeah. It was, but it was it was just a different thing, and I think part of what a lot of us older writers are trying to do when we're writing books for younger audiences is give them the feeling of what it was like in a world where you weren't controlled by your phone.
Well, it's also, phones solve everything. Like my last 2 books, the last way I wrote, like both of them lose their phones immediately, and it's like, uh-oh, no phones. And in the new one now, there's like essentially no phones because of reasons. And because otherwise it's like, you can find out too much about everyone.
Yes,
there's
agreed.
no mystery. You can
Agreed.
Google things. Like it's just, I feel like it solves things. Like
It does
there's like a
solve
joke about like old sitcoms where it's just like, oh, what's gonna happen? It's like, if it's like Friends with phones. Every episode is 2 minutes long because it's like, oh no, that misunderstanding's been cleared up. I called them.
That's it. And also just, I think there's something about text messaging where the drama is sort of sucked out of it because it's so immediate.
Yeah.
So like, let's say you have in a realistic romance or anything like that, if you have a crush on someone and like, there's no chance for the misunderstanding because the text can be.
I mean, I've definitely used technology in a lot of my books and like.
Yeah, how do you use it in a way that adds to the drama and doesn't drain from it?
I mean, I feel like you just have to figure out what the thing is. Like I wrote this book called The Unexpected Everything where this girl ends up losing a bet, and so she can only text in emojis for the whole rest of the book. And
Okay,
so
so
like
yeah,
then
you
we
put
like see the
limits
emojis
on
in the book, and you see her getting like more and more frustrated as like no one understands what she's.
See,
So I
that's
feel like you
great.
can like lean
That's
into
great.
it and have fun with
you
it.
put limits on it.
Yeah.
I needed Twitter in book 4 of School for Good and Evil, and obviously there's no
So did you
Twitter
make like a
before.
fantasy Twitter?
Yes, I had a group of birds.
Oh my gosh,
that,
that's amazing.
Would go around and carry rumors from one kingdom to the next. So like,
I love it.
You know, who just had sort of.
Did you
Mr.
say
Code
send a
birds.
tweet?
Yeah,
Did you?
yeah, I said. Then they tweeted,
Yes.
and so like, I just added that, and then and then I had spying butterflies. Like sometimes you can create, you can use technology that's in the real world. And sort of, create it.
Wait, so do you think you would ever write for teens, or are you going to stay in the middle grade world?
I honestly never think of who I'm writing for.
Okay.
Like, I think I tend to write for, I think, a specific kind of fairy tale lover, which I think could be any age.
Yeah.
I'd like to move and do something for a little bit older. I started writing a new book that I think is going to be for teenagers, partially because the language is so bad that I think it's my only option. Because that's the other thing is like, I mean, to be frank, for when you're writing middle grade, you have to be so clean with the language all the time. Even though School for Good and Evil has its moments that I had to really fight for, and keep them. But I think in YA, if you're too clean with the language, it feels it's oddly unrealistic.
So in Firefly Summer, there's no swearing, but there's a British character. And so he British swears a lot. And so
Yeah.
I was like, oh, this is how I'm getting rid of it, because he's like doing all his British swearing. And then we sold the rights to the UK. And I was like,
And
oh
then
no.
they
It's
just take
like, we
everything
need to
out.
take all this out. So sorry. Because it's like, it suddenly like made it like a lot more, I was just like having fun with British swearing. And I was like, please take out all these.
But it's hard, I think, because like especially if you get a group of, something I'm working on now is really a pack of guys as the center character. You put a pack of guys together, they're not going to be talking like they're in Victorian England in 1860. You know what I mean?
I feel like I've had fun with it. Like early on in my career, I wrote some books under a pen name, and whenever they swore, I used the comic strip thing where it was like asterisks, @ like exclamation point. So it was like you were seeing.
use those things, yeah.
Yeah. Or like in my book Save the Date, it's always the autocorrect version of it.
Yes.
So it's like people keep getting frustrated when it's like shirt, not shirt, shirt. I didn't mean to say shirt, and it just like goes on that way.
Yeah, that's super. That's super smart. So at some point we'll get to audience questions, but we thought we'd play a little game first.
Fantasy versus reality.
Which is okay. So tell me if I got the rules right. We're gonna each give each other a situation from our books.
Yeah.
And then we have to figure out how to complete it in our genre.
Yes. So
using our characters.
So yes. So like we thought it would be fun, since I'm so grounded in realism and Soman does fantasy, that we would give each other sort of scenarios from our two books and then see what we each would do with them. Yeah.
So it would be like if you gave Tedros a single-use plastic bottle in 1800s Camelot.
Yes.
What would he do with
Exactly.
it? Exactly. Okay,
Exactly.
we got it.
Okay. So do you want me to go first? Do you want to go first?
You tell me. Do you want me to give you the first one?
Either way.
Okay, I'll give you the first one
Okay.
because I don't know what we're doing. Okay, so first one comes from book 3 of The School for Good and Evil, and it's the opening line of the book, which is, if you don't know if your boyfriend is young or old, you likely have a problem. And it's because the boyfriend looks 16, but he's 140.
Oh my gosh.
So what do you do if your boyfriend, you have your boyfriend and he's 16.
Okay.
And then one day he's like, actually, I'm 140. What do you do? What do your characters do?
Well, I feel like in the contemporary world, you would try and make sure this is true.
Okay.
So I would sort of be like, are the Dodgers in Brooklyn or are they in Los Angeles?
So trust but verify.
Yes. I feel like I would go through, I would be like, alrighty, because anyone can say they're 140.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess. So I feel like I would ask them a lot of pop culture questions to see exactly where they were.
And what if he officially proved he's 140?
I would have so many questions. I would be like, why didn't you buy up all the real estate in Brooklyn? Why are you not like a multi-billionaire? What is happening?
Why are the vampires in Twilight so rich? Is that what they did?
But why do the vampires in Twilight all live together as teenagers? Why do they keep going to high school?
Yeah, that didn't make any sense.
Like, if you were 200 years old, would you keep going to 9th grade science?
Yeah, you're right. They should be really rich. They should know how to work the stock. They should know everything.
Because, like, okay, for a minute I was going to write a book about a girl who'd been 17 for 100 years.
Yeah.
And, like, that's what I did. It was like she kept, like, buying property, and then it just, like, kept appreciating, and so she had all this money. Because I was like, that's what I think about. It's just sort of like, you know, you have, like, land holdings.
Also, I feel like at some point, if you have been 17 for 100 years, you would find 17-year-olds insufferable. Anyway, okay, your turn.
Anyway, okay. So this is from The Firefly Summer. If one of your characters got a treasure map and followed it into the woods and dug it up, what would the treasure look like and what would be inside of it?
Oh, see, in School for Good and Evil world, it would be something ridiculous. It would be like a beating heart. It would be like someone's like real, that's the first thing that came to my head. It would be like a beating heart. And everyone would be like, whose heart does this belong to? And someone would be like, I think it's my grandmother's heart. It would be something really dark and weird.
Yeah.
Because that's what those books are. They're so like unexpected. Like people are burying their like lung or something. So I think that's what it would be. It would be someone's
Would it be like a cursed heart?
Yes, it would be like a cursed heart. It would be like somebody's beating heart, and unless you return that beating heart to the person whose heart it is, he's going to die, except you don't know who that person is, and yet the real treasure is to figure out who's missing their beating heart.
Okay.
I think that's what it would be.
Meanwhile, in mine, it's like a koosh ball.
Oh my God.
And a Polaroid.
All right, next one is, and this is a real situation.
Okay.
Okay. There's a girl, and her best friend needs to sneak into the boy's castle.
Okay.
And so they use a magic potion to turn her girl best friend into a boy to sneak into the castle. And then she sneaks into the castle and meets her best friend's boyfriend, but now she's a boy.
Okay.
And suddenly the boyfriend of the girl starts having feelings for the boy, and the boy has a crush on that boy anyway.
It's
so
very
now you have
Shakespearean.
the two boys running off together with the boy's friend's boyfriend.
Okay, so you're
Does that
writing
make
like
any
you're
sense?
writing like Twelfth Night essentially.
It's William Shakespeare's 12th Night. So yeah, basically your best friend has turned into a boy and betrayed you by running off with your man. That's it.
Oh my gosh.
I know, it's tricky.
So then, like, what would my characters do in that
Yes,
situation?
what would your characters do? Like, you know, very simple. Like, you know, yeah. Turn into a boy, ran off with your man.
Ugh. It's like double betrayal. What would they? I know. I'm just trying to like get
Would
my
she
head
plot
around it.
Revenge?
Maybe, potentially, or sort of take over her stuff from her girl world and be like, well, you won't need this stuff anymore. Like, I will help myself to your clothing. Like,
I love that. Just take her clothes.
it's like, well, you said you don't need these because you're off with my boyfriend. So thanks for the shoes. I've always liked them.
Oh God.
Okay, so this is from.
Oh, in the book, just to close
Oh,
the
yeah,
loop
yeah.
on that. He claims that it was a moment and that he felt her girl energy through her boy veneer.
Mm-hmm. Did they buy that?
No one buys
yeah.
that.
No.
With the pun on buy intended.
Okay.
All right, your turn.
Okay, so this is from the book I'm working on now.
Okay.
If your characters were in the woods, so many woods, but were in the woods and stumbled upon a duffel bag with $50,000 inside, and there's no one around, what do?
They would be like, this is pocket change.
Exactly.
$50,000, they would be like, oh, it's too heavy to carry around. We'll just leave it here.
I will set it free.
Everything
We'll
in
let the
fantasy-
birds make nests.
Oh my God, everything in fantasy is like, unless it's a castle
Right, or like
made of gold.
actual diamonds.
Or like the diamonds from, yeah. Wait, so let's just say it's a bag of diamonds.
Okay, well, if they find a bag of diamonds.
What would they do with it?
Yeah.
Such a good question. You know, because I feel like all the different characters in the book would have a different approach. I mean, Sophie would steal it,
Mhm.
you know. I think Agatha would be focused on who lost it, and then trying to, or even more than that, trying to figure out like who they rightfully belong to, give them back to the original mine's owners.
Well, I feel like in fantasy, I would be worried. I feel like if you find a bag of money now, you're not like, this money will curse me forever. But I feel like in fantasy, I'd be worried if you like take a bag of diamonds that it's
it
like,
could curse you.
Yes.
Well, also, I think in the real world, it would, I think, come with a curse too. Because let's say there's a bag, I'm sure there's been movies about this, that if you find like $1 million, someone's coming after that $1 million. So if you spend it all,
they're coming
you're
after you.
at the mercy of whoever wants
It's
that
true.
$1 million
It's true.
back.
It's like the curse is more of a metaphor.
Did I ever tell you that when I was in college, I was 21, and I went to check my bank balance, which normally when I was 21 was like $300, and it said I had $800,300. And I was like, so I called my dad. I said, where did the $800,000 come from? He goes, oh, that clearly they messed up.
Oh my gosh.
And he goes, this happens every once in a while. I said, I'm going to start spending it. He's like, it's not your money. I said, it's my money. It's in my account. He goes, it's not your money.
That just happened to this couple. Did you hear about it? Same thing.
No. Did they spend it?
Yeah. They like bought 2 boats and like all this stuff, and then eventually the bank was like, you owe us that money, and they were like, no, we don't, and they were like, yes, you do.
You do. For some, I didn't realize this, but like like every day I'd go check, and every day it would be there, and I would be like, this is my money. And after about like a week,
$800,000.
And after a week, it disappeared one day, and my dad was like, told you. And I was like, but it felt like I was in Cinderella, and then I turned into a pumpkin. Is that how Cinderella goes? Does she turn into? No, she doesn't.
No, the carriage turns into a pumpkin. You're the one who writes about fairy tales, Soman.
Oh, something like her turning into a pumpkin is the much better ending, honestly.
Wow.
All right, one more, and then we'll open it up to audience questions. I think we have enough time for a couple.
Or should we open up to questions now?
Yeah, let's do now because we only got 5 minutes left. Any of you have questions? Anything you want to ask us?
In the front. Hi. Oh.
If we were in middle grade, which characters of ours would we want as our best friend?
Oh, so there's a character in my new middle grade called Hattie, who I love, because she's basically me when I was 9. Like, she wants to be an actress, and she's very dramatic, and she speaks in a bad British accent for no reason. So I feel like that's what I would like. Yeah.
I feel like Sophie is the closest to me in that way, I think. You know, in the School for Good and Evil books, she's such a drama queen. But I feel like I would want Tedros around because he's like a prince, and I feel like he has like, he knows everyone, and people owe his dad favor. I just feel like he would be useful.
Yeah.
And he would just do all the like actual dirty work.
Okay.
You know, like I always felt like if I was on The Amazing Race, I would be the one who made jokes and made the audience fall in love with me, and then whoever my partner was would do all the work.
Would actually do the stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's kind of the ideal arrangement, honestly.
I love it. I love that
any
we both.
others? Anybody in the balcony have a question? Anybody want to? All you kids up there, any questions up there?
There's one maybe over there.
Yeah, tell us. Are we good at maps? Is that the question? Maps. Math. M-A-T-H? I mean, I'm Indian, so that's kind of our birthright. If there's an Indian kid who's not good at math, then he has to change his, where he's from.
I'm not good at math. I'm terrible at math.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, so bad.
I don't know if I was naturally good at it, but I just like forced myself to be good at it.
I feel like I'm better at it now because now anytime I have to deal with math in my life, it's usually money, and so I tend to be very like, wait, what is like? I tend to care a lot more about. But you will never use geometry. It's a lie.
I feel like books are geometry in a weird way. I don't know. I feel like math is part of how you write because a lot of like math is structure and figuring out structure for problems, and I feel like a lot of book writing is weirdly mathy.
But it's not. No one's asking you to solve for x. Like
that's true.
Just figure out x on your own. Don't make me do this
and
for you.
And your calculator does it anyway.
That's the thing.
Ooh.
That's the thing.
All right. Anybody down here? Who else has a question?
Oh,
someone's yelling. Oh yeah, tell us. Who is it? What's the second
favorite character to write about and why, and who was the hardest character?
Well, the favorite character I think is the ones that we just talked about, but maybe the hardest one for me I think is Agatha because she's the conscience of the School for Good and Evil, and writing about someone who always is trying to do something good is a challenge for me. So I think that's always hard.
Hardest character. My most recent YA is called Take Me Home Tonight, and there was a character in that who was very tricky. The character of Stevie, who you get her perspective, but only like halfway through the book. And so I sort of had to figure out what she was saying, even though she wasn't a first-person narration, and she was more sort of like keeping her feelings to herself, not expressing a lot. And so that was really challenging to write, to keep her like alive on the page and interacting, but like someone who was feeling something but not letting you know necessarily. That was tricky.
All right, last two questions. Yeah. Trends we're seeing in middle grade.
Trends in
That's
middle
a good
grade.
question. I think in terms of how stuff is evolving, I feel like it's in a weird space right now. People are trying to figure out what middle grade actually is. And I think that's partially because kids are growing up so fast online and things like that. So I think we're in a weird first pancake era.
I do feel like there's a little bit of a gap, and from what I understand about librarians, this is true, is that YA has kind of moved up.
Yes.
And there's not a lot of younger YA or older middle grade, and so basically I've heard like, we want books for the 8th graders, like, and it's who don't want to read about 17-year-olds yet. Sort of a few years ago, there used to be a lot more younger YA, and I feel like there's sort of like, we need either upper middle grade or younger YA to kind of fill that gap in a little bit.
Is missing, and I think that's whoever can sort of crack that. It's funny because I think that was a lane that School for Good and Evil figured out a long time ago, which is that it was older middle grade, young YA, and I think, that's still missing a little bit. But it's hard to do because I got in a lot of trouble for that first School for Good and Evil book.
I think I feel like the categories are all, we're making them up. They're not like rigid things, but I feel like people do tend to get very fixated on like, is this in young readers or is it shelved in young adult? And like, it seems like it's such a like line, but I don't think it really needs to be. So I feel like, if you could write about like 14-year-olds, it'd be great.
Or just not specify the age. All right, last question. Oh yeah, tell us. What is our net worth?
Soman has $800,300.
$800,300. All right, did you have one over there? The hardest part about being an author?
What inspired you to become an author?
What inspired me to become an author? I was bad at every other job and got fired from everything else. And it's so true. I got fired from my first 3 jobs. And I was like, well, the only thing I'm good at is writing. So here we go. So that was honestly it.
I feel like I just always loved stories. I was always reading, and then I would always write my own. And that was sort of the way that I understood the world. And I just feel like, I think you're the same way. When you have like a lot of ideas buzzing around in your head, you have to get them down. And I feel like I always have more ideas than I have time to work on, and some of them are terrible, but it's like, I love it so much. And same thing, I'm really unqualified to do anything else, just completely useless. So that's all I got.
Every other job I see people do, I'm like, couldn't do that, and here we are. Thanks guys for coming.
Thank you so much.
So nice to meet you guys.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2. This is, please cut jazz. Okay. Check, check, 1, 2, 1, 2. That's good. Cut the jazz completely, Joe. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2.
1, 2, 1, 2. Can you turn the testing? Black. Testing, testing, 1, 2. Testing. Can you?
Joe.
Testing. 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 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing. Just turn the gain down. It's the check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, testing. 1, 2. Yeah, but it's much okay. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. This one's fine. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, testing, 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Are these on different channels? 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Testing. Testing, testing. Can you turn? Okay, we're good.
This one is very high off the
Testing, testing. Thank you. Testing, testing, 1, 2.
Wait, let's get some applause.
Owen, do you have the little chair? Did they give you the little chair?
I'm technically not here. I think.
Are you at the kids'
Can
table?
anybody see me? Can you see me?
I actually saw one of these
Maybe I'm
chairs
just
collapse
haunting you.
earlier, so that's a good chair.
Owen did some things we didn't approve of earlier, so we had to put him in. Where's your hat, Owen? Where's your hat? Put on the hat.
Do I have to face the wall also?
Exiled.
All right, hi everyone. My name is Adeline Grace. I'm going to be moderating this panel. I'm not like playing games up here with my iPad. I came with questions prepared. So we're going to be doing some questions, and then we're going to open it up to Q&A a little bit later, so start thinking of your questions. But I just want to dive in first with intros, if everybody wants to introduce themselves and their books. I'm Madeline Grace, I already said that. My book is Belladonna, my most recent one. It is about a girl, thank you. It is about a girl who has to team up with death in order to solve a mystery in an eerie Gothic manner. It's like Victorian Bridgerton meets Knives Out. Yay.
I am the late addition to the panel. I'm on holidays. I'm supposed to be on holidays. And I just rang Melissa De La Cruz, and she said, oh, you're in Santa Monica, so here I am. My name is Owen Colfer. You may have noticed from my accent that I am not from around here. I'm Irish, and I wrote a series called Artemis Fowl. Yeah, now you like me. So that was 20 years ago. So if you're clapping, that means you're old.
Hi, I'm Alex Astor. I wrote Lightlark, and if you follow me, you're probably tired of hearing me say that it's about an island that appears every 100 years to host a game where 6 rulers fight to break their deadly curses, and the second book, Nightbane, comes out this year.
Hey guys, my microphone is much louder than yours. My name is Ransom Riggs. I'm so thrilled to be here at YALL West again. I wish the sun were out, but it's always nice in Santa Monica, so thanks for coming, everyone. I'm the author of the Miss Peregrine's Home for Peculiar Children books, and thank you. I'm just honored to be here.
Hello everyone, my name is Chloe Gong. I am the author of These Mountain Delights and recently Foul Lady Fortune. They are a series set in 1920s to 30s Shanghai, and I always say, when you open my books, you expect to get a fantasy read, and then you learn way too much about Chinese history that you didn't expect to pick up. So I'm really excited to talk all things fantasy, and thank you all for being here.
Hi, I'm Shannon Hale, and I've written in all the age groups and lots of different genres. My most recent book is the book 10 in the Princess in Black series. Some of you grew up with the Princess in Black. The new one is the Princess in Black and the Prince in Pink.
Hi, I'm Victoria Aveyard. I am the author of the Red Queen series and more recently the Realmbreaker series, which I like to say is Guardians of the Galaxy meets Lord of the Rings. But it's basically a love letter to my 14-year-old self and all of the Lord of the Rings fan fiction that I wanted to make.
So that was actually the perfect segue into my first question.
Oh no.
So when I was a youth, I fell in love with something called Pokemon, a little yellow Pikachu mouse who sparks electricity. That was my first segue. I feel into fantasy. That's the first thing I remember falling in love with, and it just sent me, on this path where I wanted to consume everything fantastical. So I want to know, what was your first segue that you can remember into the fantastical? And anybody's welcome to go first.
I think for me, the first real fantasy novel that drew me in was Ella Enchanted. You are also old. But I remember reading that when I was 7 years old and just being enamored of it, but also wanting to know more about the world. I remember really fixating on what the name of the currency was. I was like, why is it called a KJ? You will never explain to me why your currency is the way it is. And I was like, okay, there's something there.
Growing up in the 1970s, just to out-old you, Victoria, my entry was the Wonder Woman television show with Linda Carter. And it was 1970s, so we didn't have, like special effects. So there was one special effect where it was amazing. She would spin around, and then they would put a little explosion graphic, and then when they took it away, she was Wonder Woman. So usually she was a secretary with huge glasses that just did what the man told her, and then she spun around and she was Wonder Woman. And then, again, because it was 1970s, there weren't special effects, she would just run a lot. She didn't fly. And she would pick up men and throw them into piles of cardboard boxes. Because in the 70s, there were just so many alleyways full of cardboard boxes. And they would just do that, and it was the most amazing thing I'd ever seen.
I feel like I just watched it. Like I got the whole show right there.
Okay, Chloe, get up and mimic what.
Yeah, what do you got, Chloe? Get up and show us what you got.
I cannot do theater, so I'll leave that all. That was amazing. I guess now I'm going in the opposite direction of time. Now I'm also outing my age, but in another way, because I grew up during the 2010s, dystopian era, and that was my entrance into fantasy. This is embarrassing when I'm sitting on the stage with when I was 14, picking up Red Queen, and I was like, oh my God, Maven, why would you do that? So yeah, I first got into fantasy with Cassandra Clare's The Mortal Instruments, and it really gave me this love for fandom and for that collective reading experience of this big world that you can just sink into. And even when the pages of the book ends, you're still thinking about those characters. You're still thinking about what those two characters are going to do in the next book, or even when the book ends, you're imagining their life onward. And that's how fantasy has always felt, just slightly different to me from other genres. There is this big world, potential behind it, that really led me to want to, write in that space and make those pages as grippy to a reader's attention as the ones that I really loved growing up.
I never wanted to read anything that was meant for my age group, so I was always bouncing around as a young kid and a teenager. But my friends were all much more into fantasy than me. They read The Lord of the Rings. I couldn't really get into it. They read all those Dragonlance books. Remember, they were kind of like D&D light. I was not really into it. I read Narnia. I loved the Narnia books, and I started to realize that what I liked was portal fantasy. I liked things that had one foot in our world, which made me feel like I could go there too. And I think the thing that drew me in most, that I was like, I have to read that just from the cover, was a Piers Anthony book. It was part of the Incarnations of Immortality series, which is kind of like American Gods long before Neil Gaiman wrote those books, or that book. And it was about death. And the cover was this old, glorious early 80s illustration of death in his hood and his cloak behind the wheel of a crappy old car, stuck in rush hour traffic and just looking annoyed in some city. And I was like, I have to read that. That's my kind of book.
I don't know if this is
Thank you.
I don't know if this is fantasy, but I loved the Incredibles movie when it came out, the animated movie. Yeah, lots of Incredibles fans here. I really wanted a force field, like Violet. I was obsessed. With force field, and then it's purple. I wanted to be her so badly that I dressed up as her way too old for Halloween. And the costume didn't really fit. It's really embarrassing. I still have the costume. But yeah, I fell in love with superpowers, and then obviously growing up we have all the Marvel movies and all of that, and so that was kind of my segue into fantasy, because in fantasy people actually do have powers. So yeah, The Incredibles started it for me.
Let me take you on a trip back. When I was young, there actually were dragons, so... I think we only had one TV channel in Ireland in the early 70s, and there was this show on, and maybe someone remembers it, called The Man from Atlantis. Do you remember? Anyone remember that? One guy, yeah, I was in that show. That was me. Now I'm gonna have to kill you after the show. No, okay. And so we had one channel, and this guy who was also in Dallas, Bobby from Dallas, that, ladies and gentlemen, that's Bobby's mom. And I remember I watched The Man from Atlantis. He was swimming around underwater, and that was great. And then I was in trouble for something, so my dad said, "Go and do your thing." So I had to go and do that thing, whatever it was. Change the baby. That was the favorite punishment. There was so many babies in our house. If you were naughty, you had to change the diaper of the baby. And the baby seemed to know that because he said, "Oh, it's you, is it?" And he would let fly, and then you would have to change. That's not important. So I remember watching The Man from Atlantis. He was swimming around in Atlantis, and then I had to go and change the diaper. And when I came back, he was running an oil business, and I did not understand what had happened in the interim. So obviously it was a whole new show. He was now in Dallas, but I was confused for about 15 years about that. And that's why I write fantasy.
All right, so we are here to talk about all things fantasy and magic, and I really want to hear more about your individual fantasy worlds. I would love to know, it's kind of a two-part question. First part is, what was your favorite part about writing your magical world? And the second part is there any niche aspect of this world that you wish you got to spend more time exploring? Anybody's free to dive in first, or I'll just call on somebody. Chloe.
Well, it's funny that I would start this question because if we're really honest, I really snuck my way into fantasy. Like, if you look at my book, it's technically historical sci-fi. But since we were like, there's a monster, there's a madness, there's that aspect to it, we're just gonna be a fantasy. So when I was creating it, I really wanted to, I guess, add speculation to history. So because I was working in alternate history, I was kind of given the freedom to put in bits and pieces that, didn't actually exist. There was not a real monster. But I really liked how anything I kind of invented was always going to be supplementing and adding to the true atmosphere. I'm a big history geek, so that is definitely what I would have wanted to spend more time in. If I was given like extra room to add like 100 pages describing like the streets and the buildings, I would have taken it. However, I would have bored all of you to sleep. So I did edit that out. I'm kidding, I never wrote it in the first place. That would have been bad. I just like having this like exploration into, we're gonna look at history, but we're gonna look at it in a way that gives it this extra like razzle dazzle. And to me, that was like, how do we explore the horrors of colonialism, but give it like a tangible aspect? And for that, I created this really like gory monster where, there's just spikes and like scales and insects crawling out of its back. Yeah, I like writing that kind of grotesque stuff, so it was real fun, and I can only do that if I add a fantastical element to it, so, yeah.
You really don't have to applaud our every answer. We know we're
can
not
if you
that
want.
fabulous. Just don't feed these egos up here, people. You don't want to see what happens to Owen Colfer when he gets a little encouragement.
As far as world building goes, I always have to start with a map. I am a crazy map weirdo. And for Realmbreaker specifically, I had a really fun time creating that map. But the challenge for me with world building is when to stop and actually start telling the story. And it's finding that balance of knowing enough so that you can go into the storytelling, but not burning all of your momentum.
It's
on
those
the world
days when you're
building.
like, I'm doing research. This counts as work.
This
just
counts.
scrolling and reading.
Yes,
I'm like, this is writing, right?
Making this Spotify playlist counts as work. But yeah, so everything down to, I started with plate tectonics on this map actually, and realized that's too far back. I don't need to know that. But that is a really fun thing that we all do, and Chloe kind of touched on it. where there are things that we write that are never ever going to reach you, but they are useful to us at the very least to help us metabolize the world a little bit better. And in terms of my world building, something that I've always wanted to go more into but never like had the time or even the effort to go into it, I write in medieval fantasy, and religion was so central to medieval society across the globe. And I always hear from historians, like, no one is ever getting it right because nobody understands exactly how pervasive it was in everyday life and society, and no book has ever gotten close enough. So I think that's something that would be interesting to me, but probably not a reader.
It's interesting that you start with the maps, because that's the exact opposite of me.
Time to fight.
Okay, let's go. I think
very
we can
tall.
coexist in this space. It's okay, but you're very fierce, so I don't know. Like I wrote six sort of like major series installments, and I waited until the end of the sixth one to do a map, and then I did like my bonus world building book that came out last fall, and that had a map in it too. But I was like, the minute I make a map, I cannot change my mind. You know, and I'm like, I have a vague idea of where things are, but I can fudge it anytime I want, and then you've got to really nail it down. When
I
it's
need
in
my
print.
prison. I need my bars.
That's how, I think it was some old Orson Welles or something who said freedom is the enemy of creativity, because so you need your rules to start. But yeah, maps are awesome, but I'm also scared of them.
I think often when I do world building, I start with geography too, though, because it tells you so much about, like, you know, that's the first step of culture is like what food you have available, what do you build your houses out of, and then it just
Where are moves the up from political
there.
boundaries? Where's the mountain range?
Yeah, exactly. So like in Princess Academy, I decided I wanted to do have them be a poor village at the top of a mountain. What do they do up there? And I'm like, quarry stone, and then everything kind of builds out of that. And then the magic system grew out of. If you're quarrying stone, it's very noisy, it's very dangerous, you can't hear, and then the magic system became a way to communicate silently without, you know, to shout warnings and stuff, and then it built off of there. But I love starting with the geography.
Let me take, no. I think one of the things I like exploring is when you take a character that's magical, in his world, that's normal. So you got to normalize what he does in the context of where he is. For example, I wrote a book a couple years ago called High Fire, which was about the last dragon. And if you actually were the last dragon, where would you hide? So I thought, well, he would hide among people who look like him, which is alligators. So my dragon lives in the swamps in Louisiana, in a shack. He likes beer, but he prefers vodka. And his favorite movie is Flashdance, because in that famous scene, when the water comes down on the girl on the chair, if he squints and covers one eye, it kind of looks like a girl dragon. So he's... I can feel you pulling back now. Is that a step too far, maybe? But that's an adult book. But anyway, so I like exploring that. You know, you take someone who in our world would be this amazing, magical person, but in their world is this humdrum, mundane, normal person. And I think that kind of juxtaposition, it can be funny and can be interesting, and you can tell a slightly off-center story. Please don't clap, because Shannon will do.
Don't do it!
I'm counting that. That was a definite. I think if it's more than 3, it's applause. So.
That's too late then.
Lightlark is an island, so I really tried to focus on like the world building of the island, and I did not have a map for the first book, and people got mad at me. I have a map for the second one. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, but there's a map, and it scared me too, because when you put it onto paper, you can't change anything. And then you have to reread the book and be like, did I say something that's now not going to make sense? So I do think that, like Victoria's right, we should start with maps because it's just so much harder later on. But yeah, something I wish I had explored more was just the world beyond the Centennial, because the first book is so focused on like the game that they're all part of and the curses. And luckily in the second book, I'm exploring more of the world and more of like Nightshade and everything else. So yeah.
So I don't know how it is for all of you. I have a very hard time giving up my worlds once I create them. So literally every single book I've ever written, I continue to ask my publisher, like, hey, you think that's one book? It's two. Just kidding. 3? Do you want more? It's a constant battle because I just keep coming up with different ideas for them. So I was wondering, do you guys tend to do that once you develop a world? Do you want to stick in there for a while and play around with it? Or are you just filled with so many different ideas and you're wanting to build many, many fantasy worlds over your career?
I run screaming. I'm on to the next sandbox, and hopefully the next sandbox is a little bit better than the one I built before. Because you're constantly thinking like, oh crap, I made that mistake, and next time around I'm gonna think about that and not do that. But hopefully the series fills what the story needs, and then you're ready to move on to the next thing. But that's where I'm coming from, was I'm always ready for the next sandbox and build something a little bit better.
The sand is always sandier in the next box.
I had an answer before I started talking, and then it evaporated. No, I find myself building the world as I write the books, so it takes a while. But I wrote the first book not knowing if there would be a second, and then I spent the next 9 years writing more. So clearly, I wasn't ready to give it up.
I feel like I tend to get attached to the characters. So if there's more to work with and I see potential there, I will keep trying to chase that thread and expand the world onward. But I found like a challenge I had when I was writing my spin-off is that I never want to like suck too much out of a world. Like there are certain things you build where you've hit an end and you know that that's it. Like that's what you want to explore, and if you keep going, it almost feels like you're repeating the same thing. And when I was writing like Foul Lady Fortune, I wanted to do something new with the world, and that meant a kind of genre shift. Like the first two felt like a fantasy, but the third one felt like a spy thriller. And I needed to do that because otherwise it was as if I was repeating myself. And I hate to do that because it's like, if you get the chance to actually build a new world, why not take it? So at any point, if I find like more story to work with, I kind of pivot in that direction and see where it takes me. But that's what I get like really attached to.
I was working for a long time before I had a hit, a successful book, and I was so happy that I could, that I had a hit book and I was finally making some money that I immediately changed my name and left my family. And no. No one's filming this, are they? That's okay. So no, I was so happy and so grateful to have an audience that I just kept with that audience and for 8 books, and then I felt, wow, I really should have stopped this 2 books ago, and I felt guilty and moved on to a new thing. But really, when you're writing, the people on this stage, we are so lucky to have people. First of all, a publisher that says, yeah, I'm going to take a chance on your stinking book, and then you get people to actually read it. We really are very fortunate, and you forget that maybe. I've written 50 books, so you kind of forget that. You forget that how fortunate you are that the publisher's is going to take your book. And I'm not saying it was easy. It was not easy, but certainly when you get an audience, you really want to try and hang on to it until the kids are through college. That is that's a real imperative. That's a real thing. It'd be lovely if everything could be creative. But like, if you have 2 kids or 3 kids and you want to put them through school, and then you have a lot of people who read this kind of book, then it's probably a good idea to do that kind of book for a while. And there is no joke at the end of that. I'm really sorry.
Yeah, I think that it's hard because publishing is a business, and so when you first start out, you don't even know if you can write multiple books. And at least for me, like this is my second series, and I never wanted to like build out like, okay, 4 books, 6 books, because I didn't want to like be disappointed if that wasn't going to happen. And so you get these initial deals, and sometimes it's 1 book or 2 books, and you just really don't know. And so I think it would be great to always just be like, oh, 4 books and plan them out. But we know as a reality that doesn't always happen. It's actually very rare to like be able to write a series that has multiple books. So I think, yeah, there are definitely like worlds I would love to stick in, but you just don't know until the book performs well. So you're right, we're so lucky that we even get to write beyond like 1 book, 2 book, and stay in a world, because especially nowadays it's kind of rare to be able to get that experience. And so I really didn't even think about beyond the book deal that I had until I knew it was a sure thing, because you just don't want to disappoint yourself.
I have a tough question, and then I promise we'll go into some fun ones. But okay. Do you think, because we're also supposed to talk about magic allegedly on this panel, so this is a magical question. Do you think that magic is a requirement for fantasy books?
Well, I'm just going to walk off the stage now. Goodbye. Sorry, I'm in the wrong panel. Well, I guess I'll take that and say, I hopefully not. Because again, then I would need to remove myself. I think fantasy, magic can be very like nebulous as a definition, right? It doesn't have to be the kind of magic that we immediately imagine, where it's some like power that comes out of it. Magic can also be an element to a world that, you know, we don't have in our contemporary society. There must be some reason why it is fantastical, whether it be a feeling or like a new, you know, maybe creatures walking around. But it doesn't have to be magic. I hope that made sense.
I would agree with that. I think if you've got something fantastical in there, it qualifies. So I would say dragon. Just, you know, 1 dragon would do it. Maybe a dragon in Louisiana. Just say.
Some kind of sense of wonder, right? Like, I don't know what it is with fantasy authors that hate defining fantasy. Like, don't put that on me. I want to be able to, you know, do whatever I want with it. I mean, is horror fantasy? Is horror a subgenre of fantasy? Do you guys think it is?
Is it supernatural horror? Yeah.
Is it is science fiction a subgenre of fantasy? Because fantasy existed before science fiction. So basically, you go back, everything was fantasy or realism. And then everything kind of shot out of those 2 things. Because fantasy started out as, you know, mythology or religious texts, like stories of the saints, or going back farther, you know, the mythology, Gilgamesh is a fantasy, right? The first epic story. So everything kind of came out of fantasy, but would they have considered it fantasy back then? So it's like, you get real murky real quick. Like, you're going to tell me, you tell somebody that their religious texts are fantasy? Yeah, you might, if you're Owen Colfer. If you... I'm just saying.
I feel like we're about to get a fist fight. That's my amazing answer. I hope someone's recording that and putting it on TikTok, because I'm going to love the responses to that in my life.
I'm going to love the responses. You said I was going to do something with someone's religion. I mean, no. Do you know the history of my country? We have had a few problems with religion over there. And those people actually like the same God. It's just like they don't like one of the other guys close to that God. It's like crazy.
I want to clarify, when I'm talking about Owen Colfer, that's what I call myself. That's my pet name for my own self. It just happened that you were here today.
So that's who was drunk in the Fairmont Miramar. That was you.
I look in the mirror every morning, I'm like, oh, Owen Colfer, what have you done today?
You are in a dark place, my friend.
Okay, I have a fun question. So I don't know if anybody has seen Miyazaki movies. The food looks so good in those movies all the time. And I would love to know if there is a fantastical food or beverage that you guys would love to consume. If you can just go into any world, because I would go into the Miyazaki world and just eat, especially Spirited Away. I'd be like no face, just eating.
Okay, well, I have one I would like to try and one that I wouldn't, but I love the idea of it. Okay, I want to try the blue milk from Star Wars. I think you can go to the park and like have
You can get that
it,
at Disneyland.
but it's too intense going to Disney. I don't want to do the cues and the apps and the things. I'm old. And then the one that I really wouldn't eat, but I love the idea of it, is Frey pie from Game of Thrones, when humans are cooked into a pie and fed to the patriarch of the family, and he deserved it.
I like that that's like the first thing you thought of.
It was the second.
I love the Roald Dahl, like James and the Giant Peach. The way he described the peach, I just wanted that peach. And then Charlie and Chocolate Factory, specifically the edible room, that just seemed fabulous.
I would like the Turkish Delight from.
It's
Lime,
not good.
Witch in the Wardrobe. I think it's kind of like, you know, McDonald's. You shouldn't have it, but it's really tastes very good. So I think I would try that one. What was that one? You became a slave to the White Queen. So we would all be slaves to Shannon if we had the Turkish Delight from C.S. Lewis. I thought that would get a laugh, but obviously not. No, okay. People obviously think you are the White Queen, so no.
I was in a production of Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe one time in a community theater, and the Turkish Delight was brownies from concession stand, and then we found some actual Turkish Delight one time, which is it's like a rose-flavored jelly, and we replaced the prop backstage, and then Edmund's on stage in the sleigh with the White Witch, and he's supposed to eat it like it's really yummy, and he takes one bite. And there's a live audience. He's like, and he just kind of went like, nom 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 nom. He was very mad. A very angry, tiny little man.
It also takes forever to eat. It's just like
Yeah, it's
chewing.
a lot of
I have
chewing.
to deliver
yeah.
lines, and I'm chewing.
Yeah.
I'm most interested in the disgusting foods in fantasy, but I wouldn't want to eat them. So I guess I'd go for like, I'll give you a side of Soylent with that. Like every flavor of beans from Harry Potter. I'll roll the dice. Hopefully I get a good one.
And then you always get earwax.
I'll get earwax.
Yeah.
Drawing such a blank right now. I'm like, I can't think of a single fantasy food.
That's okay. You can join me in Miyazaki World.
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
I will. Thanks for inviting me.
You're welcome.
Lembas bread too. I'm interested to eat lembas bread from Lord of the Rings. Like, would one bite fill my stomach? I don't think so.
I also can't think of a fantasy food, but I did think of, in all the cartoons, the pizza looks so good, and like not like regular pizza. It's like also like cheesy and like, you know, like and it's like floppy. I want to eat that kind of pizza.
You live in New York.
Go
find the pizza.
But in cartoons, doesn't it always like the cheese like stretches this
a Goofy
big,
movie.
and it's like, is
A
that
Goofy
where?
movie pizza.
Yeah, I can't even place exactly where, but I didn't eat pizza until I was like 12. I don't know why, like, and I always thought it would taste way better than it does. Yes, New York pizza's good, but yeah, that's what.
Krabby Patties, we haven't even mentioned those.
The colored ones, like the rainbow ones from that one episode. Yeah, like the blue ones.
Oh, and that's the most
I have
popular
kids, okay,
thing.
that's why I have kids.
Krabby Patties is the most popular thing you've ever said.
What,
that
sorry?
reaction that just happened just now.
Was that?
This is the title of your next book.
Was that like a popular young people thing I just said there? Let me try something else. K-pop.
It felt transgressive the way you said it.
I've been doing like structured material all these years. All I had to do was say something that young people understood.
Well, if you're going to have the Krabby Patty, you have to have it with the jellyfish jelly. There was a whole episode about it.
Scooby Snacks.
Scooby Snacks. Yeah. Okay, so you all are going to get one fantastical power. What do you pick? I would like to read minds. I'm really nosy. I like to know things.
Time travel.
Oh, that's smart.
Very into time travel.
Trouble. Such trouble.
Stop time. And then I could just do whatever. I could take my naps. I could write my books. I'm so boring. I could take naps and write books.
Everything.
And invent Scooby Snacks.
I'm changing mine to stopping time. need
You don't want to read people's
deadlines.
minds. Let me tell you, you don't want to because we cannot control our thoughts. So it's not useful information. It's like lizard brain up there. You don't want to hear where that's going on.
Everyone has intrusive thoughts these days. You would just be hearing like, I should jump off the stage. That's what you were hearing from me right now. I would want telekinesis so that I don't have to get up and get things.
Yeah, I think reading thoughts would be like everything in your life is constantly being subtweeted and like burned.
See, that's true, but like still, I can't take away the like wanting to know everything. It's my downfall.
Or what? Then maybe omniscient rather than thought reading.
All powerful.
Yeah.
And then you just know everything.
All right.
Then you'd end up on like a planet by yourself because it's too much.
Driven
It's
mad.
very Watchmen.
Although I really do think I've changed it to stopping time now because deadlines they change everything.
And snacks.
Yeah.
There's always time for snacks when you can stop time. It all comes back to food.
I think I'd like to know less about other people. I'm tired of knowing what everyone thinks. Like my brain's
that is my superpower. People of my generation is nobody knows what we did 10 years ago. No one knows all the mistakes I made when I was 18, thank God, because no one took a photo of it and nobody put it up online somewhere. I said many silly things. I never tweeted them. I just said them to the air and they disappear. So I am to myself and everybody else. Because I can't remember and nobody else knows, it's all a blank. Just think what Joe Biden feels like nobody.
I want a force field. I want the force field, yeah.
So usually there's little signs that tell us how long we have. I think we have until 45. Does that sound right to you guys?
I think it's unlimited today.
Oh, it's unlimited? Cool. Okay.
Or
We stopped
Shannon's gonna
time.
stop time.
I have a lot more questions, but I would like to go to the audience questions before we run out of time. So I will squint and call on you and just talk really loud, please. I see you straight back with the glasses. So the question is, do we think that we could have like multiple sets of rules for the same magic system? Okay.
The rule of thumb that I was taught, and I'm totally cribbing this from a professor who gave us this, is you can get an audience to believe one unbelievable thing, and you're going to try to make everything else under that umbrella make sense. Because when you are writing fantasy, when you're writing science fiction, we only have so much suspension of disbelief that an audience will give us. So it's a real balance to make sure you don't break that tension between you and the audience, because if you push it a little too far, and then they're like, this doesn't make sense, and they start questioning and they bump out of the story, you lose them, and it's really hard to get someone back in. So that's where I'm always coming from, is like, I want to make sure I don't push you out of that suspension of disbelief.
I would agree with that. I think, like, for me, the prime example is Dune, the spice. Everything flows from the spice. And people do have different systems, but it's really tough and it's really complicated. And to keep that going is really hard. So I like to have one thing, and then everything is connected to that thing. If you have two things, you're already digging yourself out of a hole. So why do it? Just do one thing. And having said that, you know, people make it work. I couldn't make it work. You know, maybe you can.
And then right there, we probably have time for like two more if we go quickly.
Thank you so much. Yeah, she says, what are we reading and what do we think kids should read? I think you should read banned books. I mean, read the banned books you like. I'm not going to be too prescriptive. You know, read for fun.
I would think at least two of us have been banned since we came up here. So But I would definitely agree with that. I mean, from outside looking in, librarians are doing such a magnificent job at the moment, and they're really under pressure. So, well done, and well done to you. And I'm reading Bunnicula at the moment. I don't know if any of you know Bunnicula. It's yeah, a few. We have some vampire rabbits in, but it's an adaptation. It's a graphic novel about a rabbit who's also a vampire. It's a deep literary work, which, but it's great.
I really like Jessica Townsend's Nevermore. I think that's a wonderful series, but I think that whatever you're interested in, like whatever anybody is interested in, whatever can get them reading is what you should read.
I love graphic novels.
Webtoons.
Graphic novels count as reading. Yes. But I think it's important to always have students reading outside of their experience as well, so that you can sort of gain empathy. That's kind of the reasoning behind all of the book banning, is people wanting to remove a child's ability to develop empathy for people who aren't like them, or for being aware of identities that aren't like their own, so they don't learn like, hey, maybe that's what I actually identify as. I just finished reading Megan Whalen Turner's The Thief series, and the world building in that was completely incredible, and I really enjoyed that series.
All the way back there in the black. How long have we been authors? Like officially? I have 3 books out, so probably about like 5 years officially, but I've been writing since I was 10.
I've been writing since I was 10 too, and my first book came out 20 years ago this year.
My first book published in 2015, and I'm hopefully finishing number 8 right now.
My first book published in 2011, so over 10 years. But if you count from when I won the Young Authors Contest at my school in the 2nd grade, which I later found out everyone who entered won, it's been like 30 years. I was very proud.
My first thought to that was, am I an author? I don't know. If we count from my first book since 2020, so that's 3 years, but I started writing when I was 13, so that's 11, how old am I? 11 years.
I'm very depressed by this question. I think it was actually in the last millennium when I was first published. I think it was 1998, so I don't even know how long ago that was. It's a long time.
25 years.
Thank you for working that out, Shannon. Thank you.
Yeah, my first book came out in 2020, but I've been writing since I was 12. So.
Well, awesome. I think that's all we have time for, but thank you all so much for coming.
Thank you, Adeline, for moderating.
And thank you, authors. Thank you, everyone, for attending this as well.
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, testing. Turn the gain up. Testing, testing. Can you cut the jazz, please? Testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. Welcome to YALL West. Testing, testing. You think this is a little low?
I'm Margaret Stoll. You don't have to sit where your names are. I didn't put the names anywhere in particular. They signify nothing. Well, I mean, they signify you as they are your names.
We're authors. We do what we're told. We're very scared up here.
Oh, you know what? You shouldn't have to sit in the hard chair. I will punish myself as a part of the festival with the hard
Margie, you
chair.
can hold yours.
Oh, yeah. You can also be me. So, are you guys having a good day? Good, y'all? We are always amazed that anyone is here when we show up on this day. Like, we know, like, logically you will all be here, but when we show up, it's always crazy. So thank you for coming out. It's year 9, which is exciting here. It's year, I don't even know, from the other y'alls, 16 or something. But
don't look at me.
Y'all Fest, I feel like you've been to all of them, but I can't say. And I'm gonna have everyone introduce themselves, and then we'll get into the conversation today. My name is Margaret Stoll. I am best known for a series called Beautiful Creatures, long time ago, and also a lot of Marvel Comics stuff. So I go a lot of different ways. Marvel doesn't need your clapping. But thank you. And I'm going to go around and let's start at that end and chime in. She who needs no introduction, but we'll do it anyway.
Hi, I'm Victoria Aveyard. I am the author of the Red Queen series and more recently the Realmbreaker series, which I like to say is Lord of the Rings meets Guardians of the Galaxy. And Margie, thank you for organizing this big, beautiful festival. We are so happy to be here, even though it's not sunny.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Rachel Griffin, and I write witchy fantasy like The Nature of Witches, Wild is the Witch, and the upcoming Bring Me Your Midnight.
Hello, I am Maureen Gu. I write mostly YA contemporary, so it's very weird that Victoria and I are on a panel together. We'll see how our stuff fits together. I also wrote a Marvel comic called Silk, and Silk could also, Silk needs love. Silk's good. And my latest book is Throwback, and my editor's right there. I love her.
Hi, I'm Lauren Blackwood. I wrote Within These Wicked Walls and Wild Blood.
Hi, I am Dana Schwartz. I wrote Anatomy, a love story, and the sequel Immortality, a love story. My only Marvel connection is I wrote for the television show She-Hulk Attorney at Law, which is not a book, but it exists.
Hi, I'm Alex Astor. I have a middle grade series called Emblem Island, and then I have a young adult series called Lightlark, and Nightbane comes out this year.
We're still counting your screen.
Thank you, yeah.
So I told Maureen backstage that this panel is really her fault, but it's a conversation that I'm interested in having, and the title "She's All That" is sort of the shorter title of the longer title that I don't remember. That was basically what I'm interested in is is about like all the parts of the love story that we tend to write that aren't about the love, sort of. So she's all that in the sense of what are the other things going on in there, and what is the like traditional structure of a romance, hiding or allowing, and like what's going on with the women writing these books, and what's going on with the women we write about. And I don't know why, but I feel like we don't talk about anger, women in anger very much. We don't talk about women in rage, and we talk about women in power. We don't talk about women in war. We don't talk about women in combat. We don't talk about a bunch of these other like super powerful structures that still shape the genres that we write in. So I was sort of interested in what was going on. And then culturally, building a fantasy culture, writing in different contemporary cultures, those things express themselves really differently, and all of those forces go into writing the stories we write. But this came from interviewing Maureen for a Marvel project, and Maureen talking specifically about female anger in Korea in a very fascinating and specific way. And I had never thought of like feminine anger, you know, so specifically regionally, and started to sort of think about all of these different pieces. So I guess we can start. Let's start with, we can go through rage, power, you know, combat, conflict, intelligence, science, medicine, you know, physical strength, all of these things. But let's kick off with Maureen. Tell us a little bit about your
all those things.
It's like, oh my God, science?
But I don't know, the women in, like, tell us about the stuff you started telling me about, but like specifically when you think about creating a Korean American character, what is the like sort of the rage and power dynamic you're navigating?
Yeah, I think we might have touched on the concept of Han, which is a Korean. It's not specific to women, but you know, for me, just being a woman, that's what it taps into for me, which is not just rage because I'm Korean, which is kind of actually what Han is. Han is this concept of, it's not even rage, because there's actually a different word for rage, which I don't remember that one. Some Korean person here might know, but it's like this generational, this inherited kind of all the injustice and unfairness and the trauma passed from generation to generation, because, you know, Korea has been colonized, it's been occupied, it's had a lot of, even modern history has been really, there's a lot of upheaval for the people. And so it's this concept that feeling of oppression and like being squashed down is like never gone from us, even if we've never gone through it. It just lives in us through the bloodline. And so, you know, when I was writing, I think we're talking about silk, right? So, you know, and it was during 2020 or 2021, so there's all these Asian hate crimes happening, and it was like, wow, I'm writing a female Korean American superhero when like literally like old Korean people are getting punched in the face on the street, you know, and it was just like a very interesting juxtaposition of events. And so when I write all my books, there is always a simmering rage, and Throwback, it definitely deals with that. I was reading Minor Feelings by Kathy Park Hong when I was writing Throwback, and it's a memoir / kind of an examination of the rage simmering inside of Asian Americans and where that comes from, and the history of like our immigration in this country, and like how it stems from, for Korean Americans anyway, because she's Korean, it's about our parents immigrated here, and a lot of them feel this like, they feel indebted to America because of their, what they did for South Koreans during the Korean War. So there's all this like feeling, all these like complex feelings of feeling indebted, and then, but the children of those immigrants like me, we really reject that idea, right? We're much more critical of America. And I'm sorry, I feel like this is a long-winded answer, but it's just like I feel like there's a specific Korean American female rage that I tap into in my books, even if a lot of them are happy stories, but you know, they always kind of like are working against that, you know, without it being explicitly so. I think we all know that if anybody is a woman in the world today, we all have some issues with stuff going on, so self-explanatory.
Yeah, I heard that little class. Go right ahead. No, that's super interesting, and that's sort of like, and that's it for me, really, is what I'm thinking about, is also like, you guys are incredibly powerful women, right? I'm struck by this at every one of these festivals. No, you are powerful, successful women who you have a superpower. It is creating, you know, but I think it's so interesting how those powers, you know, or how we build power into the women we write. Victoria, I know I know you've explicitly dealt with sort of on a historical, on an epic level, you know, women in politics and women, you know, shaping the geography of the space they're in. Like, tell me a little bit about your relationship to your power and their power.
I think, and this dovetails with what Maureen was saying, is that all of us in our work are communicating with that sort of inherited rage that we all have through all the different facets of our identities. And one of them being, you are a woman, and for the last, 7,000 years, just that base level of being a woman means you have been secondary in most of the worlds that we live in. So when I am approaching my writing, I am very much thinking about the right for female characters to be imperfect, to make mistakes, to be anti-heroes, to be villains, to be heroes, but not perfect people. And in my first series in Red Queen, I remember getting a lot of interesting feedback from readers talking about your female character is too unlikable, but in the same breath be talking about the male villain who's literally a genocidal maniac. And getting that my sweet cinnamon roll, which is fine, and yes, I am manipulating you into that response, but I would love for someone to be able to step back and highlight why am I responding this way to a female character, and why am I responding this way to a male character. So I think I speak for all of us when I say we support women's rights and we also support women's wrongs.
Yeah.
It's really
That's a great line. Somebody tweet that.
I definitely stole that from a tweet. Do not quote me.
Does anyone want to chime in, or do you want me to keep with my directed, targeted attacks? Because I have them.
No,
She's not jabbing.
I think that is such a great point, this idea of the likable versus unlikable women. I read some thing that I'm probably paraphrasing and getting completely wrong, that on subway platforms, certain warnings, information has to be delivered by a male voice because people just won't accept information from women. I think just culturally, we are so primed to see men in a certain way and see women in a certain way. And the power of literature, the power when you read an amazing book is you're just oh my God, I didn't know that someone else felt the way I feel, or someone else, has expressed this thought the way I've expressed it. And you feel less alone. And so in my books, the main character, Hazel, is very smart, very brave, but I didn't want her just to be, that generic, Pollyanna or Mary Sue or whatever. It's oh, she's just so good at everything. You have to give them flaws because they're people. So she's also, has some blinders. She's a little cultural, she doesn't always recognize her privilege. She's a little stubborn. She's a little short-sighted. Because so are people, the people reading it, and I am. And so it's just to make a good character, you have to give them flaws.
No, that's one of the things that always comes back from working with male writers, and that's the question of how do you write great women characters? And the answer is always, well, I write humans, right? And start there.
It's a problem if the woman is just the reward at the end of the adventure, because then it's I don't know, make it a bag of goodies, make it an edible arrangement. If your female character could be replaced one-to-one with an edible arrangement, you haven't done it right.
Or it's like the Bechdel test. Yeah. Dana Schwartz, it's the edible arrangement.
Edible arrangement test, yeah.
Or does the female character only exist to advance a male's storyline?
Well, and I think people react, they don't understand, this female character will go through a character arc. People,
that is the second time today.
Some man just got very mad at me and made this happen with their mind. No. Oh my God, no, I'm totally fine. Oh my gosh. Thanks, Margie. You guys, let me just tell you, my whole life is weird, embarrassing incidents, so this is fine.
Oh my God. That's okay. It's the second time I've seen that happen.
Yeah,
today.
it happened. Well, I'm glad I wore this dress and not the shorter one I planned.
I'd be on the floor
Would have been a real
crying
good
right
time
now.
for everybody.
Good call. Good call.
Oh my God. So anyway, what was I even talking about? Oh,
You're such a clumsy, relatable protagonist. Oh my God.
Oh my God. Are you kidding me?
You guys, these chairs are sexist. I would like to cancel
Nobody
them.
move. Nobody move a muscle.
I'm really scared.
Oh, I know.
We're gonna balance.
God.
We're such strong women.
Guys, we're being sabotaged.
The chairs are buckling under our strength.
Yeah.
The rest of you don't even breathe. Just
Do not.
We've been sabotaged by the men's rights panel.
Oh my God.
I will say that was a fun thing when we were writing She-Hulk. We did have a big whiteboard that's like, okay, if you weighed, 600 pounds and you were 6'7" and you were just a ball of muscle, just what is it like going through the world? And when you're a woman and you're 6'7", it is hard to find shoes and it is hard to sit in chairs.
We did this on purpose.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, but I mean, I want to hear from everyone, but I do really want to hear about, I've always loved She-Hulk. I loved the show. Thank you. But, and Rainbow, my friend has been writing it now, but it's like it's such a rare form, right? To get to be so forward-facing and engaging on women in power, and in a physical way, which I think we're really even slower to allow into the cultural conversation when women look strong.
I mean, the fundamental thing that we went into the She-Hulk room with was that this is a metaphor for female rage. This idea that you are a woman going through the world, and there are so many things that you just absorb, the coworker who just says the thing that gets under your skin, the boys you go on, or girls you go on dates with, the people you go on dates with who are just so disrespectful to you as a person, and you just swallow it and just go about your life. And wouldn't it be great if you could just let it all go? And so Jessica Gao, who was our amazing showrunner, made that the thesis of the show, which is why if you haven't seen it, it's on Disney+. They're not going to pay me anymore if you watch it, but you should, because it was good. The villain is a man who does not see women as people.
Shocker.
I know, right? Imagine in this world.
I love that, like a metaphor for female rage, because that's sort of the magic in Wild Blood, is that there's a side effect of using it too much, that it's called raging, and you kind of like go into this crazy mode and eventually you could die if you use your magic too often. And it's sort of like is paralleling the main character, Victoria. I named her after you. Victoria's journey through dealing with her rage, and like at the beginning of the book, she's not really allowed to express this rage that she's feeling, and so sometimes they use their magic too much, and it comes out through the magic. So yeah, I really love what you said about that, about the parallels, because I love making symbolism of the magic of the character's journey,
It is interesting, too, the idea that we do have to use metaphors to describe female rage and get people on board with them and sort of sugarcoat the pill, because otherwise we're preachy. Yeah. And it's, that manipulation of getting someone who might otherwise not recognize this emotion to understand it and then be like, actually, it's because of this. And then they're like, oh, I get it. Yeah. Weird that we feel even then we have to.
Well, let's, explicitly magic, right? And we have, I'm super into witches. I'm into that, like, in the fantasy sense, because that's, witches are cool, but let's specifically in a fantasy setting, it is the super natural expression of women in power, and the result is it's slightly dark, right?
And people don't trust them, and there's that whole metaphor.
Yeah, and I think for me, when I was raised, people called me sweet from a very young age. And I was, you're sweet, you're sweet, you're sweet. And I think it became part of my identity. And as I got older and started to want to express anger or question things or, stand up for myself, I would get that, you've changed. This isn't who you are. Ugh. And it is really important to me to write stories about women who, yes, you are sensitive and you also are sweet, but you also have a voice. You are allowed to be angry. You are allowed to question things. You are allowed to light a match and throw it over your shoulder if your world isn't suiting you anymore. And I started feeling that being called sweet was a way to stop me from being all of me. And it was a way to put me in a box, and I don't want to be put in a box. And I think witches, in particular, they're misunderstood. And when we don't understand something, we fear it. And it is a way of showing that, like female power, and so much of magic, especially in witches and the witches I write, comes from their emotions, what kind of state they're in when they're practicing magic. And it just was really important to me to show that, like, you are allowed to be more than one thing, and yeah, you can be a kind person, but that doesn't stop you from feeling anger and pushing back on things and standing up for yourself.
My mom always told, I have two sisters, so there's three girls, and my mom always told us there's a difference between being aggressive and being assertive. And you don't have to be aggressive to people, but it's okay to be assertive and ask for what you want, which I think is a good lesson for a lot of women, because so often we are raised to be sweet, to be demure, to take the back seat and be polite and make things easier for everyone else around us.
That's the trouble, though, right? Because a lot of the times in society, the way society is structured, they can't tell the difference between assertive and aggressive.
Yeah.
For women, being assertive is considered aggressive. And so that's just a whole other hurdle we got to jump over.
Well, and even think about the connotation when a woman is called aggressive versus when a man is called aggressive. It can almost be a compliment for a man. And
Yeah, it
it's
sounds
not,
cool.
Yeah.
He's probably in a leather jacket. Is he single?
I would like to reclaim the word bitch. I think there is like something really empowering
been
about being
reclaimed?
called a bitch.
I think it's been somewhat reclaimed. Also, this reminds me of, like, you know how we talk about like emails and texts when women use too many exclamation points, and it's like, how about men learn to write a nice effing email? Because, like, I'm like, why is this email so stern? Like, show some warmth. Like, what do you want? Come on, there's a way to say it that isn't like, period.
Oh my God, have you guys ever made a reservation on the app Resi? Because when you confirm, they write back, they go, got it, thanks, period. And I'm like, a man programmed this, because I'm like, is my reservation app mad at me? Got it, thanks. Passive aggressive.
I just feel like there's this expectation that women need to, like, we need to be less nice and sweet, which I totally get that, but I also think, like, it can go the other way, where, like, these things that we claim as female qualities could also just be universal, like being human qualities.
Oh my God, when my boyfriend tells his, like, signs off the phone with his friend and says, love you, and it's a guy, and I'm like, I want to see it again. Say it again.
I will say a bad habit that I have personally that I do want to break is apologizing constantly. I actually, kind of to gear up for this publication, like, the first book in this duology, Anatomy, I was moving from New York to LA, so it's like a 6-hour flight, and there was no Wi-Fi, or I didn't want to buy it, and so I was just like, I was drafting an idea for that entire flight, and by the time I landed, I was like, oh, I have the shape of the book. And I sent it to my agent, who is someone who has voluntarily chosen to be in a working relationship with me by choice. No one forced him, he wasn't assigned to me. And my email to him, because I was like, won't it be like fun to like post this first email like I sent with the idea of Anatomy? And it's like, hi Dan, I'm so sorry to bother you. And it's like a Tuesday. I'm so sorry to bother you. I don't know if this is okay. This might be totally out of nowhere. And if this is garbage, like, I'm so sorry, just disregard this. But here is my idea for Anatomy. I'm so sorry. Again, just don't even read this. Just print it out and throw it in the trash if you want. Bye. Apologies, Dana. It's like only a slight exaggeration.
You're so right, because like you're talking about us as women, like powerful women, writing these powerful characters, and you get to a point in your career, especially with writing, where at first it feels like you're like begging anyone to like, please represent me, please publish my book, and like, oh, you should be grateful that they're even, and yes, there's a part of that, but then you get to a point where you have a team, and you have like lawyers and agents and people that like work with you, and I have done that so many times where you're apologizing for like the right for them to like, for people profit off of your work. I'm so sorry that like you are making money from me. Like but it's a weird position as a woman, because I think we're all used to being like, first of all, judged for things that like men would not be judged for, held to higher standards, that we always have to be pleasant. We get off a flight after like being in 3 different time zones, and we have to be smiling and, are you okay? Can I accommodate you? When a man could just be like, I'm gonna go take a nap, and just no one would like think twice. And so we're also used to being like undermined, and also like people do not expect us to be, if we do something good, people don't expect that we did that. Like it had to be someone else that like helped you do that, or who was your team around you, or like women's success gets questioned a lot too.
How many of us here have been accused of having ghostwriters? It's like constant.
Ghostwriters.
And also the way I think that people diminish young adult literature. I think because it's an audience of a lot of young women, based on nothing other than that just inherent sexism, I think people dismiss it as an entire genre, or dismiss us as authors. And it's like, do you really just hate young women that much?
No, they hate young women, and they hate that we sell more books than they do.
Woo! No, I've worked in comics and video games and a bunch of YA stuff, and I recommended, one game company I worked with started having comics, and I had already made a bunch of comics at the time, and I recommended an artist, and it was rejected, and I was like, oh, well, he's available, he was hard to get. It's really hard to get artists.
Yeah.
And they said, the feedback came back that they were afraid his art would be too romantic. And I said, romantic? And I went into the office, and I was like, I went storming into this guy's office, and I was like, is romantic a code word for the person who recommended this has written YA books? Is that, and basically the answer was yes. And I made the guy cry, actually. No. But I was like, let's go talk. I mean, it was a longer and more sexist conversation than that, but I was like, really, let's go. Like, let's go to HR and have this conversation, just so we can get our language straight. By the way, the only thing that guy has done is Spider-Man. But like, we can talk about it if you want. Like, but there was this, and it went all the way through.
I mean, Mary Jane is, sometimes those drawings are very romantic. Yeah, like, you know, the poses. So.
No, but there was like a fear that I was going to like pollute the pool.
Yeah, if it's a chain bikini on the female knight, yeah, we're good, but.
Okay, let's talk about curses. Because a bunch of us have had a curse in our book. And like, it's interesting. Like
I'd like to cast a curse. Yeah. I'd like to put a curse on someone.
I don't know. I'm bringing it up because someone said to me, or a reader wrote in a letter to me once, and that Beautiful Creatures has stuff about language about on a certain moon, and you know, your 16th moon, you will be claimed for light or dark, and there's this curse about that. And they were like, so, but I figured it out. This series is about menstruation. Yeah. Right? And I was like, you're crazy. Also, maybe. But like,
Well, it ties into the witch metaphor that we were talking about, and the idea of curses being inherently a little bit female, because there is this inherent energy that we have that men don't really understand, and because they don't understand it, they fear it, and then they have to label it, and then they have to do something against it. So it's literally, yeah.
No, I'm just saying, I don't know what the question is. Like, are we a little bit cursed? Or like, or is that like the power metaphor? Like we have to fight off the curse, you know? Or like what's going? Or do we curse people with, you know, with this badass power writing career? I don't know the answer.
We, as in all women, or this panel specifically?
Go with it. Either way, Maureen. You doubly.
I'm cursed.
Uncursed.
I mean, I think like for sure, like there's cultural stuff, right? Like the idea of curses. Koreans. I don't know about curses, but they're very superstitious, and I actually did a lot of research into like ghosts recently for reasons I can't talk about, but a lot of the inherent superstitions around it are like just based on literally what I imagine that parents didn't want their kids to do. So they're like, if you whistle, I don't know why Asians don't like when you whistle at night. If you whistle at night, a snake will come out. If you play near the water, because obviously it's unsafe for kids, if you play near the water, you're gonna be haunted, all this stuff. So, but I mean, do I have a curse? Oh, a Throwback does have a curse. She has to time travel to, she's cursed to go to high school with her mom. I think, like Victoria's saying, it's associated with female power, because it's like this, like rooted in something that is not science-based or logic-based, and it's intuition and all this stuff. So, I mean, I think it's pretty empowering to talk about, you know, having like witches and, you know, just like this idea of female characters having this like, you know, it's not stereotypical, I think, when we're writing it. It's kind of like, yeah, I always say like I am way more intuitive than like my husband, and I don't say that like women are from Mars, and you know, but it's just kind of like a thing where I think women are socialized to trust their instincts and to believe in like maybe things are more gray than, you know, following science and what have you.
I sort of have the flip side of that, because in my book, especially in Immortality, one of the main characters is a female scientist. And she's actually a woman pulled from history, a real woman who existed named Marianne Lavoisier. And her husband, Francois Lavoisier, the tiny history lesson, this will be so fast, I promise. They were alive in the late 1700s in France. They worked together in their lab and discovered what we now call the scientific method, and like they discovered oxygen before it was called oxygen. And basically people say it was Francois who did it, and that his wife, you know, was there supporting him and doing his books for him. But they were doing it together. They collaborators, and all their paintings is them together. And so it was very fun for me in my novel, in Immortality, to write a version of Marianne Lavoisier who was smart enough to recognize, look, my job, what I want to do more than anything is advance the science. And if I say I did it, people will question it or make fun of it or ignore it. And so I'm happy to let it filter through my husband's name for the good of science. And I think that women throughout history have made that choice probably more than we'd like to admit.
Even currently, authors who, you know, decide what name goes on the front cover of the book. What name will a young boy likely pick up versus a young girl? We have to trick people into reading our stuff.
In comics, it's interesting because Kelly Sue DeConnick, who did the reboot of the Captain Marvel character that you see in the movies, she talks about adding Sue to the front of comics, like adding Sue to her name, like making sure it was in her byline so that women understood a woman had written it, because you could kind of go either way. And I know authors who have had to do the different, you know, who have gone to initials because they were women and didn't want to engage.
Yeah, and I was going to say, I think that women in general, we do a lot of that. And it would make me think, going back to the curses conversation, about how, well, if a woman casts a curse, isn't it really because she wasn't given the appropriate avenue to express her anger in a different way? And so she ends up casting a curse or using that like power within her because there wasn't the correct avenue for her to be able to be angry. Like, you don't want to see my anger. You don't want to see my rage. You don't want to see my emotions. And so instead, I'm going to curse you. It's the only reasonable thing to do after that.
And pro Ursula.
Yeah. Look, she made a very clear contract.
It's there. Yeah. It's in the print.
If there's a tort lawyer here, it would hold up. Ariel signed her name. Look.
You're giving up your voice for a man? Pathetic. I agree.
Yeah. Women in STEM. It's not STEM, it's women in the law.
Women
Kim
in
Kardashian,
tentacles.
Legally Blonde.
I also think, like, in general, society sort of like makes women themselves a curse in a way. So I sort of reflected that in Wild Blood, in that most of the people on the adventure with Victoria are guys. Like, she's the only female Wild Blood in the group. And of course, nobody listens to her, even though she's the most powerful. Nobody wants to listen to her advice, even though she's the only one who's been in the jungle before. And lots of people, it's not a spoiler, lots of people end up dying because they don't listen to her. It's because they sort of see her as, oh, you're not, up to what we think you should be, Even if she's the most powerful, they are not seeing that part of her,
Isn't it wild how men have tricked women into competing with each other, because they give one role for women. It's like 10 men and 1 woman. And so all of us, I'm sure, or I'm just speaking out of my own petty, jealous self, you grow up and you're like, oh, there's one slot. There's one slot for a young woman. And if I am not beating out all these, not you guys, because you are all amazing, but if I'm not beating out them, then that slot won't be available to me. But it's like, no, there's 10 slots. There's 10 slots. We don't have to compete with each other. We should be helping each other.
Yeah, we're raised with this false sense of scarcity and competition, and like if you don't get that man, someone else will. And so much of our lives is boiled down to it's not going to be you, but you better make sure it is, and no one else is coming with you. It's very strange. It's because we're too strong together.
It's because we're too strong.
I mean, I have a lot to say I have a lot to say here. We are going to continue having this conversation over drinks later. But I wanted to give you guys a chance. If you have any questions, because I will go back to my sheet that I wrote out in the green room, or because we do have probably a good 10 minutes. So does anyone have a burning question they want to shout out?
Just put your hand up if you have a question, and if you don't, you can just shout at us, or it's really weird to just sit here and wait.
One in the back.
Stand up in the back there. You. What advice you have for a young adult writer who is a woman? Is it in terms of writing, or in terms of trying to get your writing out there?
I think part of the journey that we all go on, and we're all in different places in that journey, and we kind of touched on this a little when we were talking about the business, is learning to say no, because we are given this false sense of like, you have been lucky and you have been chosen and you should be grateful for every single thing that is thrown your way. And then it gets you to the point where you can't actually do the work anymore because there's so many other things happening, and you haven't learned to say no because no one's telling you that you can say no. So I think for an aspiring writer, my thought process would be figuring out exactly who you are, what your limits are. The best thing I can know about myself as a writer are what my weaknesses are, so I can play to them and figure out how to get around them and make my work better by kind of stacking the deck for myself. So, what is your voice? What is your thing that makes you you? And figure out how to put that on the page in a story.
That's very cool advice. Because it is really about the limits of your own personality. And I think women are socialized in a particular, in a bunch of ways that make it so I agree to a ton of things and have my whole life, and then I've been so accommodating my whole life, I don't necessarily even know at some point what I want. Like, I can't answer that question because I've learned to accommodate and to show up and to do the things. So it's so hard for me to unwind that and be like, did I want to go? I don't know. Because if I can do it, I will do it without even evaluating how that fits into my priorities.
This might also be very self-serving advice that I myself need to follow, but don't get caught up in the jealousy game of social media, or thinking that other people are ahead of you, or you have to hurry up, or you're going to run out of time because this person's doing XYZ. If you're a writer, just focus on making your writing the best it can be. Keep your eyes, on your own paper, and you swim in your own lane, and make things that you're proud of, and have faith that your moment will come.
Yeah, I think it's like good general advice for all writing, but YA specifically, you would think, because it's women dominated actually, it's kind of deceptive, because I think that also works to denigrate the genre further, and especially and if you write romance, which I do, it's like double whammy, like, oh, you're a woman and you write YA and you write romance, cool, like not literature. So there's a way of, for me, like Victoria was saying, going back to her, like standing up for yourself and like taking your writing seriously as your work too, once you get to that level where it is your job, and treating it that way and not feeling indebted to all the chances and the breaks that you've gotten. It is your job, you do the work. I'll constantly have to check in when I'm like, oh my God, I feel pressured because X, Y, and Z, and then I pop in with my husband who'll just be like, oh, but your book is good, so it deserves that. And I'm like, oh, what is it like to live in that brain? So there's like a constant like checking in, right? Like checking in, what would a man feel about this? Which is not really what I want to say, but you know what I mean. Like there is a bit of being in this industry, this specific like quote unquote genre or age group that we write for, where we kind of have to combat that feeling all the time.
That's all really good. Does anyone else have a question? Yes.
Who are the female protagonists in media or like literature that have inspired you in your writing?
Female protagonists in literature or media that who've inspired you in your writing?
The first one that jumps out to me as like the first, as I was a child, I was like 3 years old, was Princess Leia. And it was that first image of her in her little white dress, like she is a small teenage girl and she is staring down Darth Vader, the scariest dude you can imagine. And I remember being a little kid and looking at that and being like, that's cool. And that's okay. And that's something that's always stuck in my brain, is like a really visual representation of female power.
Mine was, oddly enough, The Little Mermaid. I saw it in the theaters, and I want to
red hair.
Yeah, it's the red hair. But because I thought, and this was, like 6-year-old Rach watching The Little Mermaid, being like, she carves her own path. She wants to be on the land, and I also loved the idea that she loved her family, and she didn't want to let them down, and so she struggled with this sense of duty versus what her heart wanted. And as a child, I just found that very, very inspiring.
I literally wrote YA because of Mia Thermopolis. And actually, I think my cousin who's here is the one who bought me the Princess Diaries, and I was like, oh, this is what I want to write.
Those books are so good.
So funny and smart and good.
They are good. I have two, and they're very different. Anne of Green Gables, who is like powerful in her own way. It's not fighting bad guys, but it's like standing up for herself and being her true self, and that's power in a way. And then also Karu from Daughter of Smoke and Bone, which is like the best series ever.
My first one would be Turtle from the Westing game. I think because I thought it was very funny when I read that she goes around kicking people in the shins. And then probably Miss Havisham from Great Expectations, because she's an old woman sitting in a moldering wedding dress with a dusty wedding cake, plotting revenge. And I just think it's supporting women's wrongs thing. Let women be creepy and weird. It's great. I love women like that.
I was going to say Princess Diaries, but I want to say the author, Meg Cabot. Like, she's the reason why I wanted to become an author. Like, I remember reading her books, the Mediator series and 1-800 Where Are You series. They were my favorite books, and I remember looking her up online and being like, oh my gosh, a female author. Like, she sold like millions of books. Like, what? This is actually a career that someone has. And I remember she had a blog, and she said that she would like go around with a big trash bag full of rejections. And that was like, I was querying at that time, like as like a 12-year-old, and I was like, oh my gosh, she was rejected so many times. Like, I'm also being rejected so many times. Maybe I could also become an author. And I just think that that's so important, like these authors sharing their story. And yeah, I love those books. The Mediator and 1-800 Where Are You are so good. You have to read them.
Marie Lu talked about that in the keynote, that she had 600 rejection letters. Like, it was her collection, which I think is really amazing, actually. Meg Cabot is the funniest person.
I've never met her. I think I would die if I did.
Okay, we're gonna make that happen.
Okay.
She was at a YALL Fest, and I remember she was in the green room, and someone knew I was a big Meg Cabot fan. They were like, she's right there, Victoria, and I ran away. I can't.
I was obsessed with this British fantasy author. People know this if they've been to a fantasy panel I've been on, named Susan Cooper, who wrote a thing called The Darkest Writing. We know. There's a few of us, but we know. And this is usually when I recite the poem from the front of her book, because if you're a fantasy nerd, you need to know the poem from the front of the book. But someone gave me a signed edition, Black Darkest Rising, because it's pretty well known, copy at a I don't remember. It was like a NCTE, some ALA thing. And I was standing with like 10 authors, and I burst into tears and just sobbed uncontrollably for hours. And she was there, and I couldn't go see her because I was too busy sobbing because she had written my name in this thing. And then Mel tried to invite her to a YALL. And so I have the letter explaining she couldn't come and the envelope framed. Just the rejection from her. That's a little excessive. But yeah, the thing you notice with Meg when you see her is just how smart and funny she is. And that is sort of, again, the like, yes, you can be Miss Havisham. You can also be Meg Cabot. You know, they're not that different. Like, they're pretty wicked.
We will be DMing Meg Cabot immediately.
We could be dark. We're allowed. Anybody else out there have a guess right there?
You don't talk yourself into it, you just do it.
Yeah.
Because if you try to talk yourself into it, you'll talk yourself out of it, for real. So just sort of like, there's this like 3-second period where like you can either do something or don't do it. And in that time, when you're not thinking about, oh, should I do it? You just do it.
And it takes a little bit of time. Like, it's a muscle. You have to exercise it. So like today, if it's only 100 words, it's only 100 words, but that's 100 words forward. Tomorrow it might be 500 words, and then next week it might be 1,000. So it's okay to be gentle with yourself when you're starting out, because it will come faster.
You can also give yourself permission to write garbage, which I do
First
all the
drafts are
time.
terrible. Oh, you
I
have
just
to write
say,
garbage.
like, that's my trick for myself, is I'll just be like, look, I'm just gonna sit down and write one paragraph, and it's gonna be a garbage paragraph. I literally will throw it out. And then of course, like, once you're actually writing, you're like, all right, this isn't bad, I'll keep going.
Yeah, and I also think too that like there are, how many like truly unique original ideas are there? Like if someone were to give us all sitting up here the exact same premise, we would all come up with a different book. It would sound different, it would read different, the experience would be different. No one can tell a story the way you can because of your unique voice. And so I would really think about that when you're sitting down to write too, is you know, what's special about you is your voice, and that makes you unique. And even if it's a premise where you think it's been done before, no one has done it the way that you would.
And there's only one common denominator between all published authors, and it's just that we finished it. Like literally, that's it. You just have to finish it. It doesn't have to be good. Also, honestly, try to find really badly reviewed books and read bad books, and then you'll be like, okay.
Wait, that's actually super important, because the books you're seeing had a team of people working on them and for 2 years after the person already thought it was perfect and done, right? Like, it's not what you think. I mean, it's far to the finished product. But you have to be the first person to take yourself seriously. No one is going to do that for you. It's this whole thing where, like, we didn't call ourselves writers for years into our writing career. We all have talked about that before. Like, you just call yourself a writer. I'm calling you a writer, now you're a writer. Right? Is she a writer?
Yeah.
Woo! Okay, I have conveyed upon you with all the power of the YALL institutions, you have been declared a writer. If anyone else needs to be declared a writer, find us after class. But like, this has happened now. You get to say that, you get to do it. You are in it now. You just have to, you do have to see it through. I too set out to write the worst book in the history of the world, because my child said, you'll never finish that. You'll say you're gonna do it, in 3 days you'll be doing something else. And I said, oh, it's on and you're going down. And then I just set out to write a truly terrible book, because I didn't bet her that I would write a good book. I just bet her that I would write a book. We are 3 minutes over, so I'm going to shut this off, but you've been lovely.
Thank you so much.
On our show today. You've been lovely. Have a great YALL, people.
Before the chairs collapse.
Is there a set change or stage change? Great.
We're all kind of sitting like.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, all right.
Oh, this is good.
Welcome, welcome. Thank you for coming out to Romantasy at YALL West 23.
Yay! Woo! Romantasy!
You are in for quite a show. I'm hearing that these seats are liable to collapse at any moment, so this might turn into...
We did. We lost 2 in the last hour, so who knows what can happen at a YALL West.
Okay.
Oh my God! Honestly, the timing of that was amazing. I'm gonna sit on here.
We're
God.
grabbing another one.
Okay, that wasn't funny anymore.
Bracken, another reason why wearing those shorts might not have been a good idea.
But like the timing of that was immaculate. Like it was perfect.
I like to live on the edge.
It looks so. This is like a little Wii chair.
I'm so excited for mine to break.
Me too. I know, it feels
You
special.
just never know when it's gonna happen. It's like Opa.
Oh man. All right, let me introduce our amazing panelists. We have the fantastic Melissa Dela Cruz, one of the founders.
Woo! I named this panel, so I'm very excited to be on it.
We got our partner in crime, Margie Stoll, who's currently
Our chair, CEO.
We've got Alexander Bracken.
Hello.
Woo!
Tracy Dion.
Hello.
And Tahara Mafi. And I'm Somen Shinani, your host And so I thought I'd start with a question that Mel popped into my head, and now I can't get out of my head, even though it's provocative, which is, since this is about romance and fantasy, how do you sneak your own personal romantic quirks into your novels?
I think I used a different word.
We will
but
use the word quirks.
Wow. Wow, what a blow. So
Listen,
early.
These chairs are going low, we're going
Yeah,
low.
yes. Oh my goodness. Wow. I mean, I do feel like if you've read both my books, then you have 1,000 pages of the inside of my brain already, so y'all know. But I guess, I mean, I think there's something for me about I love a character who's got leads with harshness but has a soft underbelly. I love a character who leads with softness but has a glint of something danger underneath. And so I knew that I was going to have 2 characters like that and have them be like kind of foils to each other. In terms of my personal quirks, I mean, I really like it when people come up with certain nicknames for other people, or if they use terms of endearment in another language. That's always a fun one. But I also just in terms of quirks, I'll say that leading into almost romantic tropes. I really love just a strong girl character who doesn't even know when she's been flirted with, because I feel like my personal experience has always been that person was so nice, and then a friend has been like, Tracy, they're flirting with you, or I've had multiple people say to me in my life, you know I'm flirting with you, right? And I'm like, for them to get to that point, how long has this been going on? So I think I love a protagonist who's got that a little bit.
I'll throw one in. With Tedros in School for Good and Evil, I wanted to write the handsomest boy in the world who never thinks of himself as handsome. Just one of those boys who just doesn't happen to know he's gorgeous. Because I feel in the real world those don't exist. They all know. And so I felt that was that was sort of the fantasy. Someone who feels like his assets are his heart and his courage, when we all know that's not why we're talking to him.
So you're saying it's a memoir?
Exactly.
Margie, what's yours?
Soman.
Mel's question. Blame your partner.
I use a different word, but we'll talk about why. I mean, I think, when you write romance, like, it has to be something that you're kind of falling in love with, right? So I have to always fall in love with the guy, and I never, ever liked the Mr. Darcy character. Like, that was always, I didn't like a Cinderella story. My favorite romances are if the woman is very kind of the boss and powerful and rich, and this guy is like artistic and wounded and, really, really nice. So
wound forward.
Yeah, wound forward. I like wounded.
I want him to be good and troubled.
Yes.
I gotta say though, I'm like such a sucker for the Mr. Darcy.
Me too.
Me too. I love the misunderstood, like, love interest, or. First of all, I really like writing sad boys, like they're just tortured and like obsessed. I love that. And I think I like the, she's sort of like, that's nice that you're so obsessed with me. But obviously, requited love is best. But yeah, I love the Mr. Darcy thing. I love the wounded artist too, though. That's great.
Beautiful Creatures we got so much commentary about, like, Ethan Wade is such a nice boy. Like, why and that was really in the era of like bad boy lit, and he was such a nice boy. And when you're writing from that perspective, I was like, well, he's me. You know what I mean? Like, we're nice boys. Ethan and I are nice boys. Cammie and Ethan and I are nice boys. Like, that was sort of the perspective. But the part I take from real life is sorrow, is heartbreak. I'm really good at heartbreak. I don't know what that says about my relationship history. But, like, I've had it happen where and writers, this is like advice for you. Like, when you are like sobbing and you feel tormented and you are gonna like throw up from your own emotions, you're a writer when some little voice in the back of your head says, oh, this is good. And you run downstairs into your parents' basement and you get out your Mac and the keys are wet because you are sobbing so hard, and you capture those pages and think, wow, this is exactly what it felt like. And then you email it to Mel.
And I'm like, this is awesome.
But like, there are literal pages in the books that we write that are like the terrible things that have happened to us.
But let's hone in a little even more specifically, which is there anything that you remember from like your first crush or your first sort of like amorous experience where you took like like someone's pair of shoes or something that they wore or some like the cologne or perfume or something that you would like then put into your book? Like, is there any piece of a former love interest that became part of? I'm really going in today.
I mean, like, all of them.
What about you, Soman? Because that's a reflective question.
I feel like Tedros is always sweaty and wears white socks. And this seems to line up with my experience of awakenings in like 7th and 8th grade. So that seems about right. I just kept being like, why is he always sweaty and why is he always in white socks? And I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to think about that too much. That's what writing is for. And then it just ends up. So I feel like that must have been some piece of adolescence.
I don't know, because I always think of like my high school boyfriend when I'm writing, and like that's why it's so fun to write YA, right? It's like that first experience of really falling in love, and then like the wildness of it almost, where you just you feel so overcome by it. But like, I don't know that I've actually written any part of like that relationship into it. Even like, all I could think of when you said that was like thinking of the fact that he wore like Abercrombie Fierce cologne. Like, if you've smelled it, you've like smelled it forever. You can instantly recognize it. Now I kind of want to put that like Abercrombie Fierce cologne, because I think they still make it into a book somewhere. I don't know why that was what sprang to mind here.
Abercrombie had a cologne called Fierce?
Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Was it called Fierce?
Wait, do you guys remember Candies for Men?
Oh,
Like best cologne ever. I I wish I could find it. Every time I smell that, it's like, I'm a teenager.
I know.
It's
I do. There was a line in Beautiful Creatures that was from a very clear memory I had. I knew I was going to love her because even the sky looked different. And that was a thing that did happen to me, where I had one of those transformative infatuation sort of level. First, the bloom of the like crazy first rush, and where like everything, where it's a version of being incredibly high, I suppose, and like everything just looks different. And I had that very clear memory, and that did make it in.
Following up on that, one thing that
follow-up questions, one and two.
Follow-up questions for all of you, because I think it's important, is that, especially because if you're writing series, you know, as I was writing School for Good and Evil, my editor would be like, the romance keeps getting more and more adult, and she was saying that in a way that she was a little nervous about. She just she feels like it's super sophisticated. These are like adult feelings, adult like romantic problems. And I was like, well, I'm also growing up, right? Because when I started writing it, I was in my 20s and then was getting into my 30s. So how do you make sure that the romances feel true to the age of the characters while you're also going through your own experiences? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't think I ever grew up. I never got that note. Like, nobody ever told me that, you know, the romance was sophisticated and adult. You know? Like, oh my God, I'm like still in 8th grade, you know? You know, but talking about the fact, like, what you put in your book, and it was so funny. I was like really trying to, you know, I put like probably every guy I've had a crush on, every boyfriend. My husband is in the books, totally. But I so clearly remember for Blue Bloods, I used to work at Allure at Condé Nast, and I was at the elevator in the 90s, and these two boys came down, and they were the New Yorker boys, and they were so handsome, and they had these white shirts. They were going to play squash or something, and they just looked like so golden boy perfect. And I was like, and I just remembered that, like, wow. And then I think I put them in the book because, you know, Blue Bloods was about the Upper East Side, so. Yeah.
You know, you told me something once. Mel gave me advice once. She was like, you need to find, at some point you need to like settle your personal life and find someone, you know, while you're still young, because then when you're older, you'll remember when you were young and hot. And otherwise, you won't have that memory to hold on to. It sort of lines up.
I feel like this is an interesting question. I've never thought about it before, but I think there's something about like when you're really early stages attracted to or infatuated with someone when you're younger, and part of the excitement is that you have no idea where this could go. Like you're just like, what could this be? Like what could we be to each other? What could we, you know, who knows? Like there's just sort of like this question mark that's very exhilarating. I feel like the older that I got in my sort of like romantic life, I would definitely be able to be like, yep, hanging out with him for like a week. You know, like I would be like, he's 2 dates. That's maybe one, probably a conversation and a meal to be good. But I already know halfway through we're not hanging out again. Like there's just this like very sort of like it's knowing yourself, but also having like a sort of pessimism about like I don't think this is going to go beyond X, Y, Z, or it could. And then there's someone you might interact with where you get that feeling again of like I have no idea what could happen here. Like this could keep going. This feels really good. So I think. Like when I'm writing that for the YA audience, I try and keep as much of that feeling present as possible because that's an age where you don't know, right? Like you haven't had enough experiences to be able to peg somebody and say like, I'll never meet your mom, but we'll hang out for 2 months. Like, you know, like.
How about you, Tahira? Anything?
I love these questions. I was not expecting to be like personally interrogated today, but I do love it. It's very interesting because that interrogation of self is so it really does come into play when you're writing and reflecting on your books. I don't know that I have like really good answers to your questions. I guess I was thinking that I have always been a really like intensely emotional person, and like when I love hard, I love deep, and I've always been that way. And I love raising the stakes when it comes to the love stories that I write in my books, because I want it to feel really intense. I want that intensity, that passion to feel earned. So, the world ending or, the imminent collapse of the world usually helps up the ante. And it's, so something has to really, I really need the stakes to be high. Like, if these two people can't be together, you really have to sell me on it. It can't just be that they didn't have a conversation that would have resolved everything. It needs to be serious. And I love the pining. I like longing, build up the tension until you're just dying for them to finally kiss. I live for that, I often reflect on The Office, how Jim and Pam, it took them so long, but it was so great when it finally happened. It was so satisfying. So I like to come back to those things that I enjoy as well. So I do think there is a lot of, like Mel, you said, you're writing something that, you're writing the love story that you fall in love with too. So I do definitely come back to the things that draw me in.
Isn't that a little bit, why we all are here? It's romantasy, this idea. I've thought about this a lot because I don't think I had that phrase in my head before 6 months ago, and I started seeing it a lot more. And I'm I think that's a little bit why that particular fusion is so potent, right? Because the stakes are going to be there if it's a romance fantasy story. Yeah. We've got the stakes built in, because it's if they don't get together, what will happen? If they do get together, it could be this this collision. Is there magic incompatible? There's just all these really juicy things that you can bring to the table when there's magic or fantasy.
The world could literally end.
Yeah.
If they kissed.
If they kiss. Yeah.
But it's not just stakes though. The fantasy aspect of the cheat is there's so many great expressions of desires or intimacies. I've had characters who could hear each other's thoughts, right? The two of them. It wasn't a general connection that, it was a very specific, you can lie in bed and text with your brains, I suppose. But those sort of magical intimacy, I think, in a certain way. I think that I've taken a lot of things I've wanted and, configured them magically, because then I could have them.
You could also create really great tension about why a magic doesn't work with that person. This is, to me, the biggest stroke of genius in Twilight is that Edward can can read everyone's mind but Bella's. That is, you can say it in one sentence, but that particular dynamic, it's brilliant. There's so much you can do. I think a lot of writers think about what are the plot or what are the magical elements that I can really mine for a couple of books. You're always looking for that one one little bit of conflict that you won't be able to resolve quickly, that might have some ripple effects that are bigger than that person. We have to learn something new in order to address it. That's a really smart thing that she did, and it was enough for me to be well, why can't he? And what if he does? And then what's she doing? Is she doing it on purpose? Is she not doing it? It was enough for me to be invested in why it doesn't work for this one person. And I love stuff like that.
Well, because the interesting thing about fantasy also is that you can create these bigger tests for them than you would in the real world. So you can test their love, stronger. So in one of the School for Good and Evil books, I have Agatha and Tedros take a potion that switches their genders. And so Tedros is now a girl and Agatha is a boy, and they have to interact and be a couple in different bodies. And the question is, can they do that, right? Where have you guys used fantasy to put pressure on the romance or to test it?
Well, I like sending one person to the underworld.
That's always a good move.
That
Your
old
go-to-
chestnut.
Your go-to move.
Fighting her way back from the dead. I mean, you really want to prove your love.
This is like not really what you meant, I don't think, but like in The Darkest Minds, for example, the whole book, Ruby is afraid of intimacy because she's so afraid that if she gets close to this person that she is slowly but surely falling in love with, she will erase herself from his memory too, and she'll just be left with all of that pain. So I think it's also a tool to keep them apart, not necessarily bring them together too.
I always like when they have to kill each other, you know, like they're in love, but one of them has to kill each other, right? The ultimate sacrifice.
We call that the Maggie Stew fodder.
Yeah, there you go, right?
I mean, nobody does enemies to lovers like fantasy books.
Yeah.
Period.
I mean, I love the enemies to lovers, like dagger to the throat. Yeah, thank you guys. I love that tension. It's so, I've talked about tension already, but yeah.
You know, when you're writing your ideal love interest, right? What's kind of the first thing you're looking for? For me, it's always like that sort of that heat in their gaze. There's something in them that makes them kind of impenetrable, so that at first you can't really get in to who they are. What's the first thing that you're using in your toolkit when you're creating that ideal love interest that's going to drive a series?
I think it's mystery.
Yeah. Mystery for sure. But it's also like, in some ways, like, you're kind of designing the love interest specifically for the main character too, because that character is so important for pushing the main character into the person that they need to become too. And in theory, that love is going to help them get there. But it's interesting to think about it. But I do think, like, at the beginning, it's mystery because you want readers to kind of be like following along on these little breadcrumbs and like hinting at the hidden pain and the backstory and all of that.
But do we know any mysterious men or women?
No.
Isn't that part of the fantasy?
I do.
But
Yeah.
they can't have Instagram. They can't be on. Like they need. If they have no social media, you're like, wow, you're so mysterious.
Yeah. It's like my husband. Yeah, my husband doesn't use Instagram. I find him very mysterious.
My daughter, it was funny, she asked me, she said, oh, were you and Daddy? And she just asked me this recently, like when she was a teenager, not when she was little. She was, so was it love at first sight? And I just like, I paused, and then in that pause she said, oh, it wasn't? And I was like, no, of course, you know, and I was like, what do you think of as love? You know, of course, like attraction at the first sight, you know, and then I said, I do believe love, it can be, you know, you can fall in love quickly, you know, I think we were.
She was like,
You know, right? I know, and I was just like, oh, and I thought, oh, you know, I was like, isn't your generation against that? Like, everybody's so against this whole love at first sight thing and like insta love, and then I was like, no, and then I was like, you know, I thought about that Yeats poem that love comes in, you know, was it wine comes in through the mouth, love comes in through the eye. I look at you and I sigh, you know. So
who said that?
Yeats,
Oh.
W.B. Yeats.
Mel's very literate.
Well, I mean, I think on the question of love, that's another interesting one too. This idea of love at first sight, because sometimes in fantasy, I feel like it's so easy where, you know, the villain does something bad in the first 10 pages, and then boom, the magical love interest appears, and we know it's the love interest from the beginning. You know, because it's supposed
You
to be
don't
this
always
love
know.
at first sight. You know.
Just kidding.
For me, no, it's about language for me. It's like how a character speaks to a character, which is in a way what they've observed, I suppose, how they see the world. But like there is always, in my books, though romantic interests truly see each other, and the way they speak reflects that they are breathing different oxygen than the other people in the room. And I feel like for me it's not love at first sight, but it's like it's language. It's love at first talking. You know, it's a And maybe that's because we work in words.
Yeah.
Your love language is language. We've had this conversation.
I was gonna
My
say
love language is language.
the love interest tip off is always like their smell gets described.
That's what-
Like,
yeah.
It's always like pine and like
Okay, what was
freshly
everybody's?
mowed grass.
What did
and-
your love interest smell like in your
I know.
life?
I was like, when are we going to talk about that part?
Parchment and grass,
Okay,
and what was that?
But for real, have you guys ever typed into ChatGPT, write like Alex Bracken?
No, I have not.
Oh
I'm
my
scared.
You can write in, write like Soman
Yeah, and it will do something. That's
yeah,
so weird.
and they will spit back, and it's sort of like it's like excerpts of what you've written, and like a horrible, like monstrous, like conception of what YA is. And you get this like, and I've tried it. We messed around with it so much.
Oh, this festival was almost all ChatGPT.
We were like all the
Taylor
panel
Swift
names,
songs.
but with Taylor Swift songs. Now rhyming. Now with puns. It was such a, but like really, it's so horrible. The ones that kept coming back for me always ended with, she stood on the shore of, and watched the water as the air rippled, breeze rippled
This
her hair. I
sounds
was like,
amazing.
I want to
wanna-
kill myself.
Yeah, now I
But
wanna
smell
put in-
comes up a lot.
Yeah, I want to type in, write me erotica that I can publish as fan fiction of my own work.
And they will say, and ChatGPT will say, I'm sorry, Soman, I don't engage in anything inappropriate.
Oh my God. But wait, hold on, let's go back
It's
to the
just a
original
shocked
question.
Pikachu
What
gif
is,
that comes back.
What does your love interest smell like in your books? Can you remember how you describe each of them?
Oh, I'm trying to remember what my current one is. I feel like it's sort of like herby green.
Herby?
Not like that herb. You know what I mean? But like sort of like green to hint at his love of like plants and gardening.
I try to like work around this a little bit by like, I don't know if this was my attempt to just be like, I'm not going to be like other writers. I don't know. I don't think so. But I definitely have everyone smelling like something, but there's a magical reason why they smell like that something. And I was just like, I'm just gonna make it a magical thing because that's gonna like make it so it's not just me doing what I really want to do, which is just smell everybody. But the smell is very distinct, and only the main character can smell it. So it's not like she's going around just sniffing everybody. It's like when they use their magic, there's a certain signature that each person has, and so like that's.
But I feel like it is a natural emotion. As soon as you like someone, my first question is, what do they smell like? I feel like it's just like am I crazy?
No, that's real.
It's a real thing.
Yeah, it like activates some area in your brain, and then if you smell it later, it like brings them back to mind.
That's why I can't smell that Abercrombie Fierce cologne without thinking of my high school boyfriend. I'll like walk by an Abercrombie store and I'm overcome.
Tahara, what's yours?
The sense memory is really strong. I often make the love interests smell like flowers, which is not like a traditionally masculine thing, but like so many of the men I've known have really loved floral notes, and in fact so many different colognes and perfumes. I mean, it's like gardenias are like the basis for like so many different perfumes and colognes, and also it's just sort of like a cultural thing for me. Like I feel like there's this history and like Persian culture and in a lot of like Middle Eastern culture that there's like a lot of floral notes in perfume specifically for men. And I've always just really loved it, like orange blossoms, lemon blossoms, that kind of, I find it's very, like, enticing.
Wait,
so runs out and buys some.
So when we were back, another Beautiful Creatures story, I was, Lena, the part of the couple, there's some magic thing, and anyway, you can smell lemon and rosemary, which later comes up, there's a orchard and that gets burned down. But really, I was just really into cooking chicken with lemons and rosemary. And I've had people bring me lemons and rosemary at events, and I feel a little guilty all the time, but then I'm like, I could go home and put that in chicken.
Yeah, there you go.
But you know what's funny sometimes is the smell is so essential to the character, and sometimes you don't know why you're giving them that smell. I think like Tedros, for instance, has a minty smell that comes up over and over again, and it's because he's so hot-tempered and he's sweaty all the time, and he's so
Back
kinda
to
just
the
like
sweat, so
burnt
And
the
seat.
white
And those white socks.
But then the mint smell kind of cools it down. So I felt like ultimately, like, you can use these things to sort of balance out something about them, their aura or something, you know? How about you, Mel? What do your men smell like?
I mean, I just like when people smell clean, so they always just smell like laundry.
You don't want them to smell like Theo.
Your characters always smell like.
I think for some reason I feel like that's a very Asian thing.
Because you shower like 5 times a day.
I shower 5 times a day. Yes.
I've gone to Hawaii with Mel, and she just showers hourly.
I don't like to sweat.
Oh,
But her
man.
characters smell like champagne.
There you go.
I mean, honestly, sometimes as I'm writing it, I'm like, this sounds like a Bath and Body Works candle, like a little bit. Like I'm getting into that territory. I gotta pull it back.
You have to be careful what you have in your writing room, because like if you have a certain scent like that, and that becomes the scent of the whole book, you know. Man, this panel really went all kinds of weird places. We have a few minutes left, so let's take some questions from you guys, and they need to be as good as these questions.
Make them uncomfortably personal.
All right, you in the middle over there. Yeah. Well, I think this goes back to Mel's question of like, how do you not get ashamed of being a little fetishistic in your?
We said
Was
the F
that
word
the
in
original
your-
question?
You know? Yeah. Well, no, this is a good question. How do you get over? Because I had this all the time writing School for Good and Evil, so many times, because that book is quite sensual. Is how do you not feel ashamed when you're going into your thing? Do you know what I mean?
I don't know. I don't feel shame. I don't know. I own all
Mel
my-
does not feel shame. Mel does not
And I grew up
recognize shame.
Catholic. But in the Philippines, you know, so it had this like kind of weird, you know, dichotomy where on one hand it was like this very Catholic country, but on the other hand it was very open and accepting that sex was part of life and nothing to be ashamed about. Like, for instance, I was a child, I was probably 7 years old, we would go to the movies, they would show the bomba, which is what we call the maybe more than R-rated movies, you know, and it was fine. There was a Disney movie we were going to see, but the trailers all had topless ladies, you know? So it was not something that anybody thought, oh, the children shouldn't see this, or sex is, I don't know. Maybe it was just my family, like my parents really wanted to be progressive, so they never, you know, equated sex with shame, so.
I mean,
No, go ahead.
Well, I was just thinking, like, you know, one of the things we're talking about is like, how do you signal that it's the love interest on the page? And like, YA is really wonderful about just embracing that there's a whole paragraph. Yeah. Like that, like if there's a paragraph about somebody and it involves what they smell like, what they look like, the color of their eyes, the hair texture, you're like, oh, that's a love interest. And so like, you just got to lean into, particularly if you're writing for young adults, like you lean into that level of like, analysis of somebody at first sight or whatever. And then also just know that like the more specific you are about someone and characters in general, the more grounded and real and immersive the book becomes. And so like you do have to get uncomfortably close to what that character is and how that character, what the impression that you want to leave on your reader and your main character. So you have to like, you do have to zoom in a little bit, and that specificity is going to be helpful.
I was gonna ask, do you mean like you feel embarrassed because it's very emotional or because it's like spicy? And you're a little nervous about people reading the spicy? Yes. Well, I think you can, if you're nervous about family members reading something a little spicy, you can say, please avoid these chapters. But also just, I think it is like you were saying, it's just like bringing yourself so close to that sort of like love has like emotional discomfort in it because it forces you to be vulnerable. So to me, that says you're feeling very close to the main character, and that's a very positive thing. But I also think it's like nothing to be embarrassed about because it's something that most people experience, and they will be able to connect to your work on that level. So embrace it.
I also think that two things that come to mind. One is that if you are a male writing a female love interest, that's when you have to be, shame is the wrong word, and banish that sort of from, you know, your toolkit, but you have to make sure that she is a living, breathing character and not just a living, breathing human and not just a projection of a fantasy. Because every reader, male or female, can tell when a female character is simply a projection of a male gaze, and it's so obvious, you know. So I think that one comes to mind. All right, any other? Oh my God, Margie, help!
These are all like follow-up questions.
Who should?
Over here?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Well, you make it so they can't touch each other.
Yeah.
Chapter 2.
Immediate answer.
Yeah, wait, when you say creatures, are we talking about like animals or?
Are these unicorns?
So that's like a different book.
Are they mer people?
Like regular people?
Regular people with magic.
All right, let's do another one. How about you over here, right there? Yeah. Some aphrodisiac snack that we take.
I mean, I was just gonna say that I do all the sexy, spicy scenes at the end, which is kind of funny. So my books are really boring until the end. And I don't know why I do that, but it's like, for me, it's like, I don't want to go there, I don't want to fix that until the end. You know, so it's like, this is kind of like, oh yeah, they kiss. They
Wait, do you mean it
this.
happens at the end, or you mean you do it in a later draft?
I literally do a romance pass. And that's when I fix all the romantic moments.
Okay, what's your snack?
Yeah, I was like, the question.
You know, I don't snack. I like full meals. So I like
She feels no shame, and she does not snack.
You know what? That was such a metaphor, though. She was like, I don't like snacks. I like full meals.
That's right.
Like, that was, you know, get that tattooed. That's it, Mike.
If you make that the slogan for Y'all West next year,
Full meal.
Spicy.
Spicy, yes. And you can be in charge.
All right, someone has to mention something food related so we can move on.
Cheese. I live entirely on cheese. I am
She
a
does.
projection of cheese before you today.
I don't have like a good answer because I eat healthy snacks. Otherwise, my writing gets bad. You know, like I'll eat peanuts. Like I literally, like if I need like a healthy shot of protein, because if I'm working for the whole day, I can't have a sugar crash. If I do, I want to take a nap and I can't keep focusing. So I like to eat really, I actually just worked through Ramadan. I was fasting during Ramadan, and it was great because I was just like super focused.
It's weird when you eat hungry.
Yeah, when you work hungry.
When you write hungry, like especially as you're getting, if you just haven't eaten or you're in a flow. Do any of you have this experience where like you really get into this kind of primal place where everything is right? Do you know what I mean? Have you ever had that? Everyone's like, no, except us two. We're like, oh, we do it all the time.
I don't want to be hungry.
I'm a full sugar goblin. I want like candy all the time, and I never
You
have
don't
the sugar
crash?
crash because I just continue to eat candy.
Oh my gosh.
All right, let's do
It's
another
bad.
one before we run out of time. Okay, you in the middle there in the blue shirt. Yeah. Name for a love interest? Oh, yeah.
Where
how
do you
pick
get your names?
names?
I don't know. I mean, honestly, a lot of them come while I'm doing something else. Like I'm like cutting up vegetables or in the shower or on a walk, and I'm like, that's a cool name. Do I know anybody who has that name? How does that, like, oh, I'm gonna put that in my back pocket. Like they literally just show up that way. But then I do sometimes do name generator search, or I look for like the meaning that I want that name to evoke, and then I go digging until I can find like the Latin or Greek root or something, and then maybe play with that.
All right, one last one. Yeah, you here in the mask? Yeah.
So it strikes me hearing
It's a good question. YA and romance and fantasy often come with a stigma. How do you personally deal with the stigma, and how do you react if anyone says anything about it?
I always find it fascinating that people have such a problem with the kinds of books and movies and music that young women in particular enjoy. So I would ask those people to interrogate themselves before, being condescending to an entire genre that is enjoyed widely by so many people. Also, romance. I mean, I feel like we don't celebrate romance enough. Romance, the industry of romance is owned and conducted almost entirely by women. Like, I think that's amazing. Not that obviously lots of men also enjoy romance and write romance, but I just think that for so long it's been treated as lesser simply because of the the demographic that consumes it. And I think that we need to go back to understanding the origin of that condescension.
I think it's a perfect place to end. Thank you guys for coming out.
Thank you. Have a good y'all.
Thank you guys.
Thank you, Soman.
Thank you, Soman.
We need a panel photo.
Is this, oh, this is working? Okay. Hi. Welcome to We Are Never Ever Getting Back Together, the panel. I'm so excited to be moderating this. What if we all go down the line and say our names and our pronouns and our most recent book and a little kind of elevator pitch of what it's about? Sound good? All right. I'm Morgan. She, her, hers, and my newest book is a middle grade called The Firefly Summer, all about a California girl who ends up spending the summer at a lake house in Pennsylvania and discovering that sometimes the last place you expect it to be is the place where you really belong.
I'm Becky Albertalli, she, her, and well, I guess my next book, it's not technically out yet, but it comes out on Tuesday, is called Imogen, Obviously, and it is a book about a straight girl, a very, very big ally who realizes that she is a part of the very common ally to bisexual pipeline. So, yeah.
Mic's not on. It's voice activated. No, I'm just kidding. It's a switch. I don't know, actually. How do you...
Here, okay. You figure that out, and then I'll, yeah, okay. Hello. My name is Elise Bryant. My pronouns are she, her. It's not working? Okay. Okay. We'll pass, yeah. Okay. My most recent book is Reggie and Delilah's Year of Falling. It came out in January, and it's about Reggie, who is a D&D dungeon master, and Delilah, who is the lead singer of a punk band, and they fall in love over the course of 1 year through meet cutes and sorry, I've been talking too much today. I'm like, what is my book about? I don't know. They fall in love through a series of meet cutes and misconnections on holidays over the course of 1 year. Yes. Wait, and I also need to ask, is this a Taylor Swift panel? Like, the title, I just assumed.
It's not that.
Not that, okay. I mean, so maybe we could talk about our favorite albums at the end, too.
They just told me the title of the panel, and then I kind of went crazy with some of the things
Because also,
we're gonna do.
it's April 29th. Just my Swifties out here, we know this.
Oh,
yes.
that's right.
Hi, I'm Edward Underhill, he, him, and my book just came out, my first book just came out a couple months ago. It's called Always the Almost, and is about a trans boy who makes 2 New Year's resolutions, one to win back his ex-boyfriend, and the other to beat his arch nemesis at a piano competition until a new boy moves to town and makes a play for his heart.
Piano competition. That's awesome. I'm Dave. That's me in the middle. I wrote Frankly in Love, and this is actually my first YALL West since it came out in 2019. So it's really nice to be back. And my latest book is Super Fake Love Song, which is my silly book, my pandemic is not happening book, my denial book. It's about a nerd who fakes being a rock star to get the girl of his dreams, and his lie works, and then he has to follow through with it.
I'm Johnny Garzavia. My pronouns are they, them. I wrote Ander and Santi Were Here, which also comes out on Tuesday. Thank you. It is about a non-binary Chicana muralist who's taking a gap year before going to college, who falls for the newest waiter at their family's taqueria, and romance and trauma ensue.
Awesome. Okay, so I thought since the title of this panel comes from a Taylor Swift song, I would use I would use lyrics from our poet laureate Taylor Swift and from that song to provide prompts for the discussion. And I feel like anyone jump in, you know, just if anything pops up to you. So
genius.
So the first one, I say, I hate you, we break up, you call me, I love you. Has this ever happened to you with a book? Have you ever been writing something, been like, no, this book is the worst, I can't with this book anymore, and then you turned around on it, like something that you thought was done actually comes back around again?
Totally, yes. I wrote this book called Version 0. It's my third book. It's an adult thriller about fixing the internet. Anyway, It took like 3 page 1 rewrites because it just wasn't working. And then it sat in a drawer for like 4 years. And I just happened to run into an agent who was looking for thrillers, and then it got published. I thought it was dead, like done. And I was like so bitter, hated that book. And then I loved it.
That definitely happened to me on my book 2, which is coming out next February. But I think it was just this thing of when you're writing a book 2, you've just published your first book, and all of a sudden you have to write a next book, and you have all these expectations in your brain of what people are gonna expect from your book, and oh my God, I hope it's good. And I was still in the headspace of I think it was actually a total accident that someone liked the first book enough to publish it. So I'm how are they're not gonna like my second book. And then you're on a deadline also. And so that was a lot of I wake up one day, I'm like, this is working, this is good. I'm doing it again. They wake up the next day, I was like, this is all trash. Actually a dumpster fire. So I went back and forth multiple times on that book.
Did your publisher say we want more of the same but different?
So I had that book actually it was the second book in a 2-book deal, and they basically took it off a paragraph pitch, which I think was also part of the problem for me, which was
But that's kind of badass,
it's
a paragraph.
It was wonderful, and also I kept writing the book being oh my God, I sold this on 3 sentences. I hope that my publisher this is the book they think they're getting, because I have no idea.
I think with my third book, I actually drafted it in 11 days. And
Shut up.
yeah,
11 days.
I know, big flex.
Amazing.
But yeah, it comes out next year, and I think just from the moment that I drafted it, at the end of 2020, I hated it, and I kept on trying to figure out why I hated it, and every time I tried to fix it, I would make it worse. And I just felt like any reasonable person would just drop it, go figure out something else to write, but it was very much no, it's a lot of meaningful parts of myself, and it's my grief book in a lot of ways too. And it's I can't leave this book. I have to come back and try to I can fix him. It's very much I can fix him vibes. And yeah, fully that with book 3, my problem child. And finally got it to a place where it's readable, I think. So very happy with that.
I can fix him. He's got good bones.
It's gonna be my new mantra for every book. I'm just gonna be
I mean,
no,
it's very
I
much
can fix
like the men I like, I can fix them. So,
Yeah, I feel like this is maybe a different riff on the question, but I think for me, it would probably be when I literally spent years, I mean, I must have said this hundreds of times, yeah, the Simon verse is over. I never felt I didn't want to break up with the Simon verse, but I was that ended with Leah on the offbeat. No, there were not, thank you so much. I'm so glad you like it. There's not going to be another. And then 2020, I'm hey, I wrote a novella. And it was just suddenly I had an idea for a novella, and an opportunity to put it out there. It's for the Trevor Project, but it was a blast to write. It was I was able to play around inside these kids' heads for a little longer. So.
But I feel sometimes your brain needs to be oh, it's done. Fully for it to be or is it? I feel sometimes until you set that aside, it's I have that well's dry, I'm done. You have to really believe it in order to trick your brain into coming up with more stories.
Yeah, I think so.
Elise, did you get a mic that works?
No, I do, but he shared his, yeah.
Oh, you're sharing?
Yes. So I think my second book was actually so easy to write, and I was look at me. The second book curse didn't hit me. I'm great at this. It was a joy from start to finish, and I had to write it spring and summer of 2020, and it was just easy. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Here, I'll give you this back. My third book, however, was terrible. Absolutely terrible. There were so many times, my daughter's in the audience, and I would walk out and be my career is over. I am never going to write another book. I'm going to throw my computer into the ocean and disappear into the forest, and no one will ever hear from me again. Because I can't. I have to give them all the money back. This is never going to happen. And I think a big part of it was, so that book, that was the first one I wrote after people had read my first book, and I had gotten feedback, and other people were going to read. Other people had told me all the things they thought about it. Why, you know, some people loved it, some people hated it, and wanted me to know why they hated it. And so, like, all those voices were in my head the whole time. Like,
Wait, hold on. How did you hear how people hated your book?
because none of you, of course, but a lot of people they tag you in reviews. Yeah,
Social
it's so
media.
great.
Just like,
and then
"Thank
it goes.
you."
It's a little message straight to my inbox that tells me exactly what they think about my book that I
best.
didn't want to know. And so those voices were in my head constantly, and I wasn't sure if I could write this book. But as soon as I was able to kind of put those aside and realize, oh yeah, I have to pay my bills, and write the book, and I put all that aside, then I would focus on just what made me happy, with the joy of the writing that I felt with the first 2 books, and I was able to finally write that book. And I think it's my book it's Reggie and Delilah, my 3rd book, and it's the book I'm most proud of. I think it's the best of all of them.
I do feel like sometimes the hardest books are the ones that you're like, they feel hard won. It's like, yes, we went through the war. Like, I'm proud of you. Okay. You go talk to your friends, talk to my friends, talk to me. But we are never, ever, ever getting back together. Like,
I'm
ever.
nervous.
Okay. The friends in romance books are always my favorite. I love the side characters. I love writing the friends. And I know with Becky, sometimes the friends become the main characters. So how do you guys feel about writing like the friends, the secondary characters, the side characters who are not the main 2 characters of your books? If you like it. I mean, I enjoy it, but maybe not everyone does.
I love it.
Yeah.
So some of the side characters in book 1 I just love them very much. I love the side characters in book 2. I kind of like writing found family casts, which I think are really, really important for queer teenagers so often, for queer and trans teenagers, to just like, that's where you often find your people. Even if you have accepting parents, it's still like really important for you to just have those friends who like get you and have your back. And I also just really like writing banter, and so it's like a lot. That's like where you get to do it. It's like a lot of with the friends, or like completely chaotic, unhinged text chains or whatever. So that's like I love doing that. I love having, just like letting these characters bounce off each other and having them like letting them all have their own drama too, kind of going on, because that's like also what being a teenager is like.
I second the banter. I can write banter for pages, but actually, as much as I love found family, I also like, the family you're stuck with, because you just have to work it through, and it sucks. But like you have to work it through, and it's not always satisfying. But the weird thing about family you're stuck with is you're going to see them again. And so even if things go really badly wrong, and we're like, we'll have lunch next week because we always do, and we'll try it again. And maybe it doesn't work then either. But I find that source of conflict really interesting, because you have to figure out a way to accept a relationship that you don't like, but you're stuck with, and accept it on its own terms, even if it's antithetical to everything in your core. And I'm interested in that personally, for certain reasons.
Yeah, same. My second book is set on a cruise ship, and so the family is like in those little tiny rooms with like no windows and just like forced to deal with each other. It was very much inspired by a cruise I went on with my family where I was stuck in one of those tiny rooms with my sister, and we had to deal with each other. I love writing. For me, my books are romances, but the family is just as important, and the total like arc of their relationship that happens over the course of the book is just as important to me as the romantic relationship.
Although I feel like found family is your chance to just relax and like go nuts and have fun, And then the family you're stuck with is like, okay, let's get ready. That's like the hard stuff to write,
But I'm very inspired by Becky. Becky knows this. I always like to talk about So I was a teacher for many years. Her books were in my classroom. I read them. I loved them. And I loved the friend groups and being able to, again, build up those relationships. And how they show up later and they have the other books. Like, clearly I did that too, like Becky. To be able to like figure out who that character is that, like in my first book, Lenore is like the best friend, and she has this big, bold, loud personality, and she's the main character of my second book. So getting to show who she is, like
there's the side of her she shows to the world, and then the side of who she is inside. I liked being able to pluck this character out and give her like a full life and show who she really is. Yeah, that's inspired by you. And also Sarah Destin, because she does it too.
Fair. Yeah, no, I'm so honored, and it's very surreal because I am your fan. And
me and Becky are birthday twins.
Yeah, we're
just
birthday
in case you
twins.
didn't know, November 17th.
Yeah. So yes, Scorpios as well. I relate so much to that too. Like it's like I found it really fascinating, especially with like Simon and then Leah, to be able to, I basically told Leah from the outside in my first book, and then I told Simon from the outside in my third book. But I got to, each one of them got to have their own kind of deep dive into their heads. And it's really interesting because, there's also like a change over time. Like, these characters are growing from where they were in the first book. But also there's such a difference between your inner world and kind of the way you're perceived sometimes, so.
I'm like a really big fan of like friendships and like platonic relationships in books, and I just think side characters are always going to be my favorite characters in books. And I think like especially in maybe like from a queer perspective, like a lot of times friends are the people that often like know you the best or quote unquote know you the best. And like in Ander and Santi were here, Ander's best friend named Zeke is not only their best friend, but is also their ex-boyfriend. And so like, and not in like a weird way, like they're still besties. And like I
basically
think
peak queerness, right? It's just
yeah, it's just
basically
queerness.
peak queerness.
It's queerness.
It's like being
yeah,
besties with
for
all
sure.
your exes.
That's how we work. And like I think just having that perspective of someone who like up until the love interest comes into the picture is the person that has known you the best. And like that difference of bringing in the love interest and this person who like maybe you're sharing parts of yourself that even that best friend doesn't get to know, how that kind of like creates maybe conflict and also like creates opportunities for that friendship to grow and all of these things. And so I really love like friendships. I love friendship arcs. I love like how friends and main characters, even when there's romance, grow together separate from that romance. Yeah, friends all day.
Yeah, they kind of reveal, it's like looking at the main character from different angles.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Functionally, like that's what the friends and side characters do. Because you can be yourself, a different version of yourself, depending on who you're with. Right?
Plus, you just get to write the friends that you wish you had, which
Oh my
sounds
God,
like
yes.
super sad, but it's kind of I feel like what we're all doing a little bit.
And sometimes it's the friend that you don't wish you had, as is the case with my new book. So I do not endorse all of those friends.
Yeah, the bad character, the bad friend. And my daughter who's here, she really has a thing for the conflicted side character. So like almost who like steals the spotlight because they're so conflicted about being the bad guy's henchman, And like, well, why am I here? What am I doing with this villain? God, I'm not this guy. And that's what she's into, almost more than the main character.
Okay. I'm really going to miss you picking fights and me falling for it, screaming that I'm right. The fight. Okay, so I feel like every romance has a fight, generally between the two love interests. What do you guys think about it? Do you like writing the fight? Do you dread it? Do you act it out? Do you have to know both sides of the argument? Do you have to be able to see from both characters' perspectives? Or do you need a fight?
Less fighting, more kissing. Less fighting, more kissing. Like, I mean, there definitely, I think, is like, different understandings and different points and perspectives of like how one sees life and communicates with life and the world around them. And like, it's two different people. So you're gonna have, sometimes it's not gonna work out very well. But yeah, I think in my own writing, like I try not to get too into like the conflict. Like we can have a little bit of it, like just as a treat, and then like we'll get back to them holding hands and stuff. I'm not a good conflict writer. I think I would rather them just like look at each other.
Such
for
a
like
mood.
300 pages.
Yeah, just
Right, yeah.
kissing.
If I could just write them looking at each other for 300 pages, like that'd be fantastic.
Really, I'm so the opposite. I love conflict. I love conflict, plus inarticulate morons, like people who don't know how to express their feelings, who are totally out of touch with their feelings, and they're speaking in parallel. Like when you have a frustrating conversation where one person is going for this goal and the other one person is going for a totally parallel goal, and they never meet, but they're still trying, and it's really frustrating to read. And you're like, God, if you could just say what you mean, but they don't even know what they mean. And I
think as a reader,
I love that struggle.
Yeah. As a reader, I love to be stressed out by main characters. Like, I think that's why I love YA, because especially because teenagers just like, yeah, we're all making bad decisions, and like, I'm going for it. And it's like, no, please don't, my lovely child. But like, please do. Like, I want to see what happens. But like, no, I could never, I don't know. Being a writer, being a reader, two different perspectives kind of for me.
Yeah,
in
it's
that
very
way.
true, actually, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I definitely have had sort of the big third act fights in book 1 and book 2. And it's hard. It's like, it's been sort of interesting, like see what readers, or maybe I'm trying not to see what readers think too much, but you know, some of them have been like, yeah, I really wanted to like shake Miles and tell him he was being a complete moron. And it's like, yes, I try to write lovable fools who are doing their best. But for book 1, I really, really wanted to show, or I tried very hard to show that they both had good points. That, you know, the main character did really mess up and did really like make a bad decision that hurt someone else. And a lot of what he sort of has to realize over the course of the book is that like, you have to do the work in a relationship if you want that relationship to continue. And it's not just like, everything's going to be fine all of the time because you are in love. It's like you can be wanting the best thing for the other person, and occasionally you still like make a mistake, and then how do you actually apologize and in a way that you actually mean it, and in a way that like will take care of the other person in the relationship, and doing that work. So that's like, I do sort of like writing it, but I think like more than the fight, I like writing getting back to the place where both characters are okay again, because that's like that's where you get the really messy human moments, and like where both characters really have to be vulnerable, of just like, I have to be okay with like opening up and laying out my feelings, which is kind of what romance is about, right? It's like getting vulnerable with another person is really scary.
Yeah, I think I like to write it because it means that I'm almost done with the book.
Wait, you like to write what?
Because it means I'm almost done with the draft. If I'm like here,
When
like
they're
we're going, yes. But I agree with a lot with what you're saying. Like, I think it's important to show that no relationship is perfect, because that's, you know, reality. And so I like to show them identifying their problems and showing that you can work through it, and that communication that's necessary to work through it. In this most recent book, Reggie and Delilah, I did get to write both perspectives, and so I'd never done that before. It was always just the girl before, so it was interesting to see like both sides of this argument and how neither of them was right, and they're beginning to realize that and understand what went wrong in the relationship from both sides. So yeah.
I actually had, when I was writing Frankly in Love, the first draft, Frank, the main character, was a great guy and he had everything figured out. And my editor,
like super boring.
Yeah, and my editor was like, "Where's he gonna go? There's nowhere to go from here." Yeah. And so then it's really important to give your character a problem that they need to solve throughout the book. Otherwise, you run out of space. They're already good, you know. Or in another book,
to quote the Queen Taylor Swift, sometimes it's like, it's me, I'm the problem, it's me.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or sometimes I've written a character who is just ruined from the beginning, and it's like, well, it's too far, you know. So you got to modulate how you want your character to grow. How many writers in the house? Yeah, lots. So I always make this mistake, and it's easy because then you just put that version of the character at the end, and then work backwards.
Although I do love writing the people who are like, I'm great. It's like, oh no. You've got a lot to learn.
You think you're great.
But someone who thinks they have nothing to learn is really fun. Yeah.
Yeah. What's interesting is I didn't realize until you asked this question, Imogen obviously I don't think has a third act fight, and I usually do have one.
Is there an internal fight?
I feel like I outsource the fight, kind of. Like, you know that one friend who I don't endorse? Like, you know, like, yeah, no, and a lot of it's like Imogen versus Imogen. But, yeah, I'm like, I guess I wrote two really conflict-averse people. There's definitely a lot of apologizing, like, everybody feels like they caused a fight, but it didn't really happen. It wasn't really a fight. They both, no one was bad.
I like a good apology tour.
Yeah.
You ever read that book, Eleanor Oliphant is Perfectly Okay or whatever, that book? Where she's perfectly fine,
Maybe
where she's like,
years ago.
I'm great, I like shopping at Tesco, blah, blah, blah. And you, as the reader, you're like, you're so not okay. There's something really wrong with you. Like, that was a huge inspiration for a super fake love song. I was like, I love writing characters who are totally unself-aware. And it's just so dramatically obvious. And the irony, that's the irony that you feel as a reader, is you know so much that the main character doesn't. And I really dig that. And when that finally matches up at the end of the book, then it's really satisfying, at least for me.
And I'm like, I mean, this is exhausting, you know? Like, we are never getting back together, like ever. Is there a book that you have broken up with? Like that you were trying to write it, it didn't work, you put it aside, and it didn't come back again? Like it's just in a drawer somewhere, it's in the graveyard, or just an idea that didn't work out?
Oh, sure.
Yes.
I mean, one book?
Yeah.
Like, I have like
Or-
10.
Or just like the one that comes to mind.
I think like my entire journey of trying to figure out my second book after I wrote my first one, because I was like, well, I have to write my second one now, because now I proved I can do it, so I have to prove I can do it again. And I'm also a pantser, so like I don't believe in like even thinking about what I'm writing before I start opening that Google Doc and just typing words. So like fully like 5, 10, 15 projects that I tried got to like 1,200 words in and was like, I don't actually know what's going on. And just like stopped and then thought of another thing and just started doing that and like was like, why do I don't, not even why do I keep doing this, but like, why can't I do this again, I guess, and like never realizing that, I guess the problem is me going back to Taylor, before just finally like deciding to concentrate and focus on like, okay, here's the idea that we're going with, we're gonna do it, stop like throwing noodles at the wall to see if they stick.
Like you have to make them stick?
Yeah, like
Get out the
I
tape.
brought out the glue gun now, so it's gonna happen.
You will stick.
Yeah.
Don't make me turn this car around. Yeah. I mean, I wrote a rock opera screenplay.
What?
I got
Can
to
we have a
act
dramatic
the
reading
end
of
of
that
Act
right
2,
now?
and I was like, I don't know what the hell. I don't know how it's gonna end. I don't know how. Like, there's like a dystopia, and there's like priestesses, and like it's all like classic rock music, like from way before my time even. And I was like, how am I gonna get the licensing for all these songs? And plus, like, there was a wall and the citadel, you know, it's a dystopia. And there's the outer lands. You know how it goes, right? You know. It's always like a
One
donut.
of those books.
You know, it's like a donut. So, I'm just going off the rails here. But yeah, that never saw the light of day. And I actually don't know what I would do with that thing at all.
I would watch that.
The priestesses had these cool robes, you know, and they kind of floated. They didn't walk.
I want to be one.
I feel like you
I
could
mean,
put that.
I'll draw a picture, yeah.
I feel like you could put that in as something that someone's writing that doesn't work, like in
Like a book within a book.
Like in the Michael Chabon book Wonder Boys. Like he had like after his first novel like had spent like 3 years writing like this 1,000-page thing that like killed him, and so Wonder Boys is about someone who's writing like a 1,000-page thing that's like killing them.
Ah.
So maybe you could like be in there somewhere, David.
Yeah.
Nothing's ever lost.
Yeah, it's true.
I want to read about the priestesses.
It's true. If you give up on our project and it's totally okay, it still counts, you guys. You know? And whatever ideas you had in that work will definitely come back to you. Your instinct is kind of an amazing thing to behold.
Yeah, I have the first book that I queried, and a number of agents requested it, and they all said no. But it was the book that I wrote out of like a lot of grief, and so I was just like, this is it, this is the book I feel really strongly about, this is like my whole heart on the page. And then of course everyone was like, no thank you. And that was like, that's sitting in a drawer, and like now I can see all the problems with it, and I can see why they all said no. And I think like that book isn't gonna ever be revived, but there are things like you were saying where I can see like, this made me a better writer in these ways, this made me understand structure in a different way, and I can take a lot of the sort of emotional things that I liked about that book and put them in other books, even if like that book is going to stay in the drawer forever. Yeah.
Oh, well, I was supposed to write my 4th YA book last year, and I did not. Yeah, I would kept getting false starts. I knew what I wanted the story overall to be, but I just could not get into it the way you have to get into it to see a novel through all the way to the end to get to that first draft to be done. And I had another spiral. I thought I was done. I thought I was going to throw my computer into the ocean, all of that over again. And I realized that I was just tired. Like I've put out 3 books in this pandemic, back to back to back, and it was hard to get the motivation to start another one. And so I spent a lot of time figuring out what I wanted to do next, or what would get the spark back that I felt with my first book, where like I could not walk away from that computer. I could not finish the draft. And so last year, actually, well, so this all happened. I was like, oh, my deadline passed. What am I going to do? And so I ended up writing something completely different from my first 3 books. And it like brought all of the joy back of like the challenge of figuring out something completely new, that creative play you have when you're like, what am I gonna, what's gonna happen when I sit down at this computer? And it was just like such a, it was like
and
fun.
also three books, that's a book a year, right? Yeah, you're good. You can take a little break.
Yeah, well, I'm still gonna have a book out next year, but it's just something completely different. And I'm so excited for it, and it was a big challenge because it was something I never thought I could do, but I did it, and yeah, I'm excited to be in a totally new space.
That's awesome. You ever get the feeling that we're just trying to be kids again?
Yes. It felt like being a kid. Yes,
like when you're
play.
not
my therapy. What are you talking about?
when you're not like self-conscious and you're just kind of doing it, without thinking about the marketplace or the reader or what they're going to say on Goodreads, just having fun.
Because all of those things take away the joy we need to do this.
Goodreads takes away joy?
Yeah.
So I'm like a very lazy writer in some ways where, if I have, I don't know that I've like seen one through to the end, but like if I have a couple chapters of something that I'm gonna abandon, like I will pick it up. I'm like a vulture with it. I have it in a file. I call it like my murdered darlings Word document, and it could be 2 words that I like how they go together. I'm not gonna waste that. I'm gonna find a way to like put that into some other book because I am not rewriting those 2 words. Yeah.
You're just recycling everything really hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nikki, my wife, calls that outtakes, as if she's ever going to go back and use them again, which I never do, she never does. But the act of putting it in a bucket and saying, outtakes, I'm going to reuse those again sometime, it lets us lie to ourselves and be like, it's not totally thrown away,
Well, I'm telling the truth when I do that. Yeah. I will take that. I will make it work. I will bend it to fit.
I think that's fascinating that you do that.
Yeah, this book after my first book, Amy and Roger, it was sort of what Edward said, is that like you spend your whole life ready to write this book, and they're like, great, we need the next one in 6 months, and it's like, but what? And so I wrote it too quickly. I didn't have it. I turned into my editor and then was like, let's put this in a drawer. I want to write something different, because I also didn't know that I could be like, I don't want to put out a book a year. That I could be like, let's do every other, no one told me. I was like, okay. But I used the last 4 words of that for the last 4 words of Since You've Been Gone, because it was like, I liked the way that book ended, and so I was like, 7 words. The last 7 words became the last line of Since You've Been Gone, just because I liked it, and I feel like there was like a subplot in it that I was like, ooh, and so I put it in Save the Date, and then my editor was like, what is the subplot doing here? Get it out of there. And I was like, no one likes my subplot. But yeah, I feel like you do strip mine it, like I do. Like Becky, it's just kind of like, there's a gem in here somewhere, and I'm gonna grab it. It's like,
Hey, that's a t-shirt. No one likes my subplot.
No one likes my subplot. Okay, should we have time for one more Taylor prompt, or should we open it up to questions from you guys? What do we think? It's 4:42. Does this end at 5?
I think so. I have to run to the gym at 5.
Okay. Do you guys have any questions, or we could keep taking prompts from Taylor?
Totals.
Yeah.
Oh.
Just making sure. This is a process question. When you find resistance in your writing, what kinds of agreements do you make with yourself to push through them, and/or any advice on ways to kind of notice the resistance but keep showing up for the work?
It's a good question. So when you find resistance when you're writing, how do you keep going?
Yeah.
Right? Basically.
I think it's hard because, like, the thing that I'm definitely still learning for myself is recognizing, like, when is this just me dragging my feet and, like, I do need to keep going, and when is this like, no, I need to walk away and give my brain a break. Because there are some times where you're like, no, I actually need to walk away and give my brain a break.
Yeah.
And then it's important that you do that. And I think for me, what's really hard is recognizing when I need to do that, but feeling like that means I'm not working, it's bad, I'm supposed to be working all the time. And the trick then for me is to go to other media. So sometimes it's reading books, but sometimes I'm just like, all books are bad, my book is bad, I hate books. And then I'm like, watch a movie, watch like a TV show, like take in a story in some other way to like get your ideas from someplace else and let things just stir around in your brain. And then like if you do need to like keep pushing through, sometimes it's like, can you jump later in the book and write a scene, which some people really don't like to do. I'll sometimes do it and know that that scene is going to change later, but it's like I need to do the work of figuring out where I'm going to end up in order to like get there. And sometimes it's like a lot of the times when I'm stuck, it's because there's something wrong earlier and I didn't realize there was something wrong. And so then it's like going back and being like, where did this thing go off the rails? And sort of get the train back on the tracks and then write my way through it again.
That's very true. Yeah.
Yeah, 100% what Edward said. Whenever like I just need a brain break, fully go to other media, especially media that just inspires me and that particular story. Like with Ander and Santi were here, I would go to Netflix and watch Hentified. I would watch I'm No Longer Here. I would read the books that kind of inspired it, like Bless Me Ultima, and just things that like I could like read or watch and immediately be like, I want to do that too. Like, and this book is me doing that, and like something that just pushes me positively to want to just put that computer back on and just go at it. I think is a much better process for me than like forcing myself to write because like you just got to write those words or whatever it is. Also just like things that involve the book. Like I have like Spotify playlists and I'll listen to that or listen to the music that I think maybe like my main character might be listening to in this specific scene and just kind of get like a general vibe. I might even like look up parts of San Antonio, Texas where this is taking place and just kind of like further get myself into the setting of what's happening and just like how can I dive into this more fully to then make it into a positive experience and something that just like makes me happy.
Do you play video games too?
Only Mario Kart and Super Smash Brothers.
All right. I remind myself, when you're a writer, basically, you don't really know what's happening, but what you're actually doing is becoming a small business owner. And you're starting your own very small business. The product is you. And also the CEO is you. And the employee is also you. So you can be the cool boss and be like, or you can be the mean boss and be like, you got to keep working. I don't care how tired you are. I don't care if you just scored a contract or you just sold a book. Keep working. That's the mean boss. The cool boss is like, you're having a tough time. You showed up. I appreciate it. Not a lot got done, but guess what? Productivity goes up and down. You finish a chapter, go eat a cookie. Take the rest of the day off. You finish your manuscript, go to freaking Disneyland. Be the cool boss, but keep showing up for the work, right? And it's really hard to remind yourself to not be the mean boss. I'm my own mean boss all the time. And if I'm sitting in front of the computer and it's not happening, or I just keep checking, stupid stuff like Instagram over and over again, I'm like, I think back to when I had my JOB in marketing and how it would take me like 2 hours some days to just get started with the day. Recall that and then apply it to your small business that you're running as a writer. And then you'll be more forgiving of yourself. At least, yeah.
I actually read a book about this. because I have struggled to keep this pace of a book a year.
And you have like imposter syndrome. I mean, we all do.
Yeah,
But
for
like,
sure.
Yeah, what you're saying is true.
Yeah, I think it's called Around the Writer's Block. And it had like a whole like ritual that you could try to, again, push past that resistance. The two things, so the three things. Number one was doing something else creative before sitting down at the computer that has no stakes at all. That it's just to like bring down that resistance that your body feels when you're going and sitting at the computer. So I would literally like paint by number for like 10, 15 minutes. And at the end, I'd be like, okay, I could go, and there's no pressure to like think about what I'm gonna write, but just, it helped me to even sit down. Because sometimes that's the biggest like hurdle, is just getting my like butt in the chair and forcing myself to be there. And then also, it talked about having like smaller goals for the day. I'm just gonna sit here for 15 minutes. Whatever I accomplish in this 15 minutes, that's gonna be what it is for the day. You never sit for just 15 minutes, like, because once you get into that 15 minutes, you get going, you know? But there were some days that I only did 15 minutes, and I was like, okay, but I can check that off my to-do list for the day because I tried. And then it focused a lot on like the self-care piece, which I think a lot of writers do not pay attention to. Because we just, we have to be in the chair, we have to get the words done. And so making sure I was taking care of myself, because my brain is not gonna be able to produce this if I'm exhausted, if I am highly anxious that day. Like, I needed to take care of myself. So I started exercising, which I hate. I did that some days. And meditating and getting sleep, like all those things that we need to do to keep ourselves being able to produce.
Well, the Pomodoro method is
But yes,
really
yes.
good for that.
I have a little timer. I have a little egg timer at my desk, and I set it for 15 minutes.
Yeah, totally.
And
You
if that's all I
guys-
do, then okay.
Yeah, get a physical timer. Don't use your watch or your phone, because you'll just get distracted. Get a physical timer, set it for 25, then you're working for 25, with the goal of 5 minutes of whatever the heck you want. Okay, so you can like roll around the grass in the backyard for 5 minutes, and then get back in the chair, 25 minutes, hit it, 25. Do that 3 times. The 4th time, take a longer break, 25 minutes. And do what, I watch Succession, or I'll play a video game for 25 minutes, and it feels like luxurious. It feels decadent. Try it.
Yeah, I just draw a lot of stickers. I think like that's like, I have a lot of stickers now.
Stickers?
Oh yeah, stickers.
Oh, stickers.
You haven't
Okay.
seen her stickers? They're so cute.
I need to learn more about these stickers.
I read once, go back to the last true thing you wrote. And I feel like that's very true. Like, I feel like if you get off the path and it's kind of like, okay, where did I lose this? It's like, this was working. Let's go back there and find that.
That's really good, yeah.
It's 4:50. Do we have time for one more question? I'm not sure how this works. Okay, we'll do one more question. Okay, we'll do quick. Lightning round.
How often do you like steal from other media? Like, to go off the previous question, like do you like watch a from a movie? Or
Always. All my ideas are original.
I mean, like, I fully am, like, gonna have to, like, put Becky on blast real quick, but, like, my debut book was really the question of how would Simon's journey be different if he was a Latino teenager living in Corpus Christi, Texas. Like, I fully, like, other media is inspiring, and I think it's great to like really see how you can make it to your own, especially from like a BIPOC perspective or a queer perspective, like how that is so different, because it is going to be different.
And if you hang out with writers or any kind of storytellers, Hollywood people, whatever, I mean, you should hear how these people talk. It's like we're at a cocktail party, and it's like, I'm working on a thing, it's, Back to the Future and meets Game of Thrones. And like, cool. Everything is based on something else. Everything is a mashup, everything is a remix, and anyone who tells you anything different is lying, because we're just synthesizing the human experience with our own. So Latino, queer Simon is a perfect example of remixing to express his truth in a more accurate way, right? In a way that feels true to that person. And it's also the only thing we can do. All the stories have been told. All the archetypes are already out there. They have been for millennia. So if you don't invent something totally new, that's fine, because you can't. What you can do is tell your truth. And if that, it's going to necessarily involve a mashup, you know what I mean? I think your example is perfect.
We're just synthesizing our experience to be human, or what did you say?
To express our humanity, our specific humanity.
To bring us back to our topic
Yes.
of like, what this whole panel is about, Taylor Swift.
Yes.
She inspires. I mean, I don't take anything. Well, I do take things honestly directly from her songs. Like I'm so inspired by her. I always pick a song that relates to my books. In my newest book, Delilah, one of my main characters is a Swiftie. So my guiding song for that book was Invisible String, and so I plopped little things.
That song.
Yes. Like Reggie wears a teal polo shirt, and he works at a yogurt store, which my
Taylor
Swifties
Swift
know.
rock opera.
Oh, Taylor Swift, maybe that's
Yeah.
my next act.
With
Taylor
priestesses.
Swift rock opera.
I can see that.
I can't
Well,
top
it got
that.
really quiet.
Yeah. Thank you guys so much for coming. Thanks to all the
Thank you.
panelists.